I don't know if she calls every once in a while.
You should be on mute.
I'm on mute now.
For payroll taxes, another rough million for insurance. I'd like to go through insurance in terms of what that encompasses. We have spoken with members of the Massachusetts nonprofit insurance organization as well as the National Nonprofit Insurance Alliance regarding liability insurance, VIN insurance, board insurance, and general operating insurance for 501c3. I think Queen Cheyenne will speak more to the structure of the organization that we're proposing. So then $1 million will cover all of that. And I also want to add that we have, when Queen speaks to the structure of the organization, it will include why it is that that we have addressed the structure of the organization as something that's a quasi non-governmental organization, which is based on the relationship, the accountability relationship to the city, that the organization would be a nonprofit provider, service provider to the city, and the city would pay for the services. That said, we're asking for roughly $3,000 in office supplies, $25,000 in operating supplies, $100,000 in software, annual software updates. If I'm allocated more time, I can get into that. We also want to give community stipends to folks in the communities, as well as allocating over $500,000 to facilities and utilities. Seeing that I only have 30 seconds left, I will switch over to the plan going forward. We propose that if you all vote in favor of the HART proposal as written, that there will be a two-prong approach. Well, I don't have enough time to get into it, but between now and October, that the HART proposal begin sort of formalizing going forward. That is getting the 501c3, get it.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Dara Bear, followed by Queen Cheyenne Wade.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Dara Beyer. I grew up in Cambridge and I currently serve as the inaugural Transformative Justice Program Coordinator at Brown University. I am a member of the Black Response. I am here in support of Policy Order 114, written as is. City funding, which Stephanie outlined a bit earlier, for the further development and implementation of the Cambridge Holistic Emergency Alternative Response Team, or HART, through a community-based process. Almost exactly a year ago, after massive uprisings across the country and world sparked by the police killings of Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and George Floyd, among countless others, the City Council unanimously passed Policy Order 114, which called on the city to reimagine public safety. The HART program, born from a participatory process, answers that call. The structure and vision of HART is rooted in several underlying beliefs. That long-term solutions to community safety must center the needs of the community, particularly communities most impacted by state violence. That relationships of care and trust are the most effective response to harm. That punitive responses to harm perpetuate harm and thus drive cycles of violence, and that we are all experts in our own lives. We have collectively designed a proposal for the HART program that aligns with these values. It is a comprehensive model that comes from decades of accountability and care practices in Black, Indigenous, queer, and trans disabled. These holistic frameworks, known as transformative and disability justice, exist outside of our current institutions and carve out space for what we can imagine as possible around safety. To that end, HEART will be governed by several different boards that are directly accountable to community members, service providers, and organizations across the city. These boards will help shape the vision and direction of the program as it continues to evolve to meet community safety needs. HEART employees will be trained peer responders from communities most impacted by carceral systems in Cambridge. They'll be armed with a variety of tools, practices, and personal resources, including their own lived experiences and community knowledge, to work with those who are experiencing crisis, conflict, and/or harm and are in need of support. Additionally, there will be HEART teams that focus on proactive community building, wellness, and long-term support and accountability work, and in order to address underlying conditions of harm. For these reasons, we have determined that all the programmatic elements of HEART will be housed in a 501c3, as Stephanie mentioned, outside of any city department to allow for autonomous operations. We are adamant that HEART employees not be mandated reporters. This is a non-negotiable. We have done the research to ensure that the 501c3 will have adequate liability insurance, as Stephanie already outlined. I just want to say, before I transfer to Queen, that we are really committed to non-punitive approaches to addressing safety concerns, and that the process that we've embarked on is reflective of the vision that we're working to create in Cambridge, that truly reimagines public safety through a value-based process.
Thank you. Next up, we have Queen Cheyenne Wade.
Hi, my name is Queen Cheyenne Wade, and I am a lifelong Cambridge resident and a member of the Black Response, as well as a graduate from Suffolk University with an undergraduate degree in sociology with a focus on youth and community. But really, I am here as an advocate for the City Council to pass Policy Order 114, meeting the funding and further implementation of the HEART program with full leadership from over 30 organizers of this program, the HEART program. Dara just spoke on honoring of specificity of the HEART program's values, frameworks, and processes that ground this program towards a call of reimagining community safety away from policing systems. I want to speak more on the importance between these differences because the process of a creation of a program directly reflects the program's values. HEART values center long-term solutions to care and understanding that impacted and marginalized communities know their needs best. As a participant of both the task force, the City Manager's Public Safety Task Force, and the HEART program processes, I want to speak about not only the processes of the HEART program versus the task force, but the importance of community-centered approaches to developing alternative safety responses away from policing systems that are vital to the implementation and sustainability of any program. HEART came out of an ask that honored the specificity of impacted communities' calls for change instead of liberal calls and processes of quote unquote inclusion that actually left out the most impacted in these systems. While the task force was leading closed meetings to discuss the aspects of a program that is not even outlined in the proposal that was submitted, the HEART Coalition was bringing together people from vast parts of the community who were interested in discussing and reimagining alternatives, and actually submitted a working proposal to the City Council. While the task force did not seek to truly listen to alternative and holistic models, and instead centered co-responder models such as mental health workers or mandated reporters in police that have been proven by even Cahoots, the director of Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon, even stated were not useful responses. The HEART program has also given a comprehensive idea to research in a participation and collaboration-based model and gather data with the community by the community. And through surveys, in-depth research, community events, while the task force was also blocking any type of community engagement and transparency from the public. At its core, the HEART program was created out of a collaborative process of self-determination and leadership from communities that are impacted from policing. And the task force is a bureaucratic process that worked to tell impacted communities how they should be served. And what we must move towards an ethic of care and values that need a collaborative process. And with that, we hope that the city moves towards safe.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Jean Carpenter, followed by William Broom, and then Corinna Anderson.
Hi, my name is Jane Carpenter. I've lived in Cambridge for over 7 years. I'm currently on Essex Street. And I'm calling in today to urge the City Council to vote yes on Policy Order 114 to invest in the implementation of the Cambridge Heart Program. I believe in the investment and implementation of this program because I know what it feels like to worry that a loved one could be harmed or killed in an encounter with the police. I have an older brother with autism. An estimated 20% of teens with autism will be stopped and questioned by police before age 21, and a third to a half of people killed by the police have a disability. My brother is in his 30s now, but when he was younger, my family feared that his communication challenges could be perceived by police as resistance in the case of an incident. And the solution isn't simply more training for officers. We need to be investing in our city's resources into programs that actively uplift and support its diverse population. The HARP program does just that, and the coalition has worked directly with community members and organizations to inform their proposal. So I urge the members of the City Council vote yes, invest in it as is.
William, followed by Karina Anderson, and then Sanjay D'Souza.
Hi, my name's William, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker at the Cambridge Health Alliance PACE program based in East Cambridge on Gore Street. I'm urging you to vote yes on Policy Order 114. As a social worker, I have repeatedly found myself in a truly untenable position. A patient is in a moment of crisis which I alone cannot intervene to address, and I'm faced with an impossible choice. Do I call for emergency responders knowing it will likely be police who show up first, or do I leave them to fend for themselves? More than once, I've had patients tell me explicitly, please don't call the cops on me. So when I'm worried about their safety, which I often am, what are my choices? My patients are right to be concerned about police showing up at their doorsteps because in my experience, when police call for emergency responders, if I know that doing so will bring the patients I care about into contact with the police, and yet so often I have to call someone. The city of Cambridge chose to spend $66 million on the Cambridge police in your most recent budget. Now you are being asked to spare $7 to $8 million annually to fund people I could actually call on to help my people when they need it. Pass 114.
Next person is Karina Anderson, followed by Sanjay D'Souza.
Hi, my name is Karina. I'm a Cambridge community member at 1 Bow Street, and I want to urge the council to vote yes on Policy Order 114. The HARP program would provide a resource for the Cambridge community to turn to for mental health crises, domestic violence, and disputes requiring mediation without the justified fear of police violence or escalation that prevents many from accessing this kind of help. For Cambridge to live up to its progressive values, we need an alternative public safety system that does not engage with police or carceral systems of oppression. The HART proposal was created through a process of outreach to impacted members of the community and local service providers, led by Black Canterburyans. This process demonstrates the kind of community engagement that is necessary to build an alternative public safety system with public buy-in. The city manager's public safety task force does not operate with community oversight or visibility, and I urge the council to implement Order 114 as written, honoring the collaborative process that created this program. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sanjay D'Souza and then Amber Walsh.
Hi, my name is Sanjay. I live in Cambridge on Harris Street, and I also work in Cambridge. And I urge the City Council of Cambridge to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge Heart program. The indiscriminate murder of Black people at the hands of police for decades now has prompted an alternative to these sort of policing systems, both in our city as well as other communities. As an immigrant and a person of color, I have witnessed the police use their so-called authority to deliberately single out people of color, especially ones they consider weak. Now, there has been a lot of debate about the similarities between the HART program proposal and the city manager's public safety task force. But I feel that the city manager's public safety task force is a closed meeting space that lacks the transparency and has failed to really engage the public, that is the people in the city of Cambridge. The HART program, on the other hand, was developed by a coalition composed of a diverse group of community members, service providers, and organizations to develop a collective program for our...
Next up, Amber Walsh, followed by Anna Kirka-Robles.
Amber Walsh, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Amber Walsh, and I'm a Cambridge resident on Madison Street. I want to urge the City Council to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge Heart Program, Policy 114. The Heart Program was built out of a collaborative process with impacted community members in the City of Cambridge, along with service providers and community organizations. It addresses a lot of community needs, such as housing, mental health services, and lots of services that benefit the community. The city manager's public safety task force is a closed meeting space that does not operate with visibility or input engagement from the community, and I believe that the community knows best what it needs. I urge the city council to pass policy 114 exactly as written, a community-based alternative to public safety outside of police. Thank you for your time.
We'll go to Anna Perka Robles and then Leah Kayali.
Anna, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anna Herca Robles. I live and work in Cambridge. I'm speaking in support of the Cambridge Heart Program, Policy Order 114, and I want to see the City Council vote yes on investing in the program and seeing that it's implemented with full community leadership and autonomy. The reason why is because I think this program has the potential to meaningfully help people who are in trouble and in need of support. That's the intention of the Heart Program, and its methods are grounded in principles of community cooperation and transformative justice, in which the causes and conditions that lead to desperation and interpersonal harm are given attention and changed. This is in contrast to existing systems of police, which exist to protect private property and enforce laws, and do this through methods that are fundamentally violent, authoritarian, punitive, and repressive. Now is the moment for this Cambridge City Council to support and invest in radical, deliberate change and always support those who need help and who are in crisis. Please put your full support behind the funding and implementation of the Heart Program, again, with full community leadership and autonomy. Thank you very much.
Leah Kayali, followed by Sarah Ibkis.
Hi there. My name is Leah Kayali, and I'm a former Cambridge resident and matriculating student to Harvard Law School in Cambridge, and I want to urge the City Council to invest in the implementation of the Heart Program. As a Palestinian American, I'm acutely aware of how over-policing and police militarization create generations of trauma for communities of color, both here and abroad. When I visit Palestine, I know that the occupying Israeli police can end my life with impunity. And too often, police presence in Black communities here in the US resembles that military occupation that the council denounced last week. And as a city prided on progressive values, Cambridge should do everything in its power to divest from this kind of racialized dehumanization. Reducing needless police interactions and investing in alternative, community-led initiatives is a tangible way to begin the process of healing and restorative justice. I urge the council to follow the lead of the organizers of the Heart Program and the Black Response without watering down their demands in any way. Thank you.
We'll go to Manraj Gill, followed by Huma Gupta.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Manraj. I've been working at MIT and I've been living in Cambridge at 254 Windsor Street for the past 3 years. I'm talking in support of Policy Order 114 and the funding of the comprehensive public safety proposal named the Heart Program. I just believe it's quite imperative that the city start to divest from funding the Cambridge Police Department and from housing so many important public welfare projects within the control and power of the Cambridge Police Department. So yeah, just want to say that I think sufficient funding of the Heart Program should be provided and to pass 114 as written so that we can develop a holistic community-based program. That's all. Thank you.
We'll go to Huma Gupta.
Uma Gupta has not joined. Dr. Karoy Ferguson, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ferguson. I'm a professor at UMass Boston and Human Services Program Director there. I'm here to support the Heart Program proposal related to community safety. There are a variety of reasons for this. First, it uses a framework that leads to maximum inclusion by community members. And secondly, it's a process that ultimately leads to a sense of ownership by community members. And without these two ingredients, in my opinion, community enterprises are doomed to failure. So given the issue of community safety, these two ingredients are paramount. As a Black male, I also know things about community safety. And so I think that the HEART program will be very useful for that. I will submit the rest of my comments by email.
Alan Sajun, followed by Jonathan Behrens.
Hi, my name is Alan Sadoun. I'm between leases right now, so no address. I'm here in support of policy order number 7, which calls for the city to examine not only ending residential parking minimums, which is currently under consideration, but also ending commercial parking minimums, creating parking maximums, and adjusting curb cut and parking permit fee policies. There are many studies that have shown that when it comes to car infrastructure, if you build it, they will come. There's no amount of adding parking that will make it easier to find parking, short of raising the entire city and replacing it with a parking lot. But every amount of parking that is added means more cars on the street, more traffic, more congestion, more carbon emissions, and more air pollution, particularly on the arterial streets where renters and more vulnerable people are more likely to live. It's also more concrete, impervious space that makes days like today even hotter. We've got to stop unnecessarily adding and subsidizing parking. I'm not an expert on the best way to reduce parking, but I especially think parking permit fees and expanding metering is worth a look. Not doing so is climate arson. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Behrens, followed by Corinne Espinoza.
Hi, Jonathan Behrens, 115 Hampshire Street. Very excited about policy order number 7 and the HEART proposal. Bit disappointed that HEART didn't pass last week, but that's a different story. Towards the COVID-19 update, it's absolutely phenomenal that 70% of Cambridge residents now have gotten their first vaccine dose. That's just remarkable. With regards to the budget, the City Council has only 3 main powers. They can pass ordinances, they can vote up or down budgets, and they can hire and fire the city manager. If you aren't willing to do those, then you have no power. So that you have to be willing to act on the powers you have, or you don't actually have them. So please consider that carefully when you're looking at the budget. Thank you.
We'll go to Corinne Espinoza, followed by Michael Mon.
Corinne Espinoza, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Corinne Espinoza. I'm a Cambridge voter, a parent, a grandparent, the founder of the Cambridge Project Good Bank. I work at a Cambridge nonprofit. I'm a resident. I volunteered for the city for 3 years on its planning board and on its Cambridge Preservation Act committee, and I volunteer for local nonprofits. And it's in these roles that I've observed certain members of the community be mistreated by Cambridge police. And I've witnessed people who need help go without help because the only current solutions to certain problems are to call the police, and many of us are not going to do that. I'm calling in to express my strong support for Policy Order 114 to urge the City Council to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge HEART program. The Holistic Emergency Response Program was designed by and for community. The design process was inclusive and emblematic of best practices for universal design principles. I personally am a survivor of crimes, and I'm an abolitionist. Police don't make me feel safe, and I need alternatives to police.
We have Michael Mon next, and then Rachel Solom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Michael Mon, and I live on Elm Street. I'm urging you to vote yes as written on Policy Order 114. As a white man, I'm lucky to not have to fear for my life every time I interact with police, but many Canterburyans don't have that luxury. Even in the best cases, police presence unnecessarily escalates conflict. The HEART program provides a way for conflicts to be resolved within the community without causing further harm through policing. It's especially important that leadership of the HEART program be placed in the hands of the communities most affected by policing, and that the program live outside the Public Safety Task Force. In contrast to the Public Safety Task Force, the HEART program relies on community engagement and collaboration for identifying services most needed in marginalized communities. It's easy for Cambridge to seem progressive, but doing things like joining the HEART program with public safety is thinly veiled way of stripping the program of its true purpose. Thank you for your time.
Rachel Solom, followed by Muhammad Ashish.
Hello, my name is, I'm Rachel Solom, owner and manager of Irving House at Harvard since 1990. For more than a decade, I've served on the board of Cambridge Local First, the Mass Lodging Association, and as president of the Cambridge Hotel Association. I'm here to speak on policy order number 148. Though my own hotel is too small for us to be included in the tourism destination marketing district enabling vote, it is clear that all of us benefit from promotion of our fair city as a destination. My work with CLF has deepened my understanding of how interconnected tourism is to the success of Cambridge. Many Cambridge businesses are still emerging from the pandemic, and some are not yet open, but visitors are a critical part of their success, our success. The COT is very important generally for Cambridge and helps us amplify each other's marketing efforts. The funds allocated to COT are replayed many times over in high occupancy rates. Please support this vote. Thank you.
Muhammad Ashish, followed by Sarah Bayer.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Mohammed Hashish. I'm the area managing director at the Cambridge Courtyard at 777 Memorial Drive. I'm here today to voice my support for the Tourism Destination Marketing District Initiative. Huge thank Lynn and her team for Cambridge.
Hey, Mohammed, you're cutting out. We'll pause your time.
Property minor. First. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You keep cutting out. We can't really hear you.
Oh, my apologies. I was saying a huge thank you to Robin and her team at the Cambridge Office of Tourism, who reached out to each general manager first to see what their concerns may be and explain the legislation.
Mohammed? Mohammed, are you there?
Mayor Speaker, he's still there. It seems they have a bad connection and we can't hear them.
Okay, well, maybe we have his email, let him know. And if he wants to call back, we can try to get it with the remainder of the 20 seconds he has left. So I suggest we move to Sarah Bayer and then followed by Noah Cohen.
Sarah, you have the floor.
Hey, thank you. My name is Sarah Bayer. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I've been a social worker for over 30 years, and I'm a longtime resident of Cambridge and live at 39 Prince Street. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of Policy 114 in support of the HEART program. What an exciting opportunity the City of Cambridge has to be able to follow the leadership provided by the Black Response, who in a truly collaborative way has put together a comprehensive, multifaceted, community-led and based model for real community safety. As I mentioned, I've been a social worker for many years and have been a part of programs with good intentions that also end up alienating and at times harming those they purport to help. It's time to move away from these harming practices and learn from those who have been developing approaches that come from lived community knowledge and experiences. I attended the meeting last January 19th, organized by the Black Response, when Asantwa Boykin, Ann Jenks, and David Harris all spoke in great detail about the work they've done in their communities to create an on-the-ground alternative to non-carceral community response models. And I learned a lot about what is possible.
For your testimony. Noah Cohen, followed by Alec Carbonell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Noah Cohen. I live on Columbia Street, and I've lived at my current residence for more than 15 years and worked in Cambridge for more than 20. I want to voice my very strong support for Policy Order 114 as written. I think it's extremely important that the aspects of this program as it's designed, which very importantly emphasize independence from police and other carceral institutions, and also a system of community accountability that involves engaging the community in education around transformative justice models. I think these are aspects of the program that are crucial. And so I would strongly urge the City Council to have the wisdom to pass the program as it's been written, and to accept the leadership that's been given by members of the Black Response who've been central in designing this program. Thank you. Please do support the HEART program.
We will go to Alec. We will go to Alec Carbonell, followed by Shalomia Lightfoot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alec Carbonell, and I'm a Cambridge community member, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge HEART program, PO number 114. The HEART program is an alternative response program rooted in community and values the lives and voices of marginalized community members within Cambridge. This program divests itself from carceral and punitive measures to conflict, and instead puts its focus on the needs of the community. By providing careful support directly from and to the impacted people, the program would build a stronger sense of trust and care that fear of jail time does not. The HEART program was created out of demand from Black, Brown, and low-income communities in Cambridge to create an alternative to policing systems in the city. These are not the only names. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade are not the only names that we are reminded of when the issue of police brutality against Black lives comes up year after year after year. In the past year alone, over 1,000 lives were lost to policing systems across the U.S. I ask that you invest into the HEART program.
Thank you for your testimony. And for those who I'm cutting off, feel free to please email us at the City Council. Shalomia Lightfoot, followed by Christopher Schmidt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I'm Shlomia on Amherst Street in Cambridge. Please implement the HEART program as written. For my PhD at MIT, I studied how broad participatory versus more closed processes get at both our values and at technical truths. The HEART program is carefully structured through an inclusive community engagement process. It is set up to learn as a system and to remain accountable. My research found that just this type of process creates the solutions that reflect both our values and the technical realities of the situation. The HEART program must not be collapsed with the city manager's public safety task force. My research identified programs that tried to look like community processes but without genuine broad consultation. These programs did not reach the robust conclusions and implementation potential of the true participatory processes. The HEART program will do a world of good for Cambridge and serve as a model for other cities. Also, people are not getting the help they need because they're afraid to call the responders. Relatives and I have not called for emergency help because someone involved was Black, queer, or homeless, and we were afraid of what might happen. HEART will get people what they need because people will call.
Thank you for your testimony. Christopher Schmidt, followed by Farah Ravenbach.
Christopher Schmidt, 17 Laurel Street. I wanted to speak on the matter of parking concerns. So parking concerns are a constant refrain in our city, but we don't have even the most basic information about the status of our parking citywide. We don't even know how many residential parking spaces there are, much less their availability relative to permits. As a city working to improve our climate impact, we must reduce cars in our city. The key way to do that, frankly, is to reduce the number of parking spaces. Access to parking, the single strongest correlation for rate of car ownership. Parking supply more strongly predicts car ownership than transit access. Residents in buildings that guarantee one parking spot per unit had double the rate of car ownerships of residents in buildings without parking. We have tools available to adjust our use of parking, to adjust our use of cars, and to reduce the wasted space in our city that harms both safety and enjoyment of the city. And I support CED taking steps to study these issues thoroughly to make recommendations how to move forward. I also look forward to the city manager's ongoing process to begin the important work of leading a community process to create an alternative public safety response in Cambridge. I look forward to what we can see, what we can accomplish with the full engagement of the broader Cambridge community in creating the best outcomes for all. Thank you.
Farah, followed by Tiffany Gallagher.
Farah has not joined.
We will go to Tiffany Gallagher and then Jennifer James.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Gallagher. I represent Civitas, a legal and consulting firm. Our firm is, and I'm here to speak on policy number 148. Our firm is the nation's expert on the formations of tourism special assessment districts and worked with the Commonwealth's regional tourism councils to pass the TDMD enabling legislation. The TDMD mechanism empowers the industry to establish a self-funded revenue stream with local government oversight and support with no cost to local and state governments. The concept has been widely embraced as a recovery tool in effort to rebuild from the devastation from the COVID-19 pandemic. I've worked closely with Robin Culbertson of the Cambridge Office of Tourism and Martha Sheridan of the Boston CVB to put together a district plan that the hotels widely support for the recovery of the destination as a whole. There are 186 TDMDs in 17 states. 95% of them renew their districts at the conclusion of their first terms. They're a proven source of stable, dedicated funding for tourism promotion and do not require any additional general fund dollars from the state or local government. TDMD will allow our businesses and community to expedite recovery. This will be the very first TDMD in Massachusetts. Thank you.
We will move to Jennifer James and then Rajani Shah.
Jennifer has not joined the Zoom. Rajani Shah, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Ragini Shah, and I live at 22 Harris Street. I want to urge the City Council to vote yes on PO 114. In a previous meeting, someone referred to HART as a gift to Cambridge, and I could not agree more. As somebody with a host of privileges that keeps me from having direct contact with police in this city, I want Cambridge to listen to those most affected by policing when considering alternatives. The HART program founders have done the work for the city. They've built HART out of a collaborative process. They've done the hard work to find other models that work, whereas the city manager's task force has relied on the positions of the two co-chairs without any meaningful input from the community. Cambridge has a chance to really live its values of equity, collaboration, and transparency by voting yes on PO 114 exactly as written. Not doing so would reveal Cambridge as a city that espouses progressive values but does not live them. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Mohammed. Mohammed Hashish, who has 20 seconds left on his clock. He's back and no longer has tech issues, I believe. So can we please go to Mohammed?
Hello, sorry about that. My name is Mohammed Hashish. I'm the area managing director at the Cambridge Courtyard at 777 Memorial Drive. I'm here today to voice my support for the Tourism and Destination Marketing District Initiative. Huge thank you to Robin and her team at the Cambridge Office for Tourism, who reached out to each and every general manager to see if there's any concerns or any concerns we may have had with the legislation. As a Marriott property, my owners were first reluctant until we attended some educational sessions and understood all the nuances of the legislation.
Thank you for your testimony, Mohammed. Feel free to send the remainder to us via email. We will go to Mary Bain Campbell, followed by Monty Montero Elliott.
Hi, my name's Mary Bain Campbell, and I moved to Cambridge from Boston 28 years ago. I'm speaking tonight to request that the City Council vote yes on the implementation of the Cambridge HART program, PO 114. I believe on the basis of living for 67 years as a civic person in transparency and community participation, and watching what works and what leads to division, anger, dysfunction, and violence. The HART program, which is designed to employ and engage the leadership of people in impacted communities, is what works. Communal investment, not top-down surveillance and adversarialism. People talk about how similar the city manager's public safety task force is, but it isn't. It was designed mostly by two people, largely behind closed doors, to function behind closed doors. A lack of trust and of hope is operationalized that way. Mistrust is taken for granted and thus generated and made
Thank you for your testimony. Monty Montero Elliott, followed by Amanda Beatty.
Monty Montero Elliott, Sydney Street, lifelong resident and community member. I urge the council to pass Policy Order 114 as written and support the HART Coalition. Last year, in the wake of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade's murders, I started seriously paying attention to public safety and was heartened when I learned about cahoots. I believe in HART. It is a genuine coalition representing organizations all over Cambridge. I've been sitting in on meetings, asking questions, going to community outreach sessions, getting to know coalition members, doing some readings on my own. I believe in this process. This isn't just some lark that people are going on. This is the real deal, and we're building something incredible. As a member of the LGBT community, I know firsthand that police don't keep us safe. And let me be entirely clear. As a community member, resident, taxpayer, and voter, I have zero confidence in the city's public safety task force or in the program it alleges it has. Not only was the public unable to attend the meeting itself, but the task force did not even deign to release the recordings, the agenda, or even the minutes. Earlier this year, back in March, in a city council meeting much like this one, I gave public comment asking for more transparency, and nothing happened. This won't happen with Hart.
Next up, Amanda Beatty and then Ben Kane.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. I'm here tonight to talk about my support for Policy Order 115. I know that cars driving over 20 miles per hour is an issue all over the city, but I wanted to talk about the Riverside neighborhood. There's a lot of speeding in this neighborhood. I live on Franklin Street between Putnam and Bay Streets. I live at the top of Franklin, kind of closer to Putnam Avenue. The cars generally turn onto Franklin off of Putnam and bolt down Franklin as there's a small hill on Franklin closer to Putnam. This also leads to people running the stop sign at the corner of the Franklin and Bay Streets, which is really dangerous. I've also experienced similar issues on Kinnaird, Green, and Bay Streets and Putnam Avenue. I have 2 small children. There are many children who live in this neighborhood. We hope that the residents can work with the city to do something about this before something is...
For your testimony. Ben Kane, followed by Peter Pullman.
Ben has not joined. Peter Coleman, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Peter Coleman. I live at 514 Franklin Street, and I wanted to speak in favor of the Riverside traffic study that Amanda just spoke in favor of. Like her, I have 2 small kids, and it's been an issue for years, but certainly, and I think this is a nationwide trend, has kind of gotten worse during the pandemic. So I'd like to voice my support in looking at options that the city could take. I think there's a lot of neighborhood support for taking a look at what options are available. And I think Cambridge in general has been a pretty forward-looking community when it comes to safety, Vision Zero, things like that. That I think we're seeing across the city, but within neighborhoods, I think the Riverside neighborhood is particularly supportive of this. So thank you.
We'll go to Jamie Frank.
My name is Jamie Frank. I live in Cambridge on Columbia Street. I urge the council to vote yes on PO 114 as written in support of the HART program. Instead of focusing on monitoring and penalizing people, the HART program focuses on support such as housing, transportation, and restorative conflict resolution. Policing in the U.S. was designed to enforce oppression through violence. The purpose of policing has not been to encourage compassion or to help communities thrive or to keep communities safe. HART was designed to reach these goals and was developed in collaboration with the people affected. I want to note that the city manager's public safety task force, as people have mentioned, does not operate with visibility or input from the community. By contrast, HART was developed by a diverse coalition of community members. Cambridge cannot claim to be an equitable and inclusive city, A, while protecting an institution that perpetuates oppression, or B, while rejecting solutions that are created by the community through transparent processes. I urge members of the City Council to vote yes on PO 114 exactly as written. Thanks.
We'll go to Lana Habash, followed by Marilyn Frankenstein.
My name is Lana Habish. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Lana Habish. I've been a Cambridge resident for over 14 years. I strongly urge the City Council to vote yes on Policy Order 114. As a Cambridge resident and family physician, I witness the impact and harm of policing on Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities literally every day. I fear telling my patients to call 911 for emergencies because I'm worried about harm by police, especially in situations of mental health crises. People should not have to forego medical help because of the risk and fear of being murdered, shot, or experiencing physical or mental harm by police. Any efforts to link this program to any police oversight or merge it with the recommendations of the city manager's task force, which excluded community participation and oversight, is disingenuous and betrays the whole point of HART. The HART program is proof to me that we have the collective power to build truly beautiful communities of healing. Cambridge communities have done all the work. All you have to do is vote yes. Do it. Vote yes on the HEART program exactly as written. Thank you.
Marilyn Frankenstein, followed by Lauren Gibbs.
Marilyn Frankenstein, Holworthy Street, in support of HEART. Bill Fletcher, trade unionist, public intellectual, past president of TransAfrica, defines white privilege as a system, not a problem of the behavior of this or that individual. This system, built into the state over decades and centuries, plays itself out in all fields, including jobs, housing, education, healthcare, and law enforcement. Understanding this, to break the grip of white supremacy, which creates so much injustice, it's vital we support new autonomous systems, new institutions, new relationships created and led by the people who have been severely marginalized by the ravages of white supremacy. Relationships created through transparent, collaborative processes involving the entire Cambridge community. HEART is such a system, is such an institution. Support HEART as written, separate from the city's policing, fund it generously, review the bloated police budget.
Lauren Gibbs, followed by Arun Malek.
Lauren, please unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm Lauren Gibbs from 3 Newport Road, apartment 1. As the mother of my only child who died in an off-campus fire in February 2017, 6 weeks before her 20th birthday as a sophomore in college, I urge you to support Councilor Nolan's letter to the Massachusetts legislator to put fire safety information in every student's curriculum, elementary, middle, high school, or college, and test them on that curriculum. I can only say that my daughter might have lived if she had had that information. I also want to say that Cambridge has put its Safe Smart money into K through 3, but middle school, high school, and college also need to be supported as well. And I will. What?
Thank you for your testimony. Unfortunately, you have 1 minute. Feel free to email the council with the remainder of your testimony. Arun Malek, followed by Amanda Saunders.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to thank the City Council, particularly Mark McGovern, for writing and drafting Resolution 144, Juneteenth at Harvard University. That was put on the agenda last Thursday. Saturday, the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer of Harvard University contacted me, Sherry Charleston, and told us that all of the minority workers working for the contractors, the security guards, the custodians, janitors, food service people, would be given Juneteenth at Harvard this year. So the resolution can be withdrawn and does not need to have the City Council vote on it. I'd like to thank you and all the members of the City Council for standing up for workers' rights, because without you and you putting the resolution on the agenda, we would not have had such prompt action. Again, thank you for your support of workers' rights in this city, and please withdraw the resolution.
Yeah. We will go to Amanda Saunders, followed by Lee Montgomery.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Amanda Saunders. I worked in Cambridge for several years and am moving back to Cambridge later this month. I want to express my strong support for Policy Order 114 and urge the City Council to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the HEART program. This program was created out of community demand, and I urge you to pass it as written in honor of the collaborative process and the voices of those who are most impacted by the carceral system and rampant over-policing addressed within the program. As a queer, non-binary individual who's experienced violence, I wholeheartedly believe in abolition. Police do not make me or any of my community members safer. Cambridge cannot continue to stand on a history of valuing collaboration and justice if we do not center the needs and demands of those with the most lived experience. Please pass Policy Order 114 exactly as written. Thank you so much.
We are going to go to Lee Montgomery and then Joel Greenberg.
Oh, God. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Lee Montgomery. I live at 108 and 1/2 Kennard Street, and I am calling in support of a traffic study in Riverside. I've lived here for about 14 years, and we've seen an increase in traffic here, but that's not really the point. What we've really seen is an increase in speed and failure to stop at stop signs and failure to respect people in crosswalks. I can observe close up the people who park on Kennard Street at the side entrance of the Martin Luther King School to let their kids off to school, small children, and they let them off on the street side, and people are flying past them. It's only a matter of time before someone gets hit and possibly killed, and I would not like to see this happen right outside my front door. We need major speed bumps and other calming things in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Next up, Joel Greenberg, and then Rachel Bolton.
Hi there. As you consider the fiscal year 2022 budget, I ask you to support the HEART program. In my opinion, you should vote for this for its humanity. It'll save lives. Also, you should vote for it because it reimagines public safety while building local community at a very low financial cost to the city. The HEART program is born of all the values this council claims to hold: listening to our neighbors, finding community solutions to problems, and developing and employing leaders in the most impacted communities: Black communities, disabled communities, communities of color, and those who are unhoused. The HEART proposal is beyond just a good idea, and it's a fantastic idea. It's cheap. Saving lives is worth it at any price, and this is an excellent deal as far as our taxpayer money goes. Thank you.
You're going to go to Rachel Bolton and then Jean and Jean.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Bolton. I work in Cambridge with and for people who are unhoused, use substances, and or have mental health concerns at the Material Aid and Advocacy Program. And I previously did outreach for the local syringe exchange and overdose prevention program. I want to urge the City Council to vote yes on the HEART program as it is written. I've seen firsthand the surveillance, harassment, and harm people have experienced in their interactions with law enforcement. The mere presence of police officers escalates situation, discounts expertise within the community, and creates situations where people may be forced to put themselves in more danger to avoid interactions. I've spoken with unhoused community members and asked how they would like this new program to respond to crises. Almost every single person described a gentle, calm approach rooted in mediation, harm reduction, and interpersonal relationships. The Cambridge HEART proposal has been a collaborative process that has centered the people most impacted by police violence. It's very important that City Council members vote yes on PO 114 exactly as written.
Next up, Jean, followed by Monica Ortiz.
Jean, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Jean?
It looks like, oh, there you go, Jean. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jean Engine. I live at 259 Upwood Road. I have been a resident of Cambridge for 40 years. All of my work has been with nonprofits. Specifically, I've worked both at the Boston Foundation and as the founder and as the executive director of the Boston Women's Fund. To even think about changing this proposal drives me crazy. It takes so much work to put together a good proposal, and this is a good proposal. This has the kind of review of other programs, the involvement of the community, the commitment to hire community members, the commitment even to work with some of the people from the Mayor's Commission. This proposal should not be changed. I understand there is no funding in the budget right now for any program. I urge you to slow down the budget, think this through, support the people here tonight and the people in this community who need protection. Thank you.
We're going to go to Monica Ortiz next, and then Kathy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Monica Ortiz. I am a teacher with a background in mental health counseling. I am a Cambridge resident on Cameron Avenue of 2 years. I am an Indigenous, Puerto Rican, queer, gender non-conforming member of this community. The presence of police officers do not make me feel safe or others in the BIPOC community. I wholeheartedly believe that help does not come with a gun. I strongly urge the City Council of Cambridge to vote yes on investing in the implementation of Cambridge HEART program. The HEART program is a community-based holistic emergency alternative response team that doesn't involve Cambridge Police and other carceral systems and supports marginalized community members in Cambridge. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
We are going to go to Kathy Watkins and then Juliet Flam Ross.
Kathy Watkins is not in the Zoom. Juliet Flam Ross, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Juliet Flam Ross, and I'm a resident of Cambridge. I'm here today to offer my wholehearted support for the Cambridge HEART program. I'd like to acknowledge that the virtual platform, among other barriers, makes it difficult for many to attend who are unhoused and unstably housed. As a volunteer with MAP, I've helped implement a survey with people who are unhoused in Cambridge to envision what an alternative to policing might look like. I can't speak for anyone, but I will share my understanding of what I have heard. Everyone I have spoken to has reflected on negative interactions with the police and told me that they did not feel confident that the Cambridge police would help them if they had a crisis. Most people told me that they wanted someone different than a police officer to respond if they were having a crisis. Someone like a neighbor, a harm reductionist, a doctor, or a social worker. The Cambridge HEART program conducted extensive research to generate a program that is informed by the needs of the people in our community most affected by policing. I urge you to vote yes on endorsing the implementation of the Cambridge HEART program as is, to work towards a Cambridge where everyone feels safe and not just the privileged few.
We're going to go to Cassie Hurd and then Kit Emmerich.
My name is Cassie Hurd. I'm the director of the Material Aid and Advocacy Program here in Cambridge. At MAP, we offer direct support to and organize alongside unhoused and underhoused community members, including people who use drugs and people who are experiencing challenges with their mental health. 15 years of experience listening to, learning from, working for, and organizing alongside people who are surviving poverty in public, as well as best practice, brings me to urge the City Council to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge HEART program as it is proposed. MAP and our unhoused organizers have been actively involved in the visioning and planning process for reimagining community safety and creating Cambridge HEART. Of the 73 conversations we have had to date with unhoused community members, each community member has shared the need for a crisis response and community support that values their autonomy and dignity, is relational, and meets their self-identified needs. Unhoused and underhoused community members are constantly experiencing and navigating systemic crisis and personal emergencies caused or perpetuated by police and systems that police them. They deserve autonomy and dignity, and to instead have a system that can...
Thank you for your testimony. Kit Emmerich, followed by Carolyn Majid.
Kit has not joined. Carolyn Majid, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Majid, 71 Reed Street. I'm speaking on behalf of our Revolution Cambridge. There's a developing consensus that we need a non-police, non-carceral response system for many emergency calls. We urge you to support HEART and not the Public Safety Task Force alternative to achieve this objective. Please accept Policy Order 114 as written. Why this program? It comes from a transparent and collaborative community process. It centers the most effective. As a community-led and staffed program based on transformative justice, it has the potential to gain the trust of the community and operate in a way that strengthens neighborhoods. It's based on extensive consultation and research. and consultation on best practices with leading experts. It's endorsed by Cahoots, the national model. Finally, please support an amendment to tonight's budget to save $3 million by eliminating vacant police positions, then direct these funds to Cambridge Heart. Thanks.
Next up, we have Louise Parker and then Margaret Brady.
Hi, I live at 1 Warwick Park, and I urge you to vote yes on HARD. I'm a policy analyst and been a member of the diverse coalition that created this proposal. It's deeply rooted in community needs and values, and as well as evidence and best practices. Collectively and democratically, we developed a transformative justice approach to public safety similar to the successful programs such as Cahoots. I passionately believe that HARD will promote dignity, self-determination, and well-being in our community. Most importantly, it will help protect those vulnerable to violence from existing institutions, including Black and Brown people. You will hear that the City Task Force has come up with recommendations that are very similar. However, there are significant differences because of its process when rooted in sound policy design methods. HART is more comprehensive and more grounded in community needs and best practices. Please vote yes on HART as written. I also urge you to look at the proposal for cutting the police budget by not funding open positions and use that for programs such as HART and other needed social services. Thank you very much.
We're going to go to Margaret Brady and then Catherine Hoffman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Brady. I'm a Cambridge resident, and I'm here to urge the council to vote yes on Policy Order 114 and invest in implementing a HART program as a community-based emergency alternative response program. On my block, I have a neighbor I've known since he was a baby. He struggles with major mental health and substance abuse issues, and sadly, the police are coming more often to our street to deal with his crises. I believe the police know him, they're patient with him, and skilled in many ways, but inevitably the presence of armed police and flashing lights escalates his agitation. And one of these days, it's going to go sideways. The HART program offers an alternative to this cycle. If Cambridge is serious about the values of equity, collaboration, and transparency, it must center community processes. And without the community-based process that created the HART program, the council violates these values. I urge to vote exactly the way PO 114 is worded to give us an alternative. Thank you.
Going to go to Catherine Hoffman and then Andy Nash.
Hi, Catherine Hoffman, 6+ decades in Cambridge, speaking to the budget and HART. Growing up in Cambridge, I walked every day to my private elementary school where I was greeted by a policeman named Richie, who made sure I crossed the street safely. I contrast my experience with 25 years of working with low-income and people of color students at Ringe, whose stories reflect the recent interviews done by the Black Response: over-policing, public housing surveillance, disproportionate and frequent apprehension, interactions which led to incarceration and alienation that turned people away from the police. People listening immediately grasp the difference, which reflects class and race realities in this country and this city. What's the answer? You could transform every police officer with community oversight, not possible, tried and failed, or you could put the non-lethal responsibilities for care and response in the hands of non-criminalizing community forces. It's doable, it's been done, and you have a blueprint proposal in front of you tonight that—
For your testimony. Andy Nash, followed by Elizabeth Big.
Thank you. I'm Andy Nash from 18 Worcester Street. I'm speaking in support of Policy Order 114 because of its dedication to a thorough and inclusive process to arrive at a public safety plan that addresses community needs without involving the police. I understand that the city had its own public safety task force that relied on co-responder models of social workers and police responding together. But based on my 30 years living in Central Square, and more importantly, on the extensive community surveys that the Black Response did to identify local concerns, I believe we need a community safety model that relies on community supports rather than the police to respond to problems related to health, housing, and other stressors caused by systemic inequality. I hope the council also rejects the proposed city budget. a budget that does not move money away from the police and toward an alternative public safety response and actually increases the police budget. This is indefensible in a time when we know that pouring more money into police reforms has marginal effect and that we must demilitarize our communities. Please support 114 as written. Thank you.
Elizabeth, followed by Marissa Velasquez.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Feig. I'm a healthcare provider and employee affiliate of Harvard University. I strongly support policy 114 for the HEART program because I support the safety, health, and well-being of members of minority and underrepresented communities in Cambridge. Policy 114 aims to develop nonviolent and non-incarcerative public safety programs that will strengthen community and neighborhood ties in Cambridge. This program will help meet the needs of everyone who lives and works in Cambridge by improving the response to situations that do not require and are not resolved by police involvement. The HEART program is in the best interest of all Cambridge residents and is directly in line with the anti-racist values that Cambridge has expressed a commitment to uphold. We must invest in alternative safety responses. This policy can save money and save lives. I humbly request and call upon the Cambridge City Manager to support and pass Policy 114 exactly as it is written. Thank you so much.
We're on to Marissa, followed by Lee Ferris.
Lee Ferris, please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm speaking for the Cambridge Residents Alliance to support full funding and implementation of the HEART Alternative Community Safety Proposal. I participated in a number of the meetings organized by the Black Response to get community input to develop the HEART proposal. The process used has been impressively participatory and effective. It combined experts in alternative emergency response programs from around the U.S. with discussions that allowed each participant to improve the HEART proposal. An important part of the proposal is that people who lead and respond to nonviolent emergencies must reflect the people in need of the services. Please fully fund the HEART proposal. The Residents Alliance also asks you to vote against the city budget tonight because it does too little to end racial disparities in many areas and does not include many important priorities from councilors and residents, including demilitarizing the police. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Maya Talwar Ebit.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, my name is Maya Talwar Hebert and I am a Cambridge resident on Putnam Ave. I want to urge you to vote yes on investing in the implementation of the Cambridge HEART program. A central value of the HEART program is the employment and leadership of impacted communities within the program. These are the folks who know best what their communities need in order to thrive. Furthermore, many of these communities have traditionally been excluded from the structures of power. There has been a framing of the HEART program proposal and the city manager's public safety task force as similar, arguing that it is important to get a program up and running and to take into account the work both groups put in. While I understand the importance of these considerations, I don't think they should be our first considerations. Ultimately, the goal is to put in place a program that works to protect and uplift the experiences and voices of those whose needs have been traditionally ignored by our emergency response systems and who have historically been victimized by these carceral systems. The HEART program was carefully thought out with strong input from the community members and deserves to be implemented without compromise. Thank you.
Up next, Katie Peeler and then Andrew King.
Hi, my name is Katie Peeler. I'm a resident of Cambridge. I live at 23 Bay Street, which is at the corner of Bay and Franklin. And I'm urging the City Council to pass Policy Order 115 for a traffic study in the Riverside neighborhood. Like many of my neighbors who have spoken before me, we have just seen so many cars speeding down the streets really fast, particularly on Franklin Street, which is kind of used as a alternative mode to get across Cambridge from Mass Ave. People drive very fast. People frequently either don't stop at all at the stop sign at the corner of Bay and Franklin, or they barely stop. And then what's most worrisome to me, I'm also a pediatric critical care physician at Boston Children's Hospital, so I see a lot of children who come in for things that they didn't need to be suffering from, including accidents. And there are a lot of children who come whizzing down Bay Street the wrong direction on their bicycles. And while we can't prevent that from happening, we can prevent cars from hitting them. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Andrew King and then Miriam Jodelsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Andrew King, Cambridge resident, born and raised in Cambridge. I want to urge the City Council to vote yes on PO 114 as written in support of the HEART program. Unlike the Public Safety Task Force, which has been a non-transparent meeting space that does not incorporate authentic community input, the Black Response Movement has galvanized a remarkable community coalition in developing their proposal. Through a participatory grassroots planning process, TBR has engaged the voices, hearts, and minds of our city's most marginalized residents, along with neighborhood organizations and service providers. They have collectively developed a transformational program which offers a radically holistic and compassionate model of care for our fellow neighbors who have been traumatized, victimized, and disenfranchised, to help them in their darkest hours with healing, compassion, and love without the presence of badges and guns. This bold effort will address a multitude of human needs, including housing, transportation, and services, and conflict resolution using transformative justice frameworks. If the city of Cambridge wants to make good on its stated commitment to Black Lives Matter, waving on the banner.
Next up, we have Miriam, followed by Sky Simon.
Miriam, if you can please leave the Zoom, upgrade the version of Zoom that you're doing, and when you come back in, raise your hand and we'll recall you.
Should we go to Sky Simon?
I'm sorry, Sky, Simon, and Joy Wheeler have not joined. Antonella Fagon, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Antonella Fagoni, and I work in food justice in the Cambridge community, including those who are least supported by the systems. And I full-heartedly support the HEART program policy 114, as it's essential to our humanity on our path to true compassion and true justice. It's rooted in what the community actually needs and wants, and must be put into practice with the full community leadership and autonomy. I trust that you have the wisdom to support the HEART program exactly as it has been written. Thank you so much.
We will go to, is it
Amanda Jasir?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Amanda over at 8 Carlisle, calling in support of 114 and the HEART program. I believe any project about repairing and preventing harm needs to be led by the communities who have been on the receiving end of that harm. And how amazing is it that the Black Response led a thorough process to lay this foundation? I also want to voice my concern about the potential for City Council to co-opt a community demand and prevent real progress from being made. I just went through this myself as a Palestinian community member who campaigned to stop racialized harm against Palestinians, an effort that resurfaced this year and then got grossly mishandled. I fear a similar mishandling of 114 will happen if you continue the path of making decisions without the people who brought the issue to you. Side note, I want to draw attention to the fact that the Black and brown folks showing up today are expected to disclose their addresses while advocating for racial justice, yet a special exception was given the other week to white folks raising their feelings about safety. So anyway, the Black Response has done an amazing job to anticipate potential concerns, thoughtfully addressed already. So the question remains, if you don't pass this, whose interest are you serving?
We'll go to Timothy, followed by Bill McAveny.
Timothy and Bill have not joined. Henry Wardis, please go ahead. You have the floor. Henry, you need to unmute yourself. Mayor Siddiqui, it looks like Henry Waters is having trouble unmuting and Miriam Stadolsky has rejoined. So if he wants to call on her next.
Miriam?
Miriam, unfortunately, we still are unable to unmute you. It says that your version of Zoom needs to be updated. Naima Saini, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Naima Sani. I live at 63 Chilton Street. I'm here in support of the HEART program because it's crucial to public safety that we have an alternative emergency response program in our city that does not involve the police department. I support this program because it was created collaboratively by impacted Cambridge community members, as others have mentioned, and it came out of an urgent need to divest from harmful carceral systems and invest in the true needs of our residents, like housing, mutual aid, jobs, and more. These are the values that I think Cambridge should be focusing on, rather than systems that are so heavily tied to the oppression of Black and brown people. I also want to say that the differences between this proposal and the city manager's public safety task force should not be overlooked. The task force doesn't include the same community engagement and diversity of perspectives that's crucial to the HEART program. And because of this, I want to urge the city council members to vote yes on policy order 114 exactly as written. Thank you for your time.
We're going to go to Marcia Sheridan and then Elon Levy.
Mayor Siddiqui, Henry Waters' hand is raised. Shall we try Henry?
Go ahead, Henry.
Right.
Henry?
My name is Henry Wirtis of 106 Berkshire Street. In examining the HEART proposal and the recommendations of the task force, there is a key difference that provides the most compelling reason for choosing the HEART proposal. Historically, police forces were used as a means of control and suppression of Black and brown people. This is a social structure that arose in the context of slavery and carried to this very day. Police forces are part of America's national system of racism. This historic role of the police transcends the behaviors of individual police members, police chiefs, or departments. There is no need for individuals to become defensive. Taking service interventions out of control of police is important for a shifting power. The crucial thing is to shift power, not leave things as they were. Thank you.
Let's go to Martha Sheridan.
Good evening. My name is Martha Sheridan. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Boston Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I'm here to support policy item 1438, the TDMD. The GBCVB is the official regional tourism council for 44 cities and towns spanning from Quincy to Everett and including our important partner, the city of Cambridge. Across the Commonwealth, there are very limited funds dedicated to tourism promotion, and this initiative will solve that problem. Cambridge is the only city in the region that was invited to participate in the TDMD, as it is such an important and integral part of our branding and marketing. In the wake of COVID-19, the tourism sector has experienced extreme devastation, and there is profound need for more dedicated funding in order to recover the sector. The TDMD will accomplish this at no cost to taxpayers. It will generate significant ROI for small businesses in our community, do so with an equitable lens, and bring back our valuable and diverse workforce. Hotels support it, and Cambridge has enthusiastically joined us in this.
Thank you for your testimony. And sorry to cut folks off. Reminder, it's 1 minute. And you can email the remainder to citycouncil@ma.gov. So we were cambridgema.gov. We're going to go back to Kathy Watkins, and then Miriam, and then Elon. Excuse me.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Kathy Watkins. I live at 90 Fawcett Street in Cambridge. I'm asking the council to vote yes in investing in the implementation of the HEART program. This program is a product of a large number of communities throughout the city. coming together in a way that I've never seen before. We must seize the moment in time and finally address issues of public safety, housing, mutual aid, transportation, and employment. Our system of government has never included the people affected in the solutions. Please invest in us, not more consultants and professionals. Further, I ask you to reject the manager's RFP for broadband. It will not bring a transparent process and is not yet good enough. Municipal broadband is too important to approve the RFP as it is right now. In fact, I urge you to vote down the entire budget on public safety in schools and other issues. It leaves too much undone. Send it back for further work, as the Boston City Council does every year. Thank you.
We're trying to go to Miriam Studelsky and then Elon Levy.
Mayor Siddiqui, we are still unable to allow Miriam Studelsky to speak.
Okay, so let's go to Elon Levy and then Faria Efrain.
Elon is not in the Zoom. Faria Efrain, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Faria, please go ahead. You are unmuted.
Hi, my name is Faria. I'm a Cambridge resident of the Port, specifically the Washington Elms. I grew up in Cambridge and went to elementary and middle school here, and I'm speaking today to urge my city council to vote yes on investing on the implementation of the Cambridge Heart program. I believe that the investment and implementation of this program, because it considers a communities mostly targeted by the police, would like to be treated during an emergency. As a resident of the Port, where I frequently see police officers, I would like to emphasize that the police does not make me feel safe. We need a program like HEART, which is a community-based holistic emergency alternative response team/program that does not involve the police and other carceral system and supports marginalized communities like my own in Cambridge. Furthermore, the Cambridge Manager's Public Safety Task Force is a closed meeting space and does not operate with the visibility or input/engagement from the community. The HEART program was developed by a coalition composed of diverse group of community members, service providers, and organizations to develop a collective program for our community. PO Order number 114 actually invited task force members.
Jennifer Lynn.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Lynn, and I'm a Cambridge resident at 32 Oakland. And I want to urge the Cambridge City Council to vote yes on implementing Policy Order 114 to create the Cambridge Heart Program. This program is a model that can serve the community with empathy and thoughtfulness. I've lost a lot of faith in our modern day policing systems over the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others that have come before and after them. And it's really shown me a lot. I think that my experience too of learning about military grade weapons, including an armored vehicle, machine guns, tear gas owned by the Cambridge Police Department that were only revealed when they were required to release a report of their property, makes me think that we have issues here as well. I firmly believe that an alternative public safety program separate from the police will be able to better serve our community holistically and transparently. I believe that those who serve us should be accountable for their actions, should be transparent in their approach, and should not use violence and force as their primary reaction to crises. Thank you.
Next up, we have James Williamson and then Salva Mansour.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, miracle. Thank you. So I'm sitting across from the DCR pool in North Cambridge. I want to speak about the manager's agenda item about the Gold Star Mothers pool. What's interesting about it to me is that nowhere in the text of Ms. Semenov's report is there any mention of for how long the pool is actually going to be kept open. The original idea was sometime in September, but it's interesting that that part is just left out. So for how long is this pool going to be kept open? The pool I'm looking at right now, when I first moved to North Cambridge, was kept open through Labor Day weekend. And for the last 12 years, I've been fighting, lobbying doing everything I can to get it open through Labor Day weekend with the support of the city administration. The claim has been, oh, we can't find lifeguards. If you can find lifeguards, and I hope you do for the Gold Star Mothers Pool, I hope you'll go back and find them for the McCrean Pool in North Cambridge.
Selva Mansour, followed by Susan Redlich. Susan Redlich.
Hello, my name is Salom Mansour, and I urge the City Council of Cambridge to vote yes on Policy Order number 114 written as is. Nobody knows how to care for a community more than the community itself, especially in times of urgency, which is why the HEART program is so effective in employing and following the leadership of communities impacted by state violence. We have countless examples of the deadly repercussions calling 911 can have on marginalized communities in their deepest times of need. So why not work together to implement long overdue alternatives to the systems that continue to oppress us? The presence of a community-led, safe, qualified, and diverse response team makes all the difference in ensuring the safety of all Cambridge residents. The HEART program not only responds to emergencies, but also addresses the different community needs such as housing and gives jobs to members of the community. I once again urge you to vote yes on Policy Order 114 and help us take a tangible step towards not just envisioning a safer community, but actually being part of it.
Susan Rutledge, followed by Rob Gogan.
Okay. Hello, my name is Susan Redlich. I've lived on Sacramento Street for over 40 years. I support Policy Order number 114 for the HEART proposal by the Black Response and believe it should be funded in this year's budget separately from the City Manager's Public Safety Task Force. What has impressed me about the HEART proposal is the coming together of local organizations that have perceived the need for such a public safety program and have researched its proven feasibility. I feel valued as a citizen because of the outreach they made to me. Through my attendance at First Church in Cambridge, I have participated in the congregation's current study that has brought to light the enslavement of Black and Indigenous people by members of the early Cambridge Church. This awareness of the past, as well as ongoing learning of how racism perpetuates social injustice, moves me to act anywhere opportunity calls to make positive change, as does this HEART proposal. Thank you very much.
We are going to go to Rob Gogan.
Here's Siddiqui. Rob Gogan and Michaela Clark are not on. Next up is Betsy Chase. Betsy, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Betsy Chase. I'm at 152 Pleasant Street. I'm calling to urge the council to support HEART as proposed. I've been to a number of the meetings for the HEART program and the process has been excellent. It's very inclusive. It has a very broad range of people participating. And I've just been so impressed, and I feel like this is something that Cambridge really strongly needs and deserves. We deserve an alternative. We deserve a well-funded alternative. People who want to call the police can call the police. People who don't should have a choice. We know that there are shortcomings in policing, and so that we shouldn't put all of our eggs in that one basket. It doesn't work for police to be responsible for everything that happens in the city. There's a lot of things that don't need an armed response. Please fully fund HEART. It's been a transparent, wonderful process, and I will be thrilled if it passes. Thank you.
We are going to go back. I think there's a few hands up in the attendee list. I think we had skipped over Sarah Itkiss. Sarah, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Itkiss, and I've worked in organizing in Cambridge for many years. I'm testifying in support of Policy Order 114 and urge the City Council to pass the order as written. I am so heartened by the hard and thoughtful work that the Black Response has put into this policy order and the grassroots community organizing that has led this effort. Please take this opportunity to uplift this work. It has been just over a year since the murder of George Floyd and the resulting uprisings. and the conversation around policing and community safety has shifted enormously. You can be a leader in this fundamental shift by investing your budget and resources into the community in a meaningful way. We keep us safe. Thank you.
We're going to go to Danielle O'Banion.
Danielle is not on the Zoom. Jordan Ahmed, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jordan Jamil Ahmed. I'm a Cambridgeport resident on Putnam Ave and a former special education paraprofessional at Fletcher Maynard Academy. I currently work as a community organizer at Muslim Justice League, a grassroots organization with members across the greater Boston area, including Cambridge. I'm asking the council to vote yes unanimously on Policy Order 114 in order to fully invest in the implementation of the HART program, a unanimous vote that reflects the overwhelming support from those testifying today. As a paraprofessional at FMA, I saw firsthand how Black and Brown children in our community, especially Black and Brown children living at the intersection of marginalized race and disability, experience criminalization and harm. These same young scholars grew up to be targeted by law enforcement in their own community. In order to begin to repair this devastating past and present, we must invest in the HART program, the program whose central pillar is the employment and leadership of Black, disabled, POC, houseless, and youth community members. By employing impacted community members, we can set a more just course for Cambridge and set an example for our neighbors and peers in Massachusetts and around the country.
Next up, we have, I think on my end, I see Ishrak. Ishrak Budulab. Budulab.
Ishraq and Azmira have not joined. Darian Williams, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Darian Alexander Williams. I'm an urban planner and resident of Cambridge, and I urge the City Council to vote yes on the HART program. Policy Order 114 is written as a community-based holistic response program that doesn't rely on Cambridge Police and other carceral system. It supports the most marginalized members of our community. Prior to my living here, I was an independent program evaluator for the Orange County Outreach Court program designed to mitigate reliance on the justice system. It was well-intentioned, but lacked community leadership, and it did not fund holistic support. The HART program, however, is holistic because it's built on a collaborative process with impacted community members and service providers and organizations. The program addresses issues that I found in my professional role evaluating other kinds of support programs. The HART program is robust, it is detailed, it gives me a sense of optimism that Cambridge is moving in the right direction. I urge members of the City Council to vote yes on 114 exactly as written. Thank you.
We are going to go to Lacey Abrams.
Lucy has not joined. Ufoma Obienpada, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ufoma. I live on 29 Sacramento Street and I'm a PhD student at MIT. I've also been the co-president of the MIT Black Graduate Student Association for 2 years and worked with the administration to reimagine public safety on our campus. I urge the City Council to vote yes on the Cambridge HART program exactly as written. The HART program addresses needs such as housing, mutual aid, transportation to services through restorative and transformative practices. This program resonates with me because I know firsthand what it's like to experience harm from an intimate partner, but know that calling the police wouldn't actually make things better. At a separate time, I experienced being stranded, debating calling the police because of fears of police brutality as a Black woman, making a difficult decision to call, and then being utterly useless in helping me feel safer. The HART program addresses safety from a holistic sense in ways the current public safety system does not, in a way that the city manager's public safety task force also would not. Thank you.
Next up, we have Patrick Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Patrick Barrett, 41 Pleasant Street. I'm here to support Cambridge joining the formation of a Boston-Cambridge Tourism Destination Marketing District. Over the past 14 months, those of us who are in a hotel, I own a hotel at 907 Main Street, have experienced the worst drop financially that has ever occurred in the market. Joining this group will allow for marketing efforts that will help revitalize the district, although every projection that is currently out there states that a full recovery for this industry, which employs more than 500,000 people in the Commonwealth alone directly, is not really due until 2025, 2026. Please support this initiative. It's desperately needed. Thank you. Also, I live on River Street, and please support the task force. It's like a highway. It's terrible. Have a good night, guys.
We are going to go to Ann Tennis, followed by Dana Bolster.
Yes, Ann Tennis, Griswold Street. Councilors, picture a large family. Unfortunately, one of the members of the family is a troublemaker with a bad reputation. Because of that, the rest of the family gets the same label. Oversimplified analogy, yes, it is. But in reality, this is what's happening with police departments in the country. They are being broad brushed as all bad because of a few bad police officers. The Cambridge Police Department have men and women who put that uniform on a daily basis to protect and serve the city, and they're doing a damn good job. The department uses modern approaches to community policing to decrease crime and improve the delivery of service. The Cambridge Police Department needs the support of our city manager, of our councilors, and of our community. They need the correct amount of personnel to continue to protect the way they have in the past. Please make sure that all open jobs on the CPD are filled so that our department can continue the incredible job that they have been doing. Please check our stats on the crimes in the CPD. You'll be very impressed. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dana Bolster, followed by Hassan Rashid.
Hi there. My name is Dana Bolster, and I live at 155 Fifth Street. I'm a longtime Cambridge resident and a lifelong Boston area native, and I appreciate being able to speak here. In addition to all of the wonderful ideas that have been proposed before me, I would like to add that I think that public safety is not just, it's not simply something that is imposed from external to a community, but is something that should be really baked into the community itself. I really appreciate how the HART proposal, it prioritizes transparency and a level of community buy-in, which is why I'm quite excited and interested in it. So I call upon the council as well as the police commissioner and the city manager to take the proposal seriously. There's some good ideas in there, and I hope it comprises a great start to the conversation, and its valuable ideas are taken into account. Thank you.
Hassan Rashid, followed by Mark Jumaros.
Hassan Rashid, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Hassan, you have the floor. You just need to unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, peace be unto you. Hello, everybody. I'm Hassan Rashid. I reside at 820 Massachusetts Avenue. My public comment is in regards to Mayor Siddiqui's homeless working group initiative. In the past, when the city held homeless workshop type group meetings, such as the homeless cigarette 10-year plan to end homelessness, Councilman McGovern's regional homeless meetings, etc. Public comment was allowed. According to Housing and Urban Development HUD, the city is in violation if it moves ahead with this homeless working group type meeting. If public comment is not allowed, then this is exclusionary and discriminatory. Why don't you all fix this and allow public comment while there is still time?
Thank you for your testimony. Mark Germanos, followed by Olivia Pickard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Mark Germanos and I live on Cambridge Street. I asked the City Council to vote yes on Policy Order 114. We must invest in an alternative to a system where police brutality and racism are rampant. The HART program employs impacted community members and centers leadership of marginalized communities. This collaborative process empowers conflict resolution through restorative and transformative practices. I urge you to invest in the HART program as written, which inspires social justice and avoids violence. Thank you.
We will go back to Asmara, who's back on.
Greetings. Good evening, everyone. I speak here as a descendant of African American and Palestinian American parents pushing for Policy 109, as I did previously, and pushing vehemently for the HART program, which looks to reallocate funds into our Black communities which suffer disproportionate housing, job, food, and health security to secure the basic necessities for quality of living. We know that the wealth gap is 10 times difference between white families in the Boston and Cambridge area to that of Black families. And if we're to speak about equity and racial justice, we cannot do so without economic justice, which includes reallocation, defunding departments that already benefit from extreme wealth buckets, and putting that back into our communities to promote mental health and well-being. Thank you very much.
We're going to go back to Olivia Pickard, followed by Kazi Ture.
Hello, Cambridge resident on Linnaean Street and public health professional. I'm urging the Cambridge City Council to vote yes on 114, investing in Cambridge HART program exactly as written. As a Cambridge resident, I want to see Cambridge move in the direction of progress, empathy, and equity for our Black, brown, unhoused, and low-income community members. As a public health professional, I urge the council to defer to the research on the success of holistic models without police intervention. The HART program was built out of a truly collaborative process with residents, service providers, and community organizations. The city manager's public safety task force does not come close to the openness and community-backed nature of this process. Combining the HART model with any sort of police investment betrays the goals of this policy measure and endangers the effectiveness of the model as a whole. I urge council members to consider what true progress and community building looks like and vote yes on PO 114 exactly as written. Thank you.
Kazi, followed by David Bernardino.
Kazi Ture has not joined. David Brancazio, you have the floor. Please go ahead. David, you need to unmute yourself. You have
okay, got it. Thanks. Hi, my name is David Brancazio. I've lived in Cambridge for 35 years. In October 2016, I heard a woman named Hope Coleman speak at a rally in Boston. She told us how she'd become concerned for the safety of her son, Terrence, a 31-year-old Black man who suffered from mental illness and had stopped taking his medication. She dialed 911 for emergency medical services. Instead, police showed up, took over the call, and shot her son dead when he wouldn't cooperate with them. She said, quote, "They come and kill my son when I called for the ambulance. If I'd known they were going to do that, I never would have called 911. I was doing what a parent is supposed to do. It didn't help," unquote. That was heartbreaking to hear, and it happened not in Minneapolis, but right across the Charles River. It's not the only time this has happened here either. Nobody should have to live in fear of their child being killed as a result of calling 911 or because of not being able to call 911. Let's do something courageous and get all of our residents the emergency help they need. Yes, please, on 114. Thank you.
Next up, Saskia James, and then Alia Farah.
Saskia and Alia have not joined. Suzanne Blier, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Suzanne Blier, 5 Fuller Place. And a few items. One, I strongly support the HART proposal, it's been collaborative, the amazing Black response work, very holistic. It's time we do this. 2, I support the tourism. It's critical to our economy and also getting smaller Black and brown businesses in play on this. 3rd, I support peace, and hopefully we'll get some kind of goals like 49% homeownership renters. And finally, I had to give out this link to another person. So if you see my name coming up again, I promise you it's not me, and hope you will call on that person. Thank you so much.
We'll go to Lisa Kimball, followed by Byron Hineba.
Good evening. My name is Lisa. I live, love, and work full-time here in Cambridge. Please vote in favor of PO 114 as it is currently as a quasi-non-governmental organization. Professionally and personally, I have supported my friends of color in acute mental health crises so many times that I wish there could have been members of my community that were trained that could do it better than I can. They deserve it. Nationally, locally, we know it's time to try something different. And I ask you to take that risk and to accept the gift that's been offered to us by the Black Response Cambridge. What better could we ask for than community members who have led a process, who have well-researched, who have gotten the support from experts who know how to do this well? Take a risk to do something different and trust Black community members. Vote in favor of PO 114. Thank you.
Byron Hineba.
Hi, I'm Byron Heimbaugh. I live on Kinnaird Street, and I support the HART program over the city manager's public safety task force. I feel HART has demonstrated dedication to getting community participation and input because it's come from people that are in communities that are affected and know, the problems in the existing way of policing. It's also drawn experience from existing programs for alternative public safety. And finally, it provides key roles for leadership and employs members of impacted communities. For these reasons, I urge the City Council to vote in favor of Policy Order 114 as written. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to Abir Abu Rubia, followed by Heather Hoffman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I'm calling in favor of Policy Order 114 in support of the Cambridge HART program. As a Palestinian American, challenging the militarized, racist Israeli government would be incomplete without confronting and dismantling those same systems at home and to stand against all forms of racism. While I'm incredibly disappointed with the city's hypocritical decision to not pass Policy Order 109 as written, your failure to divest HP proved to Palestinians that your reputation
on the agenda today, so
that
you
your
have to
reputation
refer
as
to
a
the-
progressive but this is going to go to my point.
Please focus on the proposal that you've mentioned in your agenda 114.
Abir, you have 22 seconds left if you wish to unmute yourself.
I'm all set.
We're going to go to Heather Hoffman, followed by Kit Haynes.
Hello, Heather Hoffman, 213 Hurley Street. First off, it was nice to see the report from the planning board urging you not to pass the MMH. I wish that you could have been there to hear how they talked about it. They were pretty dismayed, many of them, and I agree with them. With respect to the parking spaces, that policy order, I hope that you will not be looking just at parking, but how to use that space, like trees and green space, affordable housing, community space like Starlight Square, and things like what the committee report on Harvard Square talks about. And then with respect to Resolution 12, I have a suggested amendment to you in the line that refers to the land that is now the United States before it was a country. I think you should say before Europeans arrived, because it's long before that. Thank you.
I think that's all I have. I don't see Kit Haynes, I don't see Antonella or Faria. We already went to Suzanne Bay. Did we skip over Mary Rain Campbell, or did we go to Mary?
No, we did go back to Mary. I'm just checking. There's one phone number that's on. 1 second.
Yeah. And the remainder who I think our hands are up, we don't have you as signed up for public comment tonight.
Mayor Siddiqui, we do have Kit Haynes who's joining by phone. Kit Haynes, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. You have the floor.
Hi, this is Kit Haynes. Sorry, I had computer issues earlier. I live at 10 Hazel Street, and I'm calling in favor of Policy Order 114, the HART proposal. I just wanted to note that how the balance of power here is so different when you're calling a community responder compared to a police officer, and people don't want someone in charge. And the amount of trust that the HART proposal and the Black response has made and engendered by actually asking for community input is so much higher than what the task force did, which I asked for information on like a few months back and never got any. And that speaks a lot to the power involved and who we want to have speaking, and traumas about not having control and not having power. So I'd really like to see this passed as written.
So that concludes everyone. I'll have Naomi, maybe you can just do a triple check.
I'm sorry, there's one more, Lucy Abrams, who has joined right now.
Lucy Abrams?
Lucy, unmute yourself.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lucy Abrams. I'm calling in favor of Policy Order 114, investing in the implementation of the Cambridge HART program. As it's been stated before, the HART program is a community-based, holistic emergency alternative response team that doesn't involve Cambridge police, but supports underserved, marginalized community members in Cambridge. Police brutality and racism is rampant, and we must create a new restorative, transformative programs. The police escalate situations, and the HART program will allow for fewer lives to be put in danger due to police presence. So many times I've had to assist my own friends in caring and helping heal them from the traumas that they've experienced. We have to trust and listen to our Black community members. They have done the work, and we are lucky to have so many people in our community who have the leadership and expertise in taking care of our community. Thank you.
So that is all who has signed up for public comment on a motion by...
I'm sorry, Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Kazi Toure is on now.
Okay, Kazi?
Yes. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm late. My name is Kazi Toure, and I used to be the director, co-director of American Friends Civil Service Committee's Criminal Justice Program in the 90s. And I've done a lot of work in Oakland, California, and Chicago and Boston. And from what I've seen, whenever the police are involved, it always escalates bad tension in the community. It's always better, especially in Black and brown communities. It's always better if the people in the community could come together and solve and work out their own problems and build their own programs. Most of the programs in the 70s, the recidivism rate most of the criminal justice programs that we ran in American Friends Service Committee in the 70s and 80s.
For your testimony. So for those who had more to say, please email your comments. And for those of you who didn't sign up, you can email your comments as well, since we cannot call on you as you were not signed up. So I will entertain a motion by Councillor Carlone to close public comment. We'll do a roll call.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We now move on to reconsiderations. There are none. Next up is the city manager's agenda.
Madam Mayor.
Poll number 1, pleasure of the city council. Councilor Simmons. Yes, Councilor Simmons.
Thank you. I wanted to pull number 9 and number 6.
Number 9 and number 6.
Yes, please.
Mayor Siddiqui.
Councilor Nolan.
Number 11.
Number 11.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Toomey.
2.
Number 2. Number 2.
Madam Mayor.
Is that Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
It is. Thank you. Can I pull number 10?
Number 10.
Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Mallon.
Number 8, please.
Number 8. So we've pulled number 1, 2, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and we'll do a roll call on 3, 4, 5, and 7 of the city manager's agenda.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
So we can now do a roll call to suspend the rules, bring forward communication reports from other city officers. Number 4, from me, transmitting communications for the COVID-19 update.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're now on to city manager agenda item number 1, a communication transmitted from Louis Pasquale, city manager, relative to an update on the COVID-19 vaccination rollout. City manager?
Good evening, everybody. My comments along with Claude's presentation will address the City Council's submitted questions. According to the state data released on Thursday for the first time since August 2020, when the state's community COVID-19 risk classification systems was launched, no city or town in Massachusetts is classified as red, all high risk due to coronavirus case rates. The number of communities in the high risk red peaked in mid-January of 2021, when 229 of the 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth were classified as red. Cambridge's positivity rate for COVID-19 tests is 0.1%. In terms of welcoming back to the public to the city administrative buildings, we anticipate the following reopening timeline. Tuesday, June 15th. Tuesday and Thursday, walk-in and access without appointments at city buildings. In-person appointments will continue to be offered Monday through Friday. Wednesday, June 16th. Staff in the public and city buildings and programs will follow the Commonwealth's updated mask guidance. Currently, all staff and visitors are required to wear masks in city buildings through this day. Tuesday, June 22nd. Walk-in access without appointments at city buildings expands to Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. In-person appointments will continue to be offered Monday through Friday. Tuesday, June 29th, walk-in access without appointments at city buildings expands to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In-person appointments will continue to be offered Monday through Friday. And Monday, July 12th, city buildings will be fully open to walk-in and access during regular hours, Monday through Friday. In-person appointments will continue to be offered on department-specific schedules. The city will resume permitting for special events and the use of city parks. Starting on June 15th, special event applications, requests for barbecue use at Danahy Park, and requests for athletic throw permits for non-use of parks will also begin to be reviewed. More information is available on the city's website. As of June 1st, 70% of Cambridge residents have received at least one dose of vaccine, and 59% of residents were fully vaccinated, according to the state's weekly COVID-19 municipality vaccination report. As a reminder, we are offering COVID-19 testing 4 days a week during June, and our teams will also be offering the J&J vaccine at these sites while supplies last. No appointments or ID is required for vaccination at our sites. Testing occurs on Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Testing information, including hours, are available online at cambridgema.gov/testing. With the state of emergency ending on June 15th and the city's continued positive data and vaccination trends, for the remainder of the fiscal year, these updates will move to a bi-weekly format. I will now answer questions from Vice Mayor Mallon, Councilor Nolan, and Councilor Sabina Wheeler, and then Claude will address Councilor Nolan's other question. Vice Mayor Mallon asked, the Cambridge Public Library recently announced that the main library will be opening on limited hours starting next week, but as advised that branch libraries won't open until late June or early July. Given that all COVID restrictions have been lifted on 5/29 and surrounding municipalities like Boston and others have announced full openings of their branch library by mid-June, what is the plan to move the timeline up to both fully open main library and to open other branch libraries by 6/15? Cambridge Public Library staff welcomed patrons back to the main library last week. This week, in addition to patio seating, Cambridge Public Library offering seating in the main library reading room. The week of June 14, Cambridge Public Library will offer hours in the children's room on June 15th, 16th, and 17th. Starting next week, Cambridge Public Library will begin shifting from Holt's pickup to in-person services and will offer limited seating at branch libraries. The week of June 21st, Cambridge Public Library will offer additional hours across all 6 open libraries. All floors of the main library and most seating will be available. The main public areas at the Bordeaux, Collins, and O'Neill and Valenti will be open in the ground floor, and children's floor at the Central Square branch will be open. Please note that the Tech Center and the Lewis Room at Central Square branch are under construction. Finally, beginning the week of June 28th, the O'Connell branch will open to the public, and training for the public to use the main library's new Makerspace, the Hive, will begin in July. New service schedule will be posted on the library's website. Please note all libraries will be closed on June 18th and June 19th for Juneteenth holiday. Councilor Nolan asked, as requirements on distancing ending, what will the city be doing to ensure that materials that were used, lots of plastic, propane heaters, etc., which are unsustainable, are not thrown out, thereby contributing to further environmental damage? Restaurants own their own propane heaters, and we would imagine the heaters would be used again in the future. Additionally, many businesses have left plexiglass barriers in place, even with the social distance requirements lifted. In addition, Public Works will work with any small business or community organizations that needs to help coordinating or has any questions about appropriate disposal of materials. Councilor Breland Wheeler asked, according to the city's analysis, what does Cambridge need to stop using Zoom for meeting and public comment by, according to the governor's recent declaration, if at all? What is Cambridge doing to publicize any planned changes to residents? For specifics related to the use of Zoom at public meetings, I refer to the city solicitor's response on City Council awaiting report number 21-23 on tonight's agenda. As with change, we will inform the public via our various communication channels, including website, daily emails, and social media. This concludes my response to council questions. I will turn it over to Claude to address the remaining questions. Thank you.
Good evening. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to thank the city manager, Dr. Saya, as well as members of the council for the opportunity to provide this week's COVID-19 report. As always, I'm accompanied by Dr. Lisa Doverteen, our medical director. We'll field questions at the end. Pull up the slides, please. All right, next slide. So for the week ending Saturday, June 5th, there were 19 new confirmed cases, which translates to 2.3 cases per 100,000 residents. This is a higher than 7-day average case rate than the previous week, but this is still very, very low and similar to rates that we've been seeing since mid-May. Just know that Cambridge remains a low-risk grade level community. We've had, again, to date, over 6,000 reported cases. We're still holding steady at 123 reported fatalities among Cambridge residents. And our overall positivity rate is still at 0.1% as reported by DPH. With regard to variants, as of June 7th, there were 35 total variant cases reported among Cambridge residents to date. And again, the lion's share of those variants have been at the B117 as reported to our department. And just please note that the additional 13 variant cases reported this week would largely reflect a backlog of cases recently received by DPH, the State Department of Public Health. The infection dates for those confirmed cases range from late February to early May. Lastly, we must continue to encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated. As you've heard from the city manager and as you hear in my report, our vaccination rates continue to remain very, very strong here in the city. Next slide, please. So again, testing levels, we share this with the council each week during these reports. There was a slight uptick in testing after the Memorial Day weekend, but overall testing volumes have declined since January, with a steep drop off, 50% decline reflected between the months of April and May. This downward trend is expected to continue as more Cambridge teens and adults get vaccinated. Reflecting this lower demand, the site over at 50 Church Street closed as of this month. There still remain 3 active testing sites currently in operation where we are providing free COVID-19 testing for Cambridge residents, 4 days per week with a modified schedule. And each of the sites is also offering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the 1 dose, while supplies last. Next slide, please. So with regard to state updates, as the state is closing the mass vaccination sites, the emphasis is shifting away from the regional to hyper-local initiatives in cities and towns. Again, there are 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. Just know that Cambridge has performed very well over the course of the last 15 months. Just know that the state, through surveys, the state has identified 3 distinct groups among eligible residents who have not gotten vaccinated: vaccine refusers, those who are truly hesitant and may never get vaccinated. We hope that that's a small number. Vaccine delayers, those who are still on the fence for themselves or their children, and those who are vaccine ready, meaning those who are eager to get vaccinated but haven't taken action or face barriers. These barriers may include lack of transportation, inability to take time off from work, and or fear of deportation if an ID is required. The state is most focused on people who fall into the vaccine ready and vaccine delayer categories. The state is also offering several hyperlocal programs to towns and cities, including on-site vaccination clinics at workplaces and in-home vaccinations for anyone who cannot get to a vaccination site. Again, and I'll talk about the Cambridge efforts in the next slide. So regarding what's happening here in the city, just a reminder that to date, over 4,300 individuals have received at least 1 dose of Moderna or Pfizer or the single shot Johnson & Johnson at our city-run clinics. To date, we've administered over 6,500 total doses at our city-run clinics. I've had a few questions here posed by Vice Mayor Mallon and Councilor Nolan. And the 2 questions, so as we've seen in Cambridge and across the country, first vaccine shot percentages are leveling off, and we still struggle to fill in the last 30% of unvaccinated residents without an aggressive mobile plan. The question is, what is our plan to leverage the mobile nature of our fire and public health teams who are ready, willing, and able to go into the community to meet residents where they are? How are we planning to be creative about using this team to go to barbershops, workplaces, parks, community events, schools, etc., to ensure that we are reaching each resident? And Councilor Lowell, along the same line, as testing is not required as much since the cases are much lower, and the city's efforts continue to result in low cases and less demand for testing, which has meant the city is focused on vaccinations. Has the suggestion the vice mayor made about using the firefighters to have a mobile vaccination vehicle go to any place in the city where residents still need vaccinations been considered for implementation now? So you see the schedule, but just note that as we have throughout the pandemic, we continue to look at neighborhood, census tract, and age demographic data to determine the best places where vaccine uptake could be higher. As a result, we continue to stand up a number of very localized mobile vaccination clinics. And just a gentle reminder, we have been holding a mobile vaccination clinic since January 20th, as soon as a COVID-19 vaccine was made available from the state. That was right after we launched Operation Nightingale, where we vaccinated first responders here in the city. Thanks to Fire, Pro EMS, the police department, our incredible team at the health department, just know that we continue at it. This past Friday, we held a clinic at the Friday Cafe, followed by a pop-up clinic in Harvard Square. Both offered the J&J vaccine, and 10 individuals received doses. Again, we're not getting the volume that we have seen early on. Just know that we continue at it with our mobile team. This week and next week, there will be the following vaccination clinics held by the city, as you see reflected on the screen. So June 12th, we will be at the Cambridge Community Center, right there on Callender Street. Again, the Moderna 2-dose, and it's not open to the public or walk-ins. But just know that on June 14th, we will be at the Alewife Station. On June 15th, we'll be at Trader Joe's, the Micro Center parking lot. June 16th, we'll be at CRLS. And just know that this is a follow-up from this is the second part of the clinic that we administered back on May 26th. And just know that we continue to focus on the needs of our student population, and especially the middle schools and over at the high school. Vaccine event for CPS middle schoolers and their parents in partnership with summer programs for July and August. Again, we are talking about this with our city partners, and we continue to at least amplify our messaging to make sure that the vaccines are made available. And Dr. Doverton can elaborate on our efforts with our school partners. Next slide, please. Oh, as we move to the next slide, just know that it was Mayor Siddiqui that had asked about the additional vaccine clinics being planned. And just know that we have plans underway for the middle schoolers and for the summer programs. Again, we can elaborate about our efforts underway. With regard to our vaccination rates by race and ethnicity, again, this pattern we report out, we continue to outpace the state for the percentage of Black, Latinx, and Hispanic and white residents who have received at least one dose of vaccine. I am particularly proud of the fact that Cambridge significantly and consistently outpaces the state in percentage of Black, Latinx, and Hispanic residents who have been vaccinated, demonstrating that our outreach and communication strategy continues to be effective. As a reminder, this slide does not include all of the racial and ethnic categories provided in the vaccine data. Just know that we have tagged that those that fall under other or unknown, that reflects about 6% of the population. Keep in mind that these are self-reported data. Again, I'm very proud of the work of our team on the ground to focus on the communities and areas of most need across the city. Next slide, please. Again, same patterns by age and gender. The city continues to outpace the state in all but one category in proportion of teens and adults by age and gender who have received at least one dose of vaccine. A few weeks ago, the state started giving cities and towns a more granular picture of vaccination rates among teens, which we've broken out at the top of the slide. Younger teens ages 12 to 15 are seeking vaccines at a fairly rapid clip. 3 weeks ago, in the state's May 20 municipal report, only 40% of our younger teens in Cambridge had been vaccinated. Now we're at 60%. This is a terrific sign that Cambridge parents want their children to be vaccinated. Meanwhile, we're also paying attention to vaccination numbers among older teens between the ages of 16 and 19. This group is trailing all other age categories in percentage who receive at least one dose. We will be doing some additional outreach to get these numbers up, just so we can be consistent with how we're covering these groups here in the city. Next slide, please. So with regarding our ongoing monitoring of the situation here on the ground, I'd like to share some of the behind the scenes work that we believe has helped to keep COVID-19 infection rates and deaths relatively low in the city over the past 16 months. Throughout the pandemic, our department has used a variety of data and tools to monitor trends and plan local interventions. Our staff use state and local case data to monitor infection rates and localize outbreaks. We look at the overall population, but we also dig deeper and look at how COVID-19 has impacted people by their age, race, ethnicity, and neighborhood. In addition, our staff have used the data to create innovative tools such as census block maps that have identified infection, hotspots, but areas of highest needs across the city. This knowledge has guided outreach efforts as well as locations for mobile testing and vaccination sites in harder hit neighborhoods and housing complexes. Cambridge, again, as you've heard from the city manager, is also one of the few communities to contract with BioBlock Analytics to get municipal level wastewater data, which can reveal rising or declining infections in the city if faster than testing. As efforts have shifted to vaccination, we've been closely monitoring and tracking vaccination rates among Cambridge residents, which I've reported by age, race, ethnicity, and gender, and using this information to plan targeted vaccine outreach efforts. We've also been tracking variant cases, which I've reported out, as well as variant estimates for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Next slide, please. So, with regard to the city and state mask orders were rescinded on May 29th, as you well know. It is now largely up to individuals who decide if and when and where to use a mask. However, businesses, organizations, and other groups can set their own mask wearing requirements and mandate other preventive measures. With this in mind, we should all respect and continue to honor the decision of all vaccinated and unvaccinated residents who need or want to keep wearing a mask, and organizations and workplaces that choose to mandate them. Remember, there are those who are immunocompromised and children under the ages of 12, categories of people who cannot get vaccinated at this time. Lastly, just keep in mind that residents may continue to wear a mask if it makes them feel more comfortable. And I know that along that same line, Councilor Simmons asked two related questions. One is, where will the community be able to get information on best practices regarding mask wearing and social distancing, with the state lifting restrictions, but some businesses and houses of worship possibly having different rules and regulations? And the second question, are there specific guidelines being offered for houses of worship on reopening safely, and what activities are permissible and how those activities can be carried out? Regarding the first question, mask wearing and social distancing guidance is available on the city and CDC websites. Regarding the second question, some businesses and organizations, including houses of worship, may want to consider stricter rules on mask wearing and other preventive measures. It is up to these organizations to decide on whether stricter precautions are needed. This is not something that would be mandated by our department or the city. There are many factors to consider, including current infection rates in the community, indoor air ventilation and filtration, how crowded the space is, and concerns for people who are unvaccinated or immunocompromised. With regard to houses of worship, there are some additional things to consider. For example, age and health of membership, children under 12, immunocompromised, a higher percentage of unvaccinated members, the length of in-person service, or the comfort level with indoor activities considered higher risk for COVID-19 transmission, such as singing. So we want to emphasize the safety of all residents, regardless of vaccine or immunocompromised status, can only be assured with precautionary practices until we have sustained low community transmission. Last slide. So using our, and throughout this pandemic, we use data, as I've shared, to inform our outreach and messaging strategies, and we continue this outreach with the following examples. So we make data-driven decisions. We use census data, census tract data to determine areas with higher case rates and zip code data to identify areas with lower vaccination rates. We focus on age demographics with lower than expected vaccine uptake. We are promoting free, easy access to regional and mass vaccination sites, even though we know that the mass sites are winding down. Folks using Uber, Lyft, and Blue Bikes are offering free rides to and from vaccine appointments through July 4th. And we're also promoting the Commonwealth's homebound and employer-sponsored clinics. As I conclude my report, just one closing commentary about summer weather and our focus on our most vulnerable populations. Again, hot weather and extreme heat can cause serious illness and be life-threatening. And every year, we see more and more extreme heat days. as Cambridge and the city continue to reopen the summer and temperatures begin to climb, there are a number of reminders and suggestions that can help all of us stay healthy and safe as we manage and prepare for hot weather and extreme heat. Keep in mind that during a heat wave, the city of Cambridge has traditionally not opened cooling centers due to low utilization and foot traffic. For seniors, the Council on Aging and Somerville Cambridge Elder Services reaches out to seniors who are on their caseloads to ensure that they have what they need. The Cambridge Housing Authority has staff who reach out to residents of their buildings to ensure that there are cooling stations within each building if the individual units are not cooled. In the past, when the senior center has notified seniors of its availability during a heat wave, seniors who were not already present for classes have not typically come, and those seniors who were present have chosen to leave at the usual time rather than stay until the early evening, even with guaranteed transportation. The senior center has not received calls for assistance regarding today's heat. So for example, for individuals who are staying in shelters or on the street, there are several different groups, including the First Step and the police, who are out providing water and outreach services, including transportation to available shelters. Most of the shelters in the city, including the warming center, support individuals to stay indoors during the day. Just keep in mind the context of this report and some challenges still present due to COVID-19. Our department has prepared a helpful guide for staying cool and safe during hot weather, including precautions around COVID-19 that is posted on the city's website. Social media messaging is also part of the outreach and communications regarding extreme heat. Our guidance is for all residents and with a particular focus on our most vulnerable populations, including older adults and those who are homebound. The guidance includes how to stay cool during extreme heat, knowing the signs of heat-related illness and who is most at risk, remaining hydrated and cool both indoors and outdoors, taking special care of older adults, children, and pets, and how to conserve energy and what to do during a power outage. We've also included guidance regarding mask wearing during extreme heat, given that some people may not yet be vaccinated and that some places of business may choose to require mask wearing indoors. With that, and thanks to our partners in public safety, just know that Cambridge Fire, Pro EMS have been very proactive to keep track of heat-related EMS calls. The Cambridge Police Department has conducted the following outreach activities. So homeless outreach to known congregant locations as a basic check-in. This has been done in conjunction with area and citywide partners. Stock all marked cruisers with coolers filled with ice and water to provide relief to those in need. And finally, CPD has assisted in any way possible by connecting individuals to area services and performing any menial tasks like opening box fans and installing AC units. Again, it takes a village to maintain and keep a healthy community. I just want to thank our city partners and our staff for this update. This concludes my formal report, and I'll turn it back over to Mayor Siddiqui.
Questions from City Council? Vice Mayor Mallon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the city manager and your team. I had some questions about the library reopenings. I feel like thanks to whomever is doing the closed captioning, I think it's so helpful to be able to look back and figure out what was said. So it sounds like there's not a full reopening of our libraries until 6/28, which is when the O'Connell branch is open. Is that correct?
I think that sounds pretty accurate. Yeah, I think it's close. I don't, off the top of my head, know exact, but I think that sounds pretty accurate.
So I think on the topic of cooling centers and places where people typically go when there are heat emergencies, the libraries are generally those places, and they are not open currently. I understand that the Chief Public Health Officer and the team doesn't necessarily want to put together dedicated cooling centers, and I'm kind of on the fence about that. I think I've seen a number of different municipalities doing that, and it seems to be successful. This is the third over 90-degree day in a row, and we've got 2 more coming. Additionally, we've got some buildings that have not yet turned over from heat to air conditioning. I know last weekend we all had our heat on, and this weekend was a very different story. I think we really need to think about our libraries as places where people go to get cool, and I think we should really be pushing to open those by 6/15, all of them, all of our branch libraries and our main library to make sure that we have those spaces for cooling for our most vulnerable residents. I understand this has taken a lot of work to get this schedule together, but I do think when we're thinking about a public health emergency as this hot heat weather is, and who is vulnerable, it's children and our seniors, I think we really need to be pushing for harder on the Cambridge Public Libraries to open on a more rapid schedule. So I'll be putting in a policy order, a late policy order, asking the city manager and the director of the libraries and the public health department to look at a more expedited schedule for opening that main library and branch libraries for fully to provide that function for our elderly residents and our vulnerable residents as we experience these heat emergencies this week and into the what I imagine is going to be a very, very hot summer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it over to Maria, but I don't want to promise that we will be doing that. We've had numerous meetings on the heat. We have a strong team who's determined these decisions. We've talked to the library numerous times. We take this very serious. At this moment, this is the schedule we're staying with, and we will revisit it again. But we had 2 meetings on this today, meeting over the weekend, 2 meetings Friday, and this is the schedule we feel protects our residents. We went through history. We have really not seen big uptick during heat issues with libraries or with other buildings. And again, I appreciate Mike Nall's question, but I want to make her assured that we take this very serious. We are concerned about the young people in the city, and we've moved up our schedule at both city government and libraries twice over in terms of where we started because of this. But I want to be fair to our employees as well. And I think right now, this is a schedule that we have worked very hard with the library with, understanding the concerns of heat. We've talked to Claude, we've talked to the fire chief, who plays a major role in these decisions, as the report states. And I appreciate the audit, but I'm not going to say that at this point in time we'll be making that change, but we'll certainly continue the discussion and review it.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the city manager. I certainly understand that there have been multiple meetings on this, and I'm sure people are working very, very hard on making these having the libraries open. I think what we have talked about in the past is the reason why we don't actually have dedicated cooling centers is because we have places like the senior center and the libraries where people can gather and get cool on those really, really hot days. It has been certainly something we've talked about every year on the council that I've been on, that the fact that the libraries on Sundays are not open in the summer, and that those sometimes are heat emergency days and folks don't have a place to go. So I will be putting this order in tonight. I hope that the city manager and his team can really take a look at how we can advance the schedule to reopen the libraries fully, to fully address the heat emergency that we're seeing here this week. And we will likely see certainly before June 28th, which is when the O'Connell Library is scheduled to open. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
We'll go to Councillor Toomey, then Councillor Zondervan, and then Councillor McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Vice Mayor spoke of what I was going to speak on in terms of the reopening of our libraries. As we know, our residents really love and cherish all of the main library, and especially the branch libraries. So I just want to echo what the Vice Mayor said in terms of having those reopened and fully staffed as soon as and safely as possible. And clearly we've been receiving a lot of emails and just meeting people on the street asking when are our libraries going to be fully open so that we can partake of the great resources that they are for our residents. And it's really, we're very fortunate to have so many branch libraries along with the main library. So it's a tribute to the library and the staff and what we provide that our residents really can't wait to get back into the building. So I just wanted to echo what the Vice Mayor said in terms of the reopening of our libraries. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We'll go to Councillor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did Ms. McCauley want to respond from the library question?
Thank you. Through you, Honorable Mayor, if I may. So I appreciate, is that okay? So I appreciate the comments, and I certainly appreciate the excitement for the public library's continuing reopening. I think people will be pleased to see we're going to be putting out a press release tomorrow what the hours will look like effective June 21st. And so the only reason that O'Connell can't start June 21st is because of staffing. We have some staffing limitations right now. But the week of the 21st, we are greatly expanding our hours. So at the main library, that is Monday, 9 to 5, Tuesday, 9 to 9, Wednesday, 9 to 9, Thursday, 9 to 5, Friday, 9 to 5, and Saturday from 9 to 5. Boudreaux is Monday from 10 to 6, Wednesday from 10 to 6, and Friday, 10 to 6. Central Square is 10 to 6, 10 to 9 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, 10 to 6, Thursday, 10 to 9, Friday, 10 to 6, Collins, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 10 to 6 on Tuesday, Friday, 10 to 6, O'Connell, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., O'Neill on Monday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Valente, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. So this is actually a huge forward movement for us. And we do have staffing limitations, just based on that some people are still on leave for various reasons. But I have to thank my team. I think that they have done a huge effort in a short period of time to try to be responsive to the demand, that the public wants a lot more hours. And so that is effective June 21st. There's a lot more hours happening very soon. Thank you.
We'll go to Councilor Zondervan, and then we have Councilor McGovern, Councilor Simmons, and then Councilor Carlon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also want to echo my support for the library and the staff, and I appreciate all the efforts, and I look forward to opening soon. I recognize the heat emergency is quite a challenge. I want to thank the DPW for turning on the water features in several of our parks, including the Tot Lot in the port. We do have a long way to go in terms of preparing for climate change and these heat emergencies. And I look forward to continuing to work on that with the staff. I do have a question on the COVID. I've been looking carefully at the numbers, of course, and noticed that we did have a bit of a spike last week. And assuming that our new cases are mostly among the unvaccinated, it is concerning that we're seeing ongoing cases because not everybody can get vaccinated, including our children who are not yet 12 years old. But we're moving ahead to open the city, and we've disbanded the expert advisory panel. These sessions are now moving to every other week, so it definitely feels like we're moving on, but we still have a large chunk of our population that's not fully protected and may never be. So I would like to understand how we're thinking about that and how we make sure that we protect all of our residents, not just the ones who are willing and able to get vaccinated, which I celebrate those numbers as well, but it's not everybody yet. So how do we make sure that we protect everybody?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Zondervan, just a gentle reminder, the holidays, we saw patterns last year that the holidays were an accelerant of sorts. So Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, we've seen that pattern from last year. So it was not unexpected that we would see an uptick. And again, apples to apples, if you see where we are, we're still a green level, low risk community. Again, you see the overall positivity. You see the number of cases that we're averaging, 7-day average, or a couple cases per day. So with that being said, I will ask Dr. Dobertine to comment further about our ongoing outreach efforts. We've done an incredible job, thanks in large part to our partners on the ground, Pro EMS, the fire department, police department. I can't say enough about our fantastic staff, our nursing staff in particular at the health department. So let me at least pause here, recognizing that we are paying closer attention to our school age groups, but I'll ask Dr. Dobertine to comment further about what else we're doing to get to the unvaccinated parts of our city.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you, Councilor Zondervan, and through you, Madam Mayor. I think that in all our guidance, we are trying to be consistent that unvaccinated individuals, and that's our children under 12 and the adults who cannot be vaccinated for their own immune compromised situations or who choose not to be vaccinated, should be masked. And so we're consistent with that guidance. We're targeting, as you heard through our list of vaccine outreach efforts, we have done a lot of work lately vaccinating. We have spent a great deal of time vaccinating a very tiny number of people, but I think that that's been worth it because these have been some of our hardest to reach citizens and people who we really needed them to get vaccinated. So we're continuing that outreach. We're continuing outreach to the middle school age and high school age population who needs to be getting vaccinated and can get vaccinated, as well as preparing for hopefully end of the summer or early fall when our elementary school children will be able to get vaccinated, and early in 2022 when probably the youngest children will be able to be vaccinated. So we are happy to see our numbers low. We haven't been this low in a very long time, and we're delighted to see how low we are, but we're not letting down our guard, nor are we backing off of all the outreach efforts and educational efforts that we've been doing all along.
I would just jump in, Councilor. There is no state, in my opinion, who has done more to prevent the spread of COVID in the city than Cambridge. Our numbers are lower than any city of our size. We are still testing 4 days a week with vaccines. We still have mobile sites out there. The time has come to move forward. We've had a lot of discussions, and I'm very comfortable moving the city forward at the rate we're doing it. I think we've handled this incredibly well, and we are at 1/10 of 1%. Never going to be at zero. I wish we could say we're going to be, but the time has come to move on, and I have no regrets on anything, decisions we have made at this point in time. And if anything, I want to commend Claude and everyone who's been involved to getting us into this point, but also recognizing the time has come to just open the city up, and I think we're doing that at the appropriate time, like every other city in Massachusetts.
Councilor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, thanks to the city manager and staff for those answers, and I certainly agree that we do need to open up. I'm just concerned that we, keep everybody safe, including those who can't be vaccinated. So I appreciate the guidance that immunocompromised folks need to wear masks, but there's an element of normalization that also is at play here, where if everyone who is vaccinated stops wearing masks, it may be more challenging for people who are not vaccinated to feel comfortable continuing to wear masks. So, it's a delicate process to make sure that we keep that as a normal behavior, that people wear masks, particularly indoors, so that everyone who needs to wear a mask feels comfortable doing so. I also think we have to be careful because new variants can emerge, including escape variants that could escape the vaccines, and some of the companies are already testing boosters, and so dismantling all of our infrastructure for dealing with this pandemic is risky, because we could be in the fall facing a resurgence, and then we have to spin it all back up. So I'm certainly not questioning our reopening, but I do want us to be careful about it and to not move too quickly so that if we have to react to unexpected resurgence, that we're ready to do that.
I agree, Counselor. That's why we're still testing 4 days a week. That's why we're still having vaccines at those sites. That's why we're still having mobile sites. So we have not disbanded. We have just slowed down a little, but we are certainly understanding we have to monitor this regularly.
We will go to Councillor McGovern and then Councillor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to just follow up a little bit and comment on some of the comments made by the Vice Mayor and some of my colleagues. I am really concerned about the heat and the lack of cooling centers. You know, I'm in Central Square in particular every day. I have a couple folks who like to stop by my house who are unhoused and ask for help, and they are roasting out there. And you know, I feel like we talk about this every year, and every year we get told, well, we have the libraries and we have, you know, this building and this municipal building, which I've often thought was not enough, to be honest. But we don't even have those. And granted, it's, you know, I mean, who knows? It's New England, right? It could be, you know, 50 degrees in a couple days. But you know, I think we need to be able to have something in line to pivot when we know we're going to get a heat wave. Other communities are doing it. They're opening other city buildings. I mean, I don't know. Are there misters that we can get and put in Carl Barron Plaza and in the pit and other places? Like, I don't know what the answer is, but saying, you know, we're looking at it and we're working on it. And I mean, that's not going to help anybody when it's, you know, tomorrow and it's 90 something degrees again. I mean, I can't stand it and I have a place to go. So I just really want to put that out there. I think we've got to do something. And even those places that do open, like the libraries and other places, a lot of people they're not places that people use, right? I mean, even folks who are unhoused, there are some folks who feel comfortable going there and there are folks who don't. So I really want to put this back, you know, on the radar because we're going to get another heat wave soon. Hopefully this breaks this week, but it won't be long. We're getting more and more days over 90 degrees. It's a real concern for me. I just want to make that really clear. Thank you.
Mr. Carlone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to overstate this since a number of councilors have spoken about it already, but I think it's our responsibility every year in the summer to have the library open on Sundays. And we discussed this 2 years ago, before COVID, before the financial tightness that we're going through. And I understand that you can't hire people immediately. I understand that we're opening up due to COVID and we're doing it in a transitional way. But as far as the future goes, especially with climate change, as Councilor Zondervan mentioned, this is going to be a growing critical thing. I think all schools in the long run will be open as community centers. And it won't rest largely on libraries. And if the predictions are right, and it sure looks that way, Sundays in the summer are going to be the worst day for a lot of people who don't have air conditioners home. We have old ones in our unit, and I'll tell you, before COVID, I would go work in the library because it was much more comfortable. But I had that choice. So Sundays, I could work at home and little uncomfortable, but nothing like in the 90s. So I would support the Vice Mayor's policy order. And, you know, we might not be able to pull it off the early part of the summer. There are a lot of librarian students who would love to work a summer in Cambridge. And I said this 2 years ago. They're still out there. So it just needs to become a priority, and I think it will. from a health point of view and a comfort point of view. Thank you.
Councilor Nolan?
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. Thank you, everyone. A couple of quick things. On the library, I fully support the Vice Mayor's motion, and this is a really difficult thing. We know the staff in libraries has been working really, really hard and processing and trying to get it open. And we also know that let's get our competitive juices flowing. We are behind other towns. As I mentioned before, when I've asked about this, right now, Worcester is open to all. You only have to call if you are actually needing a computer. Watertown is open. Boston, all will be open by June 14th, Arlington by June 21st. So let's get our competitive juices going and let's have them all open as soon as possible. The other question I had, which was kind of touched upon, but I didn't hear it about the water parks. I'm very glad that we are having some of the water elements used in our playgrounds. What about the water fountains across the board in every single park? Because we know that people rely on them, they rely on them to their dogs and pets also. I'm just curious because I've heard some reports that not all of them are yet open, and yet we know with surface transmission not happening, it's not a public health concern. So I'm curious through you, Mayor Siddiqui, to anyone who can answer whether we have are taking the step of making sure that all of our public fountains will be open.
Owen can address this, but I do believe as of this week they will all be on. But again, it's not about competitive edge. Often cities that open libraries are not open as much as us. They don't have as many branch libraries as us. I do want you to understand, we have spent tremendous hours knowing the importance of the library. Nobody understands the importance of the library more than Maria McClellan and the employees who work there. However, there is a balance being fair to the employees in the city and our residents. And tonight, it's clearly coming across that you don't think we've put our residents ahead of where they should be, and I disagree 100%. We're trying to balance employees, safety, concerns, and opening the libraries at an appropriate time. And I feel bad that you don't agree with us, but I am not going to say it's because we are behind other cities or we've chosen the delay from other cities. I think we've made better decisions than other cities. So, yes, I'm defensive because I know how hard and how serious the library team, the library union, and the library employees have addressed this, as well as all our other employees. And I think it's unfair. Oh, and you can talk about water.
I have to move the meeting along. Owen, Commissioner, anything else to add?
I'll repeat what the manager said. We expect to have all of our water fountains, water play features, and the features of the dog parks on by the end of this week. We started 3 weeks ago, and we expect to have them all up and running by the end of this week.
Councilor Nolan, any other questions?
No, thank you. And I didn't mean to suggest that employees aren't working really hard. We just want to move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilor Simmons.
Very briefly, first of all, thank you. I want to acknowledge Director McCauley, and I appreciate her giving us the list of those times and the date and the times that the library is going to be open, but it was a lot for me to take down. And so I'm hoping that we can get that in writing just to have it for our ability to let people know. I certainly know that the library and its staff is working all the time, overtime, and every time to meet the needs of all of our residents. And I hear the anxiety or the angst from our city manager. But I believe the conversation around access, particularly for our seniors, has a lot to do with just our concern. It's not about, and let me speak for myself, the reason why I support what my colleague is asking for is that I just heard from a number of seniors at one of our housing buildings. I'm not going to name numbers because I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus per se, where it was 80 degrees in their house with no place to go. And so it's around how do we give particularly our seniors, and that's where I'm focusing on right now, an option to get a respite until such time that the buildings are all cooling because they've switched from cooling from heating. So it's out of that desire to just take care of those that don't have the facility to find other avenues to cool themselves. And the other thing is that folks have been pent up for so long. They're just looking for places to go. So I don't want to prolong this any longer. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to just say that one, I do appreciate the library. I want to thank them and the staff for all the work that they do, particularly through the director. And if we could get those dates and times in writing, that would be great. Thank you. Yield the floor.
Thank you. So I think at least everyone's spoken once, and I'll just add that I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think on the cooling centers piece, I think is one of the first calls I made today around this to the city manager. And I think while in the past it's true we haven't really used cooling centers, and perhaps in the past when we have, they weren't utilized. I think there could be many reasons why maybe it didn't work in the past, but I think being open for the future, given how so much has changed in our society, especially given the pandemic, I think we have to be open to at least looking at some more options. And as has been stated, the calls that some of our colleagues, Councillor Simmons, gotten, our office has also received. And I think if people had a place to go and knew about it, and we did some outreach about it, people would go. So I know some folks who don't have ACs. So there's a lot in terms of equity that, especially that's been exacerbated by the pandemic. So I'll leave it at that, but really, we support much of what's been said. With that said, I know this has been, we're getting out of the pandemic, and everyone is keeping these issues at the forefront and working hard around the clock. So, obviously really appreciate that as well. It's not an either or here. So that's all I'll say. We've gone through everyone. I haven't not heard from Councillor Sabina Wheeler, but before I do that, Councillor Zondervan, do you have a question, follow-up before we move on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, just a quick follow-up. I'm just wondering, and just offering this as a thought to the manager and the staff, whether there's some other buildings that we could utilize as an emergency measure during this heat wave and other heat waves this summer, including, the basement in the senior center, where we have a warming center during the winter. Could that be a cooling center during the summer? The gym at the War Memorial, and maybe other facilities that could be quickly opened up just to provide a place for people to go when the temperature hits 90 degrees.
I don't know if I think we can make that ask, and the city manager can report back to us on that. So I don't see any other hands up, so I suggest that we do a roll call on placing the city manager agenda item number 1 and communication reports to other city officers number 4 on file.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallett.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We now move on to city manager agenda item number 2. A communication transmitted from Louis to Pasquale, city manager, relative to awaiting report item number 21-39 regarding the status of Gold Star Mother School opening plans for the June through September summer season of 2021. Councilor Toomey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to the city manager and the assistant city manager of human services, Ms. Seminoff. Thank you for this report this evening. I just wondered if Ms. Seminoff can just capsize what's in the report. The opening on June 14th, the order also asked for, how an extended period of time, but if you're going to get into that. But the big issue, as always every year, is the availability of the lifeguards for this program. The Gold Star Mother's Pool is it's a great addition to the neighborhood and for all residents of Cambridge. And certainly the last weekend, I think we've seen 3 very tragic drowning deaths of young people around the state. And so that's always a concern about the availability of lifeguards and the safe status of this pool at all times. Especially as people have said, with this very, very warming trend, people want as much access to the pool as possible, and it is an outdoor pool, so this security is very, very important there too. But Ms. Seminoff, if we can just capsize the beginning of June 14th and the hours of operation, and hopefully as we move forward, again, the availability of lifeguards is going to depend on how long the season will extend for our residents. Ms. Seminoff, please.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Mayor, I can speak to this, and then if there are questions, I also have Adam Corbeel here, who can also help. The pool, weather permitting, will open on Monday, June 14th, and it will be open from 3 to 7 on weekdays, and then on weekends and holidays, it'll be open from 11 to 7. That's for the week of June 14th and the week of June 21st. Then beginning the week of June 28th, we'll be working with many of the local summer camps. And in the mornings, we provide instructional swim for the summer camps. And then in the afternoon, from 2:30 to 7 on weekdays, the pool is open for free swim. And then on the weekends, it's open from 11 to 7. We are working hard to have an adequate number of lifeguards. We have some who will be training this week, and we have additional lifeguards that we're advertising for right now. And that's always a critically important issue. Our expectation is we'll keep the pool open until the beginning of September, but as Councilor Toomey, you indicated, it's always a question of, do we have at the end of the summer, when we lose some of our college students, will we have enough lifeguards? But we'll work very hard this summer to try to ensure that we can keep the pool open into the beginning of September.
Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate all the work that everyone has done to get us to this point for the reopening. And certainly, as you said, it's the availability of the lifeguards, and that's not only the pool in Cambridge, but it's all the MDC pools too. We're going to hear the same with the McCurtain pool and the pool at Magazine Beach, the same issue there. Ms. Seminoff, it says for Cambridge residents, I guess my question is, will they have to show ID? How would that work? I mean, some of the resident decides to bring a cousin that's not a resident. I don't want to see a kid get turned away. So I was just surprised when I saw it for Cambridge residents only, and just how that's going to work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're sensitive to families bringing their relatives with them, but we also are trying to prioritize the pool because it can get very crowded in the summer, and we've had to, in the past, limit the number of folks, and so we're trying to be both sensitive, as you were suggesting, and at the same time try to ensure that we are primarily serving our Cambridge residents.
I appreciate that answer. And can you just once again go over on the hours of for the young people to learn to swim? I learned that. I can still remember my lifeguard, Mr. Centrella from Spring Street, who taught me how to swim at the old Gold Star Mother's Pool. So just when are those hours going to be again for the?
Yeah, the hour, through you, Madam Mayor, the instructional swim happens actually for both the city and community summer camps, and happens in the morning hours. We register the different summer programs to come in. So we don't offer at the Gold Star Pool individual instruction in the summer. We've in the past continued to offer instructional swim, which we do year round at the War Memorial, and we will when the War Memorial opens in the fall. we will continue to be offering instructional swim for anyone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the response.
I don't see any other hands up on this, so on a motion by, actually, Councilor Zonovan, any other questions? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, wanted to thank the staff as well for this report and for opening the pool, which is eagerly awaited, as you can tell. And it's great that we're opening up, but you know, this is already our second series of 90-degree days in the spring. So, and I recognize this challenge with the lifeguards, but it seems like that should be a solvable problem if we have people who are looking for jobs and we have a job for them to do. But I guess my question is, you know, how do we make sure that in the future we can be ready to open the pool earlier, you know, maybe even mid-May, so that as the climate continues to change and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, that we have these options available to our residents.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll give you a partial answer, and then Adam Corbeil can provide additional. It's not clear that we would ever be able to open as early May, but that's, I couldn't say it never could happen, but it's also the case that during a normal school year, we actually provide our own instruction for lifeguards, so that this is a year in which we were not able to provide the services to train our own lifeguards as well. Adam, do you have more to add?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Ellen, I would say that's right on. And the other thing that we were short on coming off of last year in the pandemic was our swim program through the Mayor's Summer Youth Employment Program, where we actually train a lot of our young lifeguards, and then they get that additional instruction through the school year. So there are a lot of complications that sort of led us to where we are. And I think Councilor Toomey said it best when he said that, you know, MDC pool, this is always sort of a problem. So it's no surprise really that during the pandemic that this workforce would be susceptible, because they were already fragile in the first place. But we hope to correct it using our traditional pathways that we have in the past to make sure that we beef up our staff levels.
Mr. Zonovan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, my thanks to the staff. I certainly understand those challenges, and I hope you can address them going forward, and you know, hopefully we can find a way to make lifeguard into more of a career option, so that more people will choose to work in this area.
Seeing no other hands up, on a motion by Councilor Toomey to place City Manager Agenda Item Number 2 on file. Let's do a roll call, please.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone. Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to City Manager Agenda Item Number 6. Communication transmitted from Louis Pasquale, City Manager, relative to a planning board recommendation not to adopt the missing middle housing zoning petition. Councilor Simmons, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually didn't mean to pull this one. I entered the 7. They're very close together. So all I will say on this is that it's unfortunate that the planning board made this recommendation. I thank the city manager for putting it onto the new agenda so that we could see and have the recommendation before us. I know that we're going to be taking it, I believe Thursday is the meeting, the evening that we'll be taking up the missing middle. And so if there are other people that want to speak on this, certainly I will yield the floor so that they can make any comments. Again, I'm certainly disappointed about the planning board's recommendation. I certainly support the missing middle, and I hope that we'll have I know we'll have a conversation about this on Thursday. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll yield the floor. I don't know how to talk about number 7 now that it's been adopt it, but it was not my intention to pull this one into full 7. I yield.
We will go to Councillor Zondervan and then Councillor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I do have a couple of questions. I'll ask them at once. The planning board talked about, the lack of an impact study, and I'm just wondering if there's any data or any information that we can be provided by on Thursday to help us navigate this policy question. And then my other question, which is for the solicitor, is whether if we amend the petition to limit it only to the parking minimums question, whether that would be considered a negative action on the petition.
Through the mayor to Councillor Zondervan. Councillor, in terms of the any kind of impact assessment, that is not something that has that has been requested. It's not something that has been done in as part of our analysis. It is possible that the petitioners may have done some work that they might be able to share, but it's not something that we are privy to. And I'll turn it over to the solicitor for the second question.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. So, Councillor through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Zondervan, if you wouldn't mind explaining exactly what the question was again, so I could better try to address it. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the solicitor. The petition, broadly speaking, consists of two main parts. One having to do with housing and dimensional requirements, and then the other one having to do with parking minimums. And the planning board, as I understand it, mostly rejected the petition based on the housing component. So my question is, if we were to amend the petition so it no longer contained those dimensional requirements around housing, and left the current zoning in place, but did remove the parking minimums, whether that would be considered negative action on the housing piece, or whether that could come back afterwards.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the other part of the petition would be passed in your scenario?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm happy to try to provide a more concrete answer on Thursday, but I think that if part of the petition that was submitted is passed, that any part that is removed by amendment would not be considered a petition that had failed.
Got it. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for those answers. So I'll have more to say on Thursday, but I am very concerned about this petition and have been opposed to it from the very start. And many vulnerable members of the community have really urged us to oppose this type of citywide upzoning that's only focused on market rate housing, and really disregards the vulnerable neighborhoods like the Port, where it's likely to lead to further gentrification and displacement. And as it's currently constructed, I think it is racist and classist as written. And furthermore, it would undermine the overlay. So it is disappointing that the petitioners aren't grappling with those questions. They've offered a lot of amendments, but they're not addressing the concerns raised by low income and Black and brown members of our community. Those have been consistently ignored. And we're told that if we add an inclusionary amendment, which I proposed, that it would work, but there's no evidence or data to support that. So again, I'll have more to say on Thursday. but I do have a quick question for the chairs of the ordinance committee because the previous hearing was recessed, so and it's unclear to the public whether we will have public comment or not on Thursday.
I will respond.
Go ahead, Councilor Carlone.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. As I understand it, we spoke to the clerk. There'll be no public comment, so we can concentrate on the discussion. If the committee would rather having it have public comment, which will match what we had tonight, more likely in numbers, we can vote on that. That's the way the rules are. It was proposed to do that, and we all voted for it. Maybe I should have been clearer on what was being proposed. So if we want to, we can vote for it. I think we're going to have a full and long meeting. I'll look to my co-chair for his comments. I think we're going to have a long meeting. This is the most complex zoning change I've ever seen, and we haven't even gone through all the issues yet. What I wanted to add, well, first I'll let my co-chair add his thoughts on public comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think, well, a couple things. One is there's going to be some issues around this proposal. Even if this proposal was moved out of ordinance, there's questions around it expiring before we can actually act on it. So I'm not sure it's really going to go anywhere currently anyway. But I certainly respect public comment, but we've had a lot of public comment on this. I don't think another 3 or 4 hours of public comment where the petitioners line up their people and counselors line up their people, and I don't think it takes away from our ability to have a meaningful discussion. I don't think much is going to change. I think we've heard from people, and at the end of the day, I think this is probably, just given the calendar, is going to expire anyway before we can do anything with it, and so there's really, I don't see I don't see the point in that. I will not vote for public comment if that comes up. I think we need to do our business, and I think we heard a lot we're getting lots of emails, we're hearing a lot from the community on this issue, and we couldn't get to the meat of this issue because of so much public comment. I'm not sure reliving all that is going to be helpful, especially when it's most likely going to be the same people that we've already heard. At some point we got to get to the work.
And speaking of which, I have to move the meeting along since it's almost 9. So the action before us to refer this to the petition. I have to go back to Councilor Carlone, who had his hand up.
I just wanted to quickly follow up with the co-chairs. I do appreciate the answer. I think it would be better for the public if we were to clear that there wasn't going to be public comment, and in that way, people aren't waiting to find out.
Guys, do not speak over me, all right? I'm going to go to you, Councilor Carlone. Please finish your point, and then let's please move on. Councilor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I did attend the planning board meeting, and perhaps other members of the council did. And I was very impressed by the planning board, not just because of their decision, but because of the thoughtfulness that went into it. And the key thing that came out for me is unintended consequences. When you have a very complex, this is their words, a very complex zoning, you don't, without studying it, samples, you don't know what you're going to get. And I just wanted to pass that on, that I actually thought they seriously analyzed this much more than in the past. But I think that's in part due to the complexity. I think we can get to principles that we agree with in the council and send it back to the planning board and community development, which is what the planning board suggested. So that's wasn't fully said in the meeting notes. And it was quite a majority opinion. So thank you. I wanted to pass that on.
Madam Mayor, to Councilor Zondervan's,
sorry. We will be meeting Thursday, as Councilor Simmons said, at 5:30 to discuss it in full. Sorry, Co-Chair.
Just to Councilor Zondervan's question about public comment, at this point, there is no public comment. The meeting was recessed and we're coming back to the meeting. Any councilor can move suspension of the rules to allow public comment. So unless every councilor says they're not going to do that tonight, there's no way to fully assure the public whether someone will do that or not. But right now, there is no public comment on Thursday. But that doesn't prevent a councilor from trying to suspend the rules to make public comment, which is why I'm acknowledging today I won't support that.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to quickly say that in part of the report, before we refer it, some board members suggested that the City Council might want to ask the Law Department to advise us on whether or not the suggested changes that were made in the amendments were going to alter the fundamental character of the petition, and whether or not that would require a refiling and re-advertising the petition for changes. So I just, through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to express to the city solicitor, I'm sure that will come up on Thursday, and if she and her team would be prepared to answer that on Thursday, I think that would be very helpful. I don't know if we need to do a policy order tonight to ask for that information, so maybe through you, Madam Mayor, if the city solicitor could actually advise us on what the best course of action would be if we wanted to have that information on Thursday.
City solicitor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. The answer is technically yes. There should be a policy order if you wish to ask for a legal opinion. We did see the planning board report on the agenda. We're aware of that request, so I think it would be helpful for the record to request the legal opinion, but we are prepared to provide the guidance on Thursday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So I'm understanding you are prepared to give the guidance, but we should codify it through a policy order this evening and vote on it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is the correct procedure, correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
I don't see any other hands on this, so on a motion by the Vice Mayor to refer the petition, we'll do a roll call.
On referring this matter to the petition, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to City Manager Agenda Item Number 8, a communication transmitted from Louis H. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to a waiting report item number 21-2 regarding the possibility of implementing a sheltered market program, and a waiting report item number 21-4 regarding conducting a spending disparity study on city purchasing. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you, and thank you to the legal department for putting this on the agenda tonight. I know it was a tremendous amount of work to get here, and so I'm appreciative of you and your staff putting this together. We had an Economic Development Committee hearing in November of last year, and one of the things that came up was whether or not the City of Cambridge could develop a sheltered market program which would allow the city to go around the purchasing requirements at the state level to purchase items from MWBEs. So I understand that a disparity study is what the legal department has come up with as a way to prove that we do need a sheltered market program, that is actually required by the state. And actually, myself and some members of the Economic Development Committee put in a disparity study request in February. So I think we're all on the same page and same team here. So I'm excited to see this moving forward, and it seems like it's moving really quickly at this point. So I just want to confirm, it looks like the RFP, we did look at, working with other municipalities to do a study with other people, but we said, in light of it wanting to move more quickly, we would do it ourselves. So the RFP would go out this summer, and I'm just curious how long the process is to conduct that study and when we would have the results. It looks like on page 9 of your response that it says that fall 2021 for this disparity study to be done. Is that correct? Madam Solicitor?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Vice Mayor. Assistant City Solicitor Farouk, I don't know if you have more information on that. I think that there was input from your staff on the timing of the disparity study. I don't know if you don't, if Assistant City Manager Farouk does not have that, then I think that, well, perhaps Ms. Hemmerly can help, I hope.
To you, Mayor, to Vice Mayor. Actually, I believe what we said was that we would try to release the RFP this fall just to give us the summer and a couple of months to try to work through developing the RFP for the disparity study. I think we're going to be reliant on, you know, some of the other communities that have done these, Boston being one, on how long the study could take. I would imagine that it's going to take some amount of months to get this done. So I wouldn't really necessarily expect to have it finished until probably late spring or later. And I don't know if the purchasing agent, if Ms. Unger has a bit more information on that.
Yeah, I think I agree with Lisa stated the plan is to release the RFP sometime this fall. My understanding from experience of looking at what's occurred in Boston, it's an extremely data gathering intensive study that has to occur, and I'm not quite sure that it would be completed by spring. I think that would be setting our expectations a bit high and result in a rushed disparity study. So I would imagine that with a release in the fall, that I could see at least 8 to 10 months for a proper study to be conducted, if not longer. But we don't have a lot of data to go to determine that.
Thank you, Madam. You to Ms. Unger and Ms. Hemmerly. So, okay, so the RFP, it's going to take 4 months for us to put together the RFP and get it released. And then it will take 8 to 10 months from there to then get the study report back and provide the basis of whether or not we can actually look at a sheltered market program here in Cambridge. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor? Yes.
So, and I'm just going to ask the question, Ms. Unger, is there any way to expedite the RFP process to be less than 4 months? You know, we're looking at this, the initial conversation we had was in November. The disparity study request was put in February. And then now we're looking at September or October for the RFP to go out. So I'm just looking at ways that we can kind of scrunch that timeline so that we can get this back in a more timely fashion.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would certainly try to expedite it as much as possible. My concern would be, especially when we look at the legal analysis that occurred, there's several aspects that need to be addressed by a disparity study. And I would want to approach that in a way that allowed us to have a disparity study that ultimately would stand up to any legal challenge, because the disparity study is going to be the very foundation for the sheltered market program. And that's what's going to need to stand up to any legal challenge against it. So I wouldn't want to rush to draft the disparity study. And there's something, a lot of research, both on the legal end and on the procurement side, of trying to examine other disparity studies within Massachusetts and even outside of Massachusetts for data gathering for what that RFP should cover is going to have to be done. And I think a 4-month period of time, given the other balancing, the other things that we're working on, is adequate to result in a successful disparity study.
Well, thank you, Ms. Unger. Well, I certainly trust you when it comes to RFPs and your expertise. So thank you for that explanation. And So we'll look for that RFP to be released in early fall, and then each 10 months later getting back that study. But I just did also want to say thanks to everybody for really looking into this. I think it's going to be a really important way that we are going to be looking at racial justice and economic justice here in the city. And I'm really excited that this team is ready to take that on. So thank you all, and I yield back, Madam Mayor.
I don't see any other hands up on this, so.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Councilor Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, as a part of this answer, it mentioned about what we'll do in the meantime, and as we are hearing that it's going to take 10 months, and to go back just a little bit on the policy order that says something about, and I meant to pull in, city manager's agenda on the item I meant to pull in, didn't, which talked about what we're going to do during October, which is Black History Month, to work with and for and support Black and Brown-owned businesses. I'm just hoping that with that interim piece that is in the report that we received from the manager's office about what we'll do in the meantime, some of which they're already doing and some that the city community development department intends to do. I would hope that in that meantime process, while we're trying to put together this disparity study and do the appropriate research and do it right so that we get the best yield from it, that we will get some interim report back about what they are doing and its impact. So that's, I do certainly appreciate the report. I supported the order that brought us this report, but I do want to hear how we're doing while we're waiting for the longer action to happen, to unfold. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see, hearing none. We'll do a roll call on placing City Manager Agenda Item number 8 on file.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Malley.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We are now going on to City Manager Agenda Item number 9, a communication transmitted from Louis E. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to a request for support for the City of Cambridge to join in the formation of a Boston-Cambridge tourism destination marketing district. Councilor Simmons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was really pleased to see this. As all of us know how hard it has been for our community, particularly our businesses. And the reports that we have gotten from our business associations, the Office of Tourism, the Chamber, of how long it is going to take us to really bounce back, maybe 2-3 years, to be back to our full complement of kind of tourism that we were enjoying prior to the pandemic. So I was very pleased to see this opportunity come before us, and excited about the opportunity of being able to support it. And so I just wanted to bring it forward, because one of the things that it needs to happen for this initiative to go forward, and Cambridge has to do this in order for Boston to be able to move forward, because it's a Cambridge-Boston initiative, is to have this policy order saying that we would participate. And so you will see, Madam Mayor, and I can bring it up now, or we can wait to later in the meeting, that there's a late policy order asking us to adopt this.
That's already part of our record. We have that within the agenda item.
Right. So I'm moving the policy order. I talked to the clerk, and the clerk had said I would have to bring it forward. We couldn't adopt it in the text of the report. So what I'm doing was I'm pulling it out of the report so that we could adopt the policy order. And what I did was I introduced it as a late policy order. So I was doing it as instructed.
Through you, Mayor Siddiqui, I apologize, Councilor Sims. I may have misunderstood when we had our email exchange. The policy order is a part of the communication that's before the body now.
Okay, so then I would move the adoption of the policy order.
So I see a few hands up. We will go to Councilor Sabrina Wheeler and then Councilor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I did connect with Robin Culbertson in the tourism office about this. I do have mixed feelings about this because I want to support tourism and all the benefits it brings to the city, especially after the pandemic. I do have questions about the structure of the marketing district. It's apparently been worked on for a couple years, but there wasn't outreach to the city council about this until it showed up on the agenda until the end of last week. And I would really like to have 4 days to ask questions. Myself and members of my office also spent hours and hours reaching out to the hotels that are asking for this via calls and emails at the beginning of the pandemic to see if they'd be open to contracting with the city on rooms for unhoused residents. I know Councilor McGovern and his staff had reached out as well, but we didn't get a response from those hotels then. Or if we did, it was a fact they weren't interested. And these are hotels that are asking for this petition. It's the Royal Sonesta, the Fairfield Inn, the Le Méridien. I would be more enthusiastic about supporting this tonight if they had returned those calls back then. I had a long conversation with Ms. Culbertson about potentially exercising my charter right on this. She made the point that it could affect the process for this, and more than just hotels are impacted by tourism. I'm still confused about how, if this process has been worked on for a couple of years, that delaying it by a few more days would jeopardize it. So I won't, exercise my charter right on this tonight and allow it to move forward. But I will be voting present on this and look forward to having the calls with folks from the hotels that didn't respond to my calls a year ago. And just, on the city side, it's frustrating as a city councilor to not be consulted on a 2-year process until the last minute and then be told, actually, you have a critical role to play and we hope you support this. But please don't charter rate it because we don't have time to ask questions and do the research. So that's sort of where I'm at on this.
Councilor Carlo?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pardon me. Tourism is the second or third largest industry in almost all the states in the country. And as you heard Patrick Barrett say, and I'm sure Robin can say the same thing, they're in bad shape, and it's one of the taxing, or is it a fee, a taxing source for the city as well, which could pay for some of the things that we want. I'll be voting for this. I get the social need for more people to step up, including businesses and universities in particular. But they're in a crisis period, and the hotel industry, and I think we have to look forward and vote yes on this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I don't see any other hands up on this.
And I would adoption, move that
sure.
we.
Yeah, and I'll just say before we move to adopt, I had a few conversations on this, spoken to Councilor Lydia Edwards in Boston, who's part of the effort there, and talked to Robin and Matt Nelson about various questions I had. They were answered. I see the point Councilor Sabrina Wheeler is trying to make. I feel that they're, it's an important point, and I view it as unrelated to the decision at hand. So I'll be supporting it. I see Councilor Nolan's hand up, and then we can go to the Councilor Simmons' motion to adopt. Councilor Nolan?
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. Just a quick question. This is in order to move to the consortium so that there's some additional funds that will be jointly marketed regionally. Is there any restriction on what these would be used for, or do we also, it's not just hotels, it's also any kind of tourism and festivals that we do, or anything that we do that brings people in? Is that correct?
I believe so, Madam Mayor.
Robin?
Well, it's a tourism destination marketing district, but it is going to be collected by the hotels, governed by the hotels, by a small governance committee. And they will be the ones actually deciding on what the projects will be. It's collected at the state level by the Commissioner of Revenue and then dispersed quarterly to our lead city, which in this case is the Greater Boston Convention and Visitors Bureau, as our regional tourist council. Then it's given over to the governance committee, and we'll decide how those will be spent. So it won't be to the level of promoting fairs and festivals and that sort of thing. It's more about a regional promotion and including Cambridge in that region, and making sure that we are included in marketing and branding that is decided on by the hotels and the TDMD.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's a fee that is charged on hotel. Oh, sorry, it's a fee that's charged on hotels and it will go into this pool. Do we have any sense of how big that it's expected to be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, is that to me to go ahead and?
Yeah.
Well, it's right now it's not going to be as big as it will be, sadly, because of the hotel's dire straits at the moment. But it's a 1.5% assessment that they will pass on to their customers. There's a line item on the bill on each room revenue. So potentially it could be quite substantial if the recovery keeps going forward, which would be wonderful for the city because they get the hotel rooms tax, which we can use for many other things in the city. But right now it's going to be lower, and I can't really estimate. They're estimating the occupancy to be in the neighborhood of 60% by the end of this year. And normally we operate at about an 82% occupancy rate. So it could be sizable for the Boston Cambridge to get all the hotels.
Councilor Nolan.
Yep, thank you. I just want to understand more about what the repercussions were, and that it's all about tourism, but it will be governed by hotels. Important to know. Thank you.
Councilor Zonovan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to ask through you, is there any opportunity in terms of how these funds are used to do some more justice in terms of directing them towards local businesses or locally owned black businesses, or are these funds going to more national businesses?
For you, if I may, Madam Mayor, this will be more of a national campaign for branding the region and for doing outreach, international marketing, trying to gain corporate meetings business, trying to do national meeting buys. Every time you turn on the television right now, you see ads for every destination except the Northeast generally, and we hope to correct that. But that will also free up some funds, and that we're looking forward to being able to spend more of our normal tourism budget as we just have, and we're doing some of our website to highlight minority-owned businesses, and we've done several profiles on minority and locally-owned businesses, and we can expand on that with the funds that we have now for tourism, while all the money that we've been spending through international marketing efforts on the hotels can be taken out of this TDMD fund. Does that answer exactly what you're looking for?
Councilor Zonovan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're hearing no other hands on Councilor Simmons' motion to adopt the order.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Present.
Present. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Present.
Present. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes, 7 in favor, 2 present.
We're on to City Manager Agenda Item Number 9. A communication transmitted from Louis A. Pasquale, City Manager. I'm sorry, we just did that. City Manager Agenda Item Number 10. A communication transmitted from Louis A. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to a response regarding the City Council having its own budget for outside legal research. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, you have the floor. Thank
you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just had one brief question on this. I appreciate the legal opinion, and I think we could spend a lot of time talking about that. The opinion itself, but I feel like we've discussed that a lot, and still my general appreciation that we could have our own budget. Understand that's not the will of the council. Did appreciate the response, and the one brief question I had was about the proposal that the council via a majority vote going forward could request that the law department seek outside counsel on that question. Just hoping staff could talk about a little bit more about how they envision that working. That'd be a policy order at a regular council meeting that we would put in, the specific item that we'd like the law department to seek outside counsel on, and then we vote on that question. Or could we get a little more detail on that?
Nancy, you want to take the lead?
Sure. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I think that, I'm not sure I have a lot more detail than what I put in here. I think that what we are saying is that it should be done by majority vote of the council, which is normally done through a policy order. So I think that the answer is that yes, generally speaking, it would be a policy order. And then it would be up to the council to articulate the specific piece of legislation or particular research assignment that the council was requesting assistance with. I would, anyway, so that's what in fact I believe had been in the original order, which was part of the reason for framing it this way. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you for that response. I yield back.
Councilor Zondervan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I had a clarifying question about the report. And the way I read it, it seemed to say that if we wanted to make a verbal agreement with a lawyer that would cost less than $5,000, we wouldn't have to run it through the city manager. I just wanted to make sure I read that correctly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think that was in this report. That is not my understanding. There are procedures for departments to enter into some contracts that are under $5,000, but that doesn't mean that it can otherwise be in violation of other city policies or laws. So I think that wouldn't be relevant in this context.
Councilor Zondervan?
Thank you. Yeah, the $5,000 limit was mentioned in the report, that anything over $5,000 for any written contract has to go through the city manager. So hence my inference that does that mean if it's under $5,000 and not a written contract, that it doesn't have to go through the manager's office? I'm just trying to get clarity, because obviously if we're asking for pro bono help, we can do that. That's $0. But what if we wanted to hire a lawyer for $200 for an hour? Would that be possible under this arrangement?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I mean that depends in part on whether the council has a. No, that's not right. What I'm trying to say is that the answer here has to do with the authority to seek legal advice from outside counsel, and that is not just about who has the authority to sign contracts and which signatures are required. So it's really apples and oranges.
Councilor?
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Carlone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pardon me. My question is a simple one. A summary of the report pretty much said without the manager's approval, we couldn't do this. So I'm assuming that if there are issues with the manager's approval, this could be done under your supervision, under the city's administration supervision. But if the manager approved it, it was something that needed research or we're hurting for time or whatever. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, no, I think what I indicated is that it needs to be both upon the recommendation of the city solicitor and with the approval of the city manager as the contracting authority. But the provision of legal advice and services to the entire city of Cambridge is through the city solicitor's office. And that's what I was reminding the council is set forth both in the charter and in the municipal code. So that it's not just a question of whether the manager might approve something if the city solicitor doesn't agree.
Council, for you, Madam Mayor, I think what the council is saying, and I don't want to speak to the city solicitor, but if the majority of the council votes for an opinion that we need an outside counsel for, we'll go through the city solicitor and get that outside counsel that we determine is the guest to represent an opinion for what the council was looking for. I think that was one of the concerns, was being able to have attorneys. All we're saying is it has to go through the city solicitor's office. But if there was a majority vote and an issue comes up, I'm confident we can get outside counsel or inside if it should to work with the council to address their concerns. So I think we've addressed the concerns the council had. The only thing we can't do is have it go through the council, it will go through the city solicitor, like all legal work does. And I think this is a good compromise that we spent some time on. And I really think it can work to get everything the council is trying to achieve. I hope so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I don't see any other hands up on this, so a motion by Councillor Carlone to place this on file. Roll call.
On that motion, Councillor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan. Councillor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yes. Councillor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yeah.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to city manager agenda item number 11. Petition transmitted from Louis Pasquale, city manager, relative to awaiting report item number 21-23 regarding report on permanently extending remote participation in city council and board and commission meetings. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. I pulled this item. It's a memo about allowing continued remote participation, as you noted, by the public at our meetings. And there's a proposal or an anticipated, we would be able to have hybrid, that when we do go back to, which we believe will have to happen as of the meeting after next, we will be required to be in person. This legal memo says that we can amend our own rules, at least for the participation by the public. And what I wanted to know is, since otherwise it expires, the ability to allow remote participation might expire after next week's meeting, is this something that if we adopt, that we can adopt tonight and change our rules, or what is the process by which we would be able to move to this hybrid system so that we don't get ourselves caught where we do not have the capability and provide the public with the possibility of participating, since certainly this has been one way that people have been able to broaden their participation in our meetings.
Through you, Madam Mayor. First, I wanted to note that the bill that was submitted by the governor, my understanding is that that has gone through the committee process. So, there is a possibility that if the governor's bill is passed, that would at least provide a temporary extension through until September. But if that were not to happen, then what I was providing the legal analysis, which is that the council could have its own rules that would be subject, as it always is, to the logistical complications and arrangements that would need to be addressed through the city manager with other staff, like the cable television department and the IT department and whatever other logistical challenges there may be involved. But with respect to just the legal issue, the council could either go to all in person as of June 15th, if no other changes to the law are made, or the council could seek to have a rules amendment that would allow for hybrid participation, assuming that the city administration can provide that technically.
Thank you. And it sounds like from your memo, Solicitor Glauer, that the city does believe the city staff does believe they would be able to anticipate and provide for the remote hybrid option, so a combination of remote and in-person. Thank you for doing the work on that. And that means that if we were to change our rules, if the law doesn't pass, then in order to allow this, we should be changing our rules by the next meeting so that it would then take effect by the subsequent meetings. Is that the timing, and that's something we would be able to do that quickly?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, since the next meeting is the 14th and the 15th is the day after, then probably, I mean, it could wait until your next meeting following the 14th, so it could wait until the meeting after that, at which point you could amend the rules at that meeting, but certainly then you would have a problem with respect to 48-hour notification and making sure that the members of the public knew whether they'd be able to do it remotely or would need to come here in person. So probably the best thing would be to do it by next Monday if that's what the council wishes.
Thank you, and it may make sense. I will confer with the mayor and Councilor Simmons as chair of the governance committee to see how it best makes sense to make sure that this happens in time. And thank you. That answers my questions, Mayor Siddiqui and Solicitor Glawa.
Yeah, and just to add, I think the original order, I think we had always talked about some kind of rules change. So this, aligns with the previous conversations around this, and I'd be supportive of it. So we'll go to Councilor Trevino-Wheeler and then Councilor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, thanks for this memo. I did just want to clarify a couple points on it. The points in the memo are that we could do a rules change to continue public comment for this summer, but the interpretation and the opinion is that after September 1st, unless the legislature takes action, we'd have to end all remote public comment on September 1st. Am I understanding it right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are two options legislatively. One option is the governor's bill, which would extend the suspension of the open meeting law requirements until September. And then there's legislation pending that was submitted by members of the House and the Senate, which my understanding is that would be for a longer period or just permanently. So what we were saying is if the governor's bill passes, which there seems to be word or gossip that possibly that one has a better chance of passing immediately. And if that were the case, that's presently drafted by the governor as being until September 1st, I believe it is, but it's September. So I was saying that if the first bill passes, that would still require more permanent legislation in order to be able to go further than that.
Councilor?
So I'm trying to figure out when, under the current law, we have to stop remote public comment.
Under the current law, through you, Madam Mayor, under the current law, you don't have to stop having public comment, but as of June 15th, the City Council is required to hold meetings in public at a place where the members are, a quorum of the members are physically present, as things were before the pandemic, and the council must allow members of the public to attend those public meetings and be heard. If the council wishes to extend this hybrid model of allowing for continued remote participation as well as in-person participation, and so long as the administration makes that available, then that could be done. But it wouldn't be in place of allowing both the public to be in person and requiring the council, a quorum of the council, to be in person.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure I'm understanding you, we could keep doing a hybrid model and have some remote public comment indefinitely. There doesn't need to be any additional change from the legislature. That could keep happening forever.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm trying to understand, because at our government operations committee meeting, you had said that after the end of the state of emergency, we'd have to end public comment. Was there a change, or is there a different interpretation now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think I misspoke at that meeting.
Then could you talk a little bit more about what the clarification was? Because you were pretty insistent at that meeting that we'd have to stop remote public comment. Was there additional guidance from the Attorney General's office, or I'm just trying to understand the law?
I said I misspoke.
Counselor, I'm not sure if you're going to get an answer on that. It seems that what was said at that meeting was incorrect, and Solicitor Bo is incorrect. So she's told us that now. So I don't know what more you're looking for.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I just wanted to. There were a couple different points in the memo, and I thought even in the memo there was additional change needed under state law. So that's great to hear, and I'm glad we can keep happening remote public comment indefinitely. And I'll be back. Thank you.
If I could, Madam Mayor, just wanted to add, I think what I said at that meeting, what I intended to say was that we were still looking into it. So if I sounded more emphatic than that, as far as saying it wasn't allowed, then again, I think I misspoke, but we have done more looking into it since then. And the answer I provided tonight is what we believe the correct answer to be.
We will go to Councilor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, and my thanks to the solicitor for this guidance. This is very helpful. I fully support amending our rules next week. It seems relatively straightforward to me that, given that the technical feasibility almost certainly exists, that we could simply have people speak in public comment in the order that they had signed up, whether they are remote or in City Hall. So I don't know if the solicitor could help us draft those rules, or if we need to come up with them ourselves, and if so, what the process is for that. But I would like to have those available for us to vote on next week.
I can work with the solicitor on the rules.
Great. Thank you so much.
Anyone else on this before we place this on file? See no other hands. So on a motion by Councilor Carlone to place City Manager Agenda Item number 11 on file, roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against.
We are on to the calendar. We have a charter written item. Vice Mayor, sorry, were you about to say something?
If I can pull unfinished business number 9 and 10, please.
So we are going to be pulling number 1. Charter right was exercised by Councilor Zondervan on the Cambridge Park proposal. We have unfinished business to take up. There's a number of items. We have items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're just pulling everything. And then Councilor Carlone, I can go to you when it comes to the budget one. So we will now go to the hard proposal. Councilor Zondervan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I do want to express my thanks to the Black Response, Queen Cheyenne, Stephanie, and Dara, who we heard from earlier today, and everyone who participated in this process of drafting this tremendous proposal. I think it's really one of the best community-driven processes that certainly I've ever seen in the city. And I had the privilege of attending several of the meetings, and I'm just very impressed with the work that was done. I also want to point to the tremendously strong public comment that we heard today in favor of this proposal from a very diverse group of community members who all expressed support for moving forward in this direction. I just think it's a really great proposal. I hope that my colleagues will vote for it tonight, and I would love to be added as a co-sponsor myself. And I will hand it off back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Nolan.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. I'll be brief. I'm very excited about this proposal also. I'm glad that we'll be voting on it tonight. I hope it passes. As I said at the last meeting before this was charter righted, the proposal was coordinated, as Councilor Zondervan just said, by the Black Response, and it gets us closer to the vision laid out in last year's policy order. sponsored by the vice mayor and you, the mayor, Siddiqui, and probably the whole council actually, that to implement an alternative response program. The writing of this proposal was a collaborative effort with individuals, groups, and organizations. It created a community process that can be built on now and that can be used in order to extend it even further into the community based on the work that has already been done. Really an incredible effort from a lot of Cambridge residents. And the development and vision has been guided by a deep sense. They use the word love in the proposal, which I think is not something we hear very often and yet really needs to be centered in so much of the work that we do. It seeks to further truly the well-being of all who live in Cambridge, especially the most marginalized. And the writers, what I was impressed by in the time that I spent talking to some of the proponents of this is that they really did seek counsel from organizations that have implemented successful programs in the past, including Cahoots White Bird Clinic, but not limited to Cahoots. And I think that gives it a strength that leads us to be able to build on best practice from other places, as it recognizes that collaborative work should continue before the proposal is fully implemented. And I want to note that I have spoken to the manager about this proposal. He had sent out a note in a couple weeks ago that he had heard the urgency from the council that he was moving forward with a proposal for an alternative police emergency response. The reason HART was not mentioned is it was not before him. We had not passed it, so we really felt that he could not comment on it because it was not something that we had yet passed. I hope that if we do pass it, as he said, he stands ready to work with HART and to move forward on a really robust process to include the HART proposal. He's already preparing a budget allocation for an alternative to police response, and I believe if we pass this tonight, we will see results without delay, and that's exactly what we need. I hope we pass it and formally endorse the process and start the next phase of work. Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui, and that's all I have to say.
We have Councilor Serena Wheeler and then Councilor McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Viewers as well. I've spent a lot of time talking with people and researching different alternate public safety programs and talking with folks in Cambridge who wish we had a proposal like this now because they wonder who to call when there's someone with a crisis. I have also been talking with the Black Response and know they've done a lot of outreach to different community groups and a lot of those are listed on this policy order. Also, I've just been really heartened to see how many people in the community have gotten involved with this and the push for an alternate public safety proposal. I went to a presentation by one of our universities that had speakers from Cahoots, the organization in Eugene, Oregon, which the council referenced in its originally policy order around this. And was excited to see so many Cambridge folks on that virtual meeting. And I know that Cahoots has provided consultation, provided advice, provided support on this as well, the HART proposal tonight. So I'm excited to see it move forward. And I'll be back.
Councilor McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I also want to thank the Black Response and the folks who participated in the HART proposal. I think it's a strong proposal. I did have many conversations with them as well. I think, we heard a lot in public comment and a lot of emails about sort of the HART proposal versus the task force proposal. And I think it's actually encouraging that we have two really good proposals that we can work from and work on to move this forward. They have some similarities, but also some differences, most notably where they sit. The task force was charged with creating a new city department. So that falls under the city umbrella. The HART proposal is a proposal that sits outside of the city. And I think actually they both have advantages and disadvantages. And I think that they're not necessary. I don't see them in competition with each other. I think there are some folks in the community that we know would not trust a city department and would benefit from an outside city department. We also know that there are folks in the community that would trust a city department. And I actually think there's a way to coexist here and look at taking some of those responsibilities away from the police department and place them in another city department, but also supporting something that sits outside of the city, because I think that that's a real need as well. So, I hope that as we move forward, there's been a lot of attention paid on which process was better. They were different. The task force, anyone who knows about city task forces, the manager appoints representatives and they meet and they discuss and they come up with recommendations. This task force was no different than many of the others, and it did include community members. Everyone on that task force was a community member. Sam Gabru, Ty Belletti, Chandra Banks, Reverend Ellis, Reverend Monroe, people from the Black community. So I think there was a different process, but that doesn't make it a bad process. And I hope we can spend more time talking about how do we move this forward to create one or two really great programs for the city that changes the way we do policing rather than concentrating on whose process was better. Because I think there's really good stuff in both of these. And I also appreciate the fact that, we do have a city that, there's a lot of cities that are trying to do this kind of work and they're getting a lot of resistance from their city officials and their police departments and even folks within the community. And I think here there's broad support from the community to change the way we are addressing these types of calls. We've all had stories of people that calling the police was just should not have been the only option that we had. So I'm really looking forward to discussing both of these. I'm really looking forward to, enacting both of these in some capacity, however it turns out. And I think we're on our way to creating something really positive. And I do want to thank all the people who participated. We have two great proposals in front of us, and we should be encouraged by that. Thank you.
We're going to go to Councillor Toomey and then Councillor Simmons and then Vice Mayor Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate all the work of both of those committees that have put a lot of time and thought into this policy order. I will not be voting present on this policy order this evening. I just feel that I think that it has to be a little bit more dialogue among the councilors and probably members of the committee before I can support this. It's very far reaching and a lot of probably some good points in there, but some points that I'm not very comfortable with and how this is going to be laid out in the future. And I understand some, concerns about people, have some concerns about police responding, but one of the aspects of this, it calls for social workers to responding to a lot of these 911 calls. And I just look at what happened last week in Braintree, where there was a domestic violence call that was made to the police department. And we all know what terrible events unfolded at that time, that thank God the person who made the call alerted the police that the individual in fact had weapons, and 2 officers were wounded and a police dog was actually killed. And I'm just not sure I'm comfortable how we're going to allow a social worker without any type of I'm not saying having weapons, but to respond to those type of situations. I think everybody says that domestic violence calls are the most dangerous situations for anybody involved. So to put a social worker or a clinician to respond to something like that without the proper resources, I think is not clearly in their best interest. And all we have to do is look what happened the other day in Braintree. So I will be voting present. I just think this needs a little bit more dialogue and fine tuning before we can move forward. So I appreciate, a lot of community members put a lot of thought and time into this, but at this point I cannot vote for this. Will vote present. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will go to Councillor Simmons and then Vice Mayor Mallon. Councillor Simmons?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the many people who called in 2 weeks ago and this evening to share their thoughts about the Harper proposal. I also want to thank those who worked on bringing this proposal before us. I believe that everyone has worked with the best of intentions, and I genuinely do appreciate anyone who is seeking ways to bring about improvements in our city. That being said, what we currently have before us are 2 separate proposals on how to best move forward in addressing public safety and in reducing the footprint of the Cambridge Police in our community in respect to certain types of responses: mental health, domestic violence, people in crisis. One of these proposals was brought about by individuals banding together to conduct a process they felt would be most appropriate. And another of these proposals came about due to a policy order that led the city manager to convene a task force of Cambridge residents. I hope, in the spirit of fairness and in respect for the hard work by all the people engaged in both these working groups, a fair and thorough review and assessment of both of these recommendations should be undertaken. And here's why. During this process, as we pull ourselves out of COVID, a lot of people have been really focused on how they're going to just go forward with their lives. Some people are not familiar with either proposal or one proposal over the other. And so I'm hoping, and I'm going to propose that we send this proposal with the proposal by the city manager to the city manager to come back with a recommendation. Because something that my co-chair and colleague councilor McGuffin said, there are really good pieces of both these proposals. And how do we properly vet them? Sort of a comparative analysis. Council McGuffin is very clear, and this came up in our committee, that people are not going to want to be comfortable going to just a community-based organization. But the other side of that is we're going to have people that come from outside of our community that are not going to know and not be able to differentiate. And so we need to have, I think, the best of both. And the differences, and whatever differences are that are between the two proposals, that through the city manager or through the office of the mayor, we figure out what those two are to see if we can come to a solution, a mutual solution. The members of the advisory committee gave of their time. They met for a couple of months. Every Tuesday they came on time, they came early, they stayed late. They put a lot of their best effort into that advisory committee as asked for by the city council to do this work. And so I think it is really important that we value both processes and both proposals with equal value. This need not be a situation where we are once again, one segment of the community being pitted against the other. This need not and should not be a situation where we automatically dismiss this recommendation or that one simply because it came out of the HARP proposal or simply because it came from the Public Safety Task Force. Instead, we should evaluate those recommendations based on how workable they are and asking whether they'll bring about the kind of changes we're seeking. So I am urging that we send the HARP proposal to the city manager for review without a favorable or unfavorable recommendation so that it can properly be vetted, so people can be onboarded in terms of what we're trying to do. And just as we must do with the Public Safety Task Force recommendation, we should respect the work done by both these working groups. And we must let the strongest ideas rise to the top and ultimately be implemented. I know that a number, I think it's the interfaith members of the task force actually wrote op-ed concerning this because they are very interested in a positive outcome for this community. So I wanted to put that before my colleagues, Madam Mayor, that we send these proposals to the city manager to come back to us with a recommendation how to best serve the entire community. I thank you and I yield the floor, Madam Mayor.
We will go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm really excited to be talking about this HARP proposal tonight as the sponsor, the original sponsor of the policy order that was passed in June, along with my colleagues, the mayor, Councilor Simmons, and Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, I believe. It's really exciting to see so many people coming forward and really being excited about an alternative response program, an unarmed alternative response program here in Cambridge. I think this is the place to do it. It's the time to do it. And we're really looking at an exciting proposal in front of us. I just want to say, just to speak to one of my colleagues' concerns around domestic violence, I want to point out that Transition House, who deals with our most vulnerable domestic and gender-based violence victims is part of this proposal. They're very supportive of this proposal, and they have a lot of concerns around the way that victims only have one option, which is to call the police, and for their victims, particularly the Black and Brown domestic violence victims, they really do see this as a really great alternative for those folks. So I just wanted to point that out, that Transition House and Sarah, the executive director, has been very strong in her support of this. Speaking to Councillor Simmons' point around referring this, it is in the policy order that we are referring, that the City Council refer the Cambridge-Howard proposal put forth by the above coalition of organizations to the City Manager for funding consideration and to engage in a public community process to discuss this proposal and its implementation. I think that's something that we haven't really talked about tonight, which is what's next, which is the community process. Because the HART proposal and the task force both had different processes. Neither really did that deep work out into the community of people who don't actually know that we are considering such a program. I think the HART proposal, and in looking at the survey that they did, 57% of respondents did not even know that this was something that we were considering. So it's really exciting to think about what is next in the community process, to really get out there in the community and talk to residents about what an alternative response program could and should look like for the residents of Cambridge. So I'm really excited about referring this to the City Manager tonight and really considering these proposals together and really doing that work out into the community to figure out how to implement something this exciting, this necessary, this needed. Like I said, the time is now, and I could not have imagined that we would be here a year later really talking about this in such a robust and vigorous way. So thank you to the folks at HART who put this together, who worked so hard on this issue, and to the many residents who engaged in this process so far. I look forward to what's next. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
We haven't heard from Councillor Carlone, so I'll go to Councillor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our process is always going through us to the administration, as the Vice Mayor just said. And this would happen even if we wanted it to be implemented, either program or a version, a combination, whatever, it would go through this process. And we would want it to be analyzed, compared, what the strengths are, and maybe, as has been said, there might be elements in both of them that we would prefer to have in the final one. But there's nothing unusual in that process. If money is going to be spent, it has to go through that process. But I hope that, and I think we all agree, that we want to hear back in detail and question some of the conclusions that are reached by the administration and potential consultant. I don't know if we're getting a consultant, but I could see this being so specific, we might indeed need that. So I'm all for this process. I think both sides did a credible job. I know more about the HART program just because I'm aware of it and I've been getting information. So I look forward to this. I don't think this is a letdown at all. This is normal. And I wanted to emphasize that. And let's come out with the best. My guess is there are pieces in both. Actually, Councilor McGovern said that. And if it ends up being the best and we're going to hear public comment on everything, it'll be very useful process, and I'm proud that we've come to this point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll go back to Councillor McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just want to clarify something, because I think there's a little bit, or at least I'm confused, but I do think that there's a little bit of confusion. In the first ordered, it says that the City Council refer the Cambridge HART proposal put forth by the above coalition, blah, 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 to the City Manager for funding consideration and to engage in a public community process to discuss this proposal and its implementation. So that's saying funding consideration, not that it will be funded, and that there'll be a community process to discuss its implementation. In the last ordered, at the end, it says that basically it says the manager will report back with the plan for funding and implementation. It doesn't say for funding consideration and implementation. And I think we heard some people call in and thought that if we passed this tonight, that this meant that we were telling the city manager to fund this and implement it as is, which I don't think is the intent. I think it's to send it to the city manager to consider it, to have a community process. It hasn't been vetted widely, yet. And I just want to make sure, maybe through you to the motion maker, that confuses me. One says consideration and one says to do it. And so which one is the ask, and do we need to clarify that so that the public is clear as to what we're actually asking for? So maybe if Councilor Nolan.
Thank you, Councilor McGovern. I think it's clear because we cannot make the city manager do something. What we can do is ask for a plan, and it says ask for his plan, recognizing that it will be whatever plan he comes up with for funding and implementation. The expectation is there will be some implementation and some funding. If he has to look at the entire proposal, which even though in public comment we did hear there is now a budget attached to it, there is not a budget attached to this particular. It was not yet ready for the actual proposal that is attached to this policy order. It's an extremely well done 25-page proposal with lots of information. The Black Response has continued, and the Heart Coalition has continued to work on this over the last 3 weeks since this was first developed. They have worked really hard to specify even more ideas that I hope will be forwarded to the city manager, and he will work with them to understand what other additional elements in terms of staffing, in terms of expected budget will be in there. I think that's part of the process to say, let's get this going as quickly as we can. I don't think it needs to be amended to make that clear that we expect something, the city manager to really work with this proposal and see what he can do.
Thank you.
McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seemed a little confusing to me. I just want to make sure that we're clear, and so the public is clear. I don't want people thinking that by doing this that the manager is going to come back at the summer meeting with a check, because I don't, that's not how it works. And it just, one said consider and one kind of implied do, and I think those are two different things. But if folks are, maybe I'm the only one who got confused by that, but I want to just make sure that we're clear with the public that what we're doing is we're sending this to the manager to ask him to look at it and come back with a plan that could include funding and implementation, but we actually don't know what that plan is what that recommendation is going to be. I just don't want people thinking that this is a done deal, because I don't think it's not the way our system works. And I just don't want people to be disappointed or be expecting something that, is not really what we're asking for. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I see folks who've spoken already. I'll go to you, but then we have to move along with the agenda. It's 10 p.m. So I'll go to Councillor Simmons and then Councillor Toomey, and then I'll entertain a motion to adopt. Councillor Simmons?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, for a couple of things. First of all, I do know, through you to the Vice Mayor, I did know who participated, and I do know that Transition House was. So I'm hoping that the Vice Mayor didn't misunderstand me when I said domestic violence, that I meant that they were not participating. I do know that they didn't. So I just wanted to say that for the record. I didn't want that misunderstanding. I too had the same concern. I would like to support this, but it's one order. The first order says one thing, and then the second one says with a plan for funding and implementation. And I know how we say, well, that's not the intent, but if members of the council have some questions around funding and implementation overriding the first one, which says a proposal, I think the community will have that same confusion. And why not have the language be exactly the same to discuss this proposal? It says, well, I'm gonna go back to it. Order that for funding consideration, that you reiterate with a plan for funding consideration and implementation. Then you're clear that you're sending a very clear, crisp interpretation to the city manager and to the people that are going to see it in the community, that says you're asking the city manager to consider, and not what it says, which is funding, which a lot of people I think are going to misinterpret. So I would respectfully ask that I would move that we just take with a plan for funding to a plan for consideration as it is already written in the first order, so that we have consistency of language. All it does is makes the two congruent. So I would respectfully ask that I would make that amendment, that we just have the two be consistent.
So we have a motion before us already, actually, just to add Councilor Zondervan. So we should do that as a roll call, and then I'll go to Councilor Toomey and then Councilor Zondervan. Whose hands?
On that motion to add Councilor Zondervan as a co-sponsor, Councilor Carlo.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yep.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a response to, I know, Councilor McGovern's and Councilor Simmons' remarks about the two audits that are how they're worded, and I'll just say very briefly, I'm neither confused or naive about the intent of how those orders are put in there. And the expectation clearly is going to be that the public feels that anything different that comes back from this order tonight is going to be perceived against, the city and the council. This is just playing into a certain date in November, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Councilor Simmons to, I think, amend the last order to state with a plan for funding, and if, instead of a plan for funding and implementation, to say for a plan for funding consideration and implementation. Is that what you said, Councilor Simmons?
Right. I believe it mimics, it parrots what's up there. It says for funding consideration. I'm saying plan for funding consideration in the lower whereas.
Yeah, okay. Discussion on that, Councilor Nolan?
Yes, I really think, just so people know, the community and the Black Response worked on this for a month and really tried to come up with something that they felt was strong, that the council could support. They poured heart and soul into this. While we recognize that we can't make the city manager do anything, I think if we change this, it will weaken it, and it may be that the city manager will not get the very strong message that we are very interested in this proposal and really see it as an important part of our going forward and addressing the need in our community for alternative emergency responses. Councilor McGovern said that they're not mutually exclusive. There could be something in the city department as well as something outside. I really feel that it would change it, and it would just disappoint so much those hundreds of people in the community who really reached out to us to say support the HART proposal as is. That's my feeling. So I will not look for that change, even though it may seem that it's this was very carefully worded. Every single word was worked over a lot by folks mostly in the community, working with those of us who are on it.
Councilor McGovern?
Yeah, I just want to, just through you, and I don't know if Councilor Nolan meant this or not, but I want to be really clear. This is not about saying that the Black Response did not work hard on this proposal. They worked extremely hard on this proposal. It's a very strong proposal, very strong proposal. I only had a question about, I thought the asks were different and it was confusing. And when you listen to people who called in, I think there was an assumption that we were saying that this was going to be funded. And I don't think we're actually saying that, because we can't say that. So this is just about clarity. So let's not turn this into who supports the Black response and who doesn't. That's not what this is about. This is just about clarifying what we're asking. Either way, it's going to come back the way the manager comes back with it. But let's not turn every question into who's more supportive and who isn't of this, because I think we're all very interested and supportive of it. That's just not helpful.
And I'll just add, because we're going around the room of this even more, that folks, it can be both and, right? And, you know, I want to make that clear. I think, you know, from what I'm hearing from the council tonight, there's general support to talk about this. Last week there was discussion, or 2 weeks ago there was discussion on the HARP proposal, on the other task force recommendations. I think we have a lot to work with, and the reality is, and I think Councilor Nolan, you've gotten into it, I think what we're having as a proposal, it is a proposal, right? It's a HARP proposal. It's not, I think we'll have to review it, and the city manager, that is what he'll do. And, you know, there's going to be further conversations on this, as is mentioned in the policy order. So to just repeat, I think we keep going around in circles on this. And if there's an amendment, let's just vote it up or down. I think it has the votes to pass. I'm supporting it. Many of you aren't as well. So let's just move forward and not have such a back. Please.
Madam Mayor, I do have to say,
go ahead, Councilor Simmons.
My colleague, I certainly agree with what my colleague, Councilor McGovern, says. I know that the people that were involved, the organizations that were involved as a part of the HARP proposal, I mean, we say the Black response, but it was a coalition of community organizations. And I do believe that they worked very hard, and no one's negating that. But I have to say, where's the same consideration for the people who worked very hard for months on the public safety task force? It's as though, you know, so there is this one proposal, and that the other proposal where people work just as hard and were just as committed. It feels like, and if I were them in some way, I would feel as their participation was disregarded. And I want us to be walked carefully on that, because as we find with our boards and commissions, it's very hard sometimes to get people to serve. And this would be one of the reasons, is not only was I not acknowledged for my work, I was ignored from my work. And that's the way it sounds. So I'm gonna push back a little bit. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, what we know, because we do this every day, is not the same level of understanding the community has. So where we might say, well, it's really clear that it's for funding consideration, I can see where someone will come back and say, oh no, it said plan for funding and implementation. So where we can say what is assumed and what the council might get and what the manager may understand, the community at large may not, if you're not clear. So let's also, I'm saying let's be clear in our language and in our intent. Because just like people said, fund it for X millions of dollars because that's what they thought that this proposal was asking to do. You're saying, oh no, it's only to have a consideration for that. And I don't think people are going to be that definitive in their thinking. I yield the floor.
See Councilor Zondervan's hand up, and then Councilor Carlone, and then I ask that we please move to the amendment. Councilor Zondervan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I think I will not support the amendment. I certainly understand what my colleagues are saying, but the ask is very clear. We are asking for a plan for funding and implementation, and the manager has always has the option to provide that or not. But that's what we're asking for. We're not asking for a plan for consideration for funding. We're asking for a plan for funding and implementation. So I'm voting no on this amendment.
Councilor Carlone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. It's up to us to tell all the people This is the beginning of the council as a whole process. This isn't the end. It's only now before us. And we've talked about it, but we didn't have substance that we could go into detail. So it's up to us to explain the situation. There's a lot of work to do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Clerk, we have Councilor Simmons' amendment before us.
And I'll just reread it for the record. The motion is to delete the words "and implementation" in the last ordered paragraph and replace them with the words "consideration." On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
No.
No. Vice Mayor Mellon.
No.
No. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
No.
No. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
No.
No. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan. Councilor Zondervan.
No.
No. Mayor Siddiqui.
No.
No. The motion fails. 3 in favor, 6 against.
Any other amendments before we move to adopt?
Move the adoption.
Councilor Simmons' motion to adopt, roll call?
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mellon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yep.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Present.
Present. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. The motion passes. 8 in favor, 1 present.
We're now on to some unfinished business. We have a few items before us. 6, we have 5, 6, 7, and 8. Councilor Carlone?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, I'm going to the budget items that you had referred to earlier.
Thank you. Yes, I move suspension to take calendar items 5, 6, 7, and 8 together, along with committee report number 1 and the 4 orders within that.
Clerk Wilson?
On that motion, let's bring all of these items before us. Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mellon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yep.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes. 9 in favor, 0 against.
Councilor Carlone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to accept the committee report and place it on file.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes.
Point of information, which committee report are we referring to?
So
committee number 1. On the subject.
Is this different than budget adoption?
Finance committee meeting.
Apologies, I'm just trying to understand which, so this isn't the vote on the adoption of the budget. Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So, again, just to be clear, we're voting to accept the committee report and place it on file. Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mellon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes. 9 in favor, 0 against.
Madam Mayor, I move for us to vote to adopt the general fund budget in the amount of $735,203,865.
We have a few hands up before we move to adopt. I see Councilor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we discussing the budget at all, or we're just gonna vote on all the appropriations right away?
I think this is the time, Counselor, to do that.
Very good. Thank you. Just making sure. So I'll be voting no on the budget tonight. And here's why. I think we've seen time and time again that critical priorities from the council are being either ignored or are underfunded. And in other cases, we are spending too much money on priorities that we're asking to change. In the case of the Human Services Department, they do great work, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done that's not properly funded. And there's currently no plan for continuing the Green Street shelter after the state funding runs out. And we have seen, I've had interactions with individual community members who have been absolutely saved by the shelter opening up during the pandemic. So we really need to continue providing this type of service to our community members. Universal pre-K, we're continuing to ask for that to be implemented faster, but it seems to be, again, underfunded. I've asked several times for expanding the after-school programs, but I'm not seeing any funding for that. We have no Office of Housing Stability, and the current system that we have in place is really porous, and we're seeing people falling through the cracks all the time. And with the pandemic, that's obviously been made even worse. The school department, we have this conversation every year. We just continue to reproduce the same failure of our Black and brown students year after year after year without addressing it properly. And with the municipal broadband, I did notice that we got an addendum on Friday, but it still insists on having the municipal broadband system pay for itself, where if we had implemented it when it was originally asked for, we could have already been there. And then on the police department, I did submit a memo on the agenda tonight. I hope my colleagues had a chance to read it. And if necessary, we can suspend the rules.
If you you can bring it forward, but it's not.
Yeah. Okay, let's suspend the rules so I can speak to that.
On that motion of suspension of rules to bring forward communications from other city officers, number 3, Councilor Carlo.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons. Councilor Simmons.
Okay.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Go ahead, Councilor Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So in this memo, I lay out some details about the police spending over the years. And, we're seeing in the proposed budget that's before us a $3 million increase over last year's budget, which would represent $5 million in additional spending over what's projected for this year. And that's really unconscionable and unthinkable, that we would, in the face of what we've been through in the past 12 months as a country, and the nationwide call for transformative changes to policing and public safety after the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and countless others, I was really expecting that we would be moving a different direction. And I project out our current spending, and we would be at 90 million by 2030 if we just continue to increase the police budget at the current levels. And at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, we are underfunding critical priorities in our community. So we really need to start holding the line and reducing our spending on policing as we increase our spending on alternatives like the HART program and the Public Safety Task Force recommendation that we just discussed. And, as the chair of the Public Safety Committee, I conducted several hearings on policing over the course of the last year. And I really listened to what the manager and the commissioner have said during those meetings. And it's clear to me that there is no interest in reducing the police budget. And a couple of weeks ago, during the budget discussions, I asked the manager about the police budget and why we're increasing it. And he mentioned that the co-chairs of the Public Safety Task Force were looking at the police budget. So we've received that report from the task force, and there are no proposed reductions to the police budget in that report that I could see. So, it's really up to the manager to present us with a police budget, an overall budget that we can support. And I'm not satisfied with what's being presented to us here tonight. So when we get to the operational budget, I will move to reduce the police department line item to $65 million, which I think we can accomplish by not filling certain vacancies in the department. And even this year, we're projecting to spend under $65 million. So those are my remarks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, City Manager.
Can I just make a few comments on the police budget that I think it's important to clarify?
I'm going to invite you to clarify. There's 4 counselors who have hands, and I think they're going to make similar comments. So I think we should wait till everyone goes. Councilor Nolan.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. I have never voted on close to $750 million budget before. I take it very seriously. And there is an incredible amount to laud and praise in this budget. And we are in an incredibly strong financial position. Our institutions of higher education provide a solid base. The industries that are in the city, tech, biotech, and pharma, continue to grow. And if you read through every single page, you see a lot that is something, as we've often heard, other cities would die to have. Affordable housing of more than $32 million and a total of $49 million in all housing and homeless funding, with an incredible array of programs. $22 million in early childhood. Our programs to achieve zero waste through the DPW have achieved good results, and plans for the future will continue that work. We really are a leader there. Our school department spends close to $30,000 a student and provides opportunities, I can say, from having served on the school committee for over a decade, other districts can't even dream of. And it's a great city to be a senior, which I will be very soon, with so many services, and people are pretty impressed with what we serve. The municipal broadband RFP took way too long. We voted down part of the budget last year in order to get to where we are today. I do think while it could be improved, the most recent addendum, which commits specifically and unerringly to a municipally owned network, finally is close, at least, to what the community has been fighting for 5 years. However, there are still some things that are missing. Universal pre-K is still elusive, more than a decade after a commitment to implement it. Our police budget does have incredible programs, and yet has some extremely high spending, and should be reviewed with an eye towards reallocating into non-police areas, similar to the HART proposal. Overall, the budget departmental targets, which I mentioned several times, are not really SMART goals, which is something the council has requested for several years. And this year, I did vote against the school district budget, since I couldn't support a budget that did not commit to clear-cut accountability and explicit written expectations that are same for all students, not lower, which we presently have for Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, and low income. And I stated clearly the criteria for not voting for that budget. I do believe to vote the budget down without a clear specific ask in all areas with the consensus of the council is not good governance. We have not done the work to direct the city how to spend money. Yes, I raised all the questions and concerns I just noted at the hearings last month, and many others on the council raised concerns. However, for the most part, we did not actually specify what we wanted changed, and we did not have convened the council to discuss the budget. So there was not enough time to adjust. I asked for budget roundtables, discussions, formal ways to discuss this. It is exactly what I experienced on school committee. We started those budget roundtables on school committee in the late fall, and that budget was just one department. We had a chance to discuss goals, ideas, etc. And as a result, the budget was much better. Yet the council, with as monumental and impactful programs and departments, didn't have these hearings last fall or even early this spring. I know we were super busy and we're all totally, absolutely exhausted. I had put on a policy order to have such a meeting in early April, but it was already too late. So as a result, I am hesitant to vote down a budget, even though I have concerns, when we haven't engaged in the collaborative work that is necessary in order to ensure that our ideas and thoughts of council priorities are better reflected. I will vote yes, and I'm putting people on notice. I'm already planning for budget roundtables. And as I did with the school department, the notice is that without a solid plan of accountability for universal pre-K, without some kind of review of our spending, including the police department, and departmental goals that are smart, if I'm here next year, then it will not, I don't see how I could support a budget if those kinds of things aren't in it. But I will be voting yes tonight, and I really hope we all do the work starting this fall, basically as soon as this budget is done, to do what we said we would do, which is try to convene a little bit earlier to build on that truly amazing and incredible work that we see in so many areas of this city. Thanks so much, Mayor Siddiqui. I yield.
We'll go to Councilor Sabrina Wheeler and then Councilor McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'll try to be brief. I will also be voting no on the budget tonight. I've tried to be clear in conversations with other councilors and staff and finance committee meetings about what I'd like to see in the budget, so I won't go over all the specific things in different departments here tonight. When I was talking with other councilors about having budget hearings that started in the winter rather than May, it was because I wanted to have a nuanced conversation about this, so it didn't all come down to these final votes on the budget tonight. I also tried to make that point in our finance committee meetings about the process I hope we can have going forward. I think Councilor Nolan mentioned as well, and as did Councilor Zondervan. I hope as a city and as a city council we can work towards improving this process. Our charter and state law is clear that the city council has the power to reduce individual budget items and to vote no on the budget as a whole. That's absolutely our right as a council. I wouldn't have to exercise those powers on the budget if we did figure out how to make it a more collaborative process. And I would rather be voting yes on a budget that I felt really reflected the priorities of the city council and the voters. And I do hope we can get there in the future, but we aren't there tonight.
Councilor McGovern and then Councilor Simmons.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to vote in favor of the budget tonight. Again, I think, I haven't voted on a budget yet, school committee or city council, that I have felt was 100% perfect. There's always things that I would like us to do more of, and maybe some things I would like us to do less of. But overall, this is, again, a very strong budget during a challenging financial time for us. I could get into a lot of conversation around the police budget. I think the police budget is increasing at a lower percentage than most of the other departments. There is a hiring freeze, to decrease the budget, the police budget. From what I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe the manager will comment on this, or the commissioner if he's still here. But some of those positions are a procedural justice information officer to get our procedural justice data base or dashboard up and running, an assistant domestic violence advocate, vacant crossing guards positions. I don't see why we would freeze those positions and not hire those. In terms of the vacant or the open officer positions, we just graduated. Folks may have seen this on the press release, just last week, 10 cadets graduated from our, I don't know if cadets is the right word, but 10 graduates from our police academy. And it was the most diverse group that we've had. It was, 7 of the 10 grew up in Cambridge. I think 4 were women. I think 5 plus, maybe 6 were Black, Hispanic officers. This is in line with, those are the people we want on the police force. We've been saying we want it to diversify the police department, and to freeze those positions so that those they all go out and start working at Home Depot until we can free up positions to hire them. I think is actually a loss. I want better trained police officers who know this community, who better represent this community. That's what we want in all of our departments, right? Those are part of our diversity goals, and we have the opportunity to hire some of those officers in the police department, and I don't see how not hiring them really benefits the community. I wonder if Councilor Nolan might correct me on this, but when we were on school committee, we did an early retirement for some members of the school department when we were trying to downsize. I don't know what that looks like in the police department. If there's early retirement for some officers who are close to retirement, so that we could bring on some of the new officers. I don't know if there's ways around that, but we're not going to figure that out tonight. I will be voting in favor of the budget overall, because it is a very strong budget, and it does, again, as Councilor Nolan said, it's doing a lot of things that other communities wish they could do. Is it perfect? No, but I'm not sure it's ever going to be perfect, because we have 9 people on here that have 9 different ideas, but it's good and it's strong. And not supporting it, it's easy to vote no when you know a majority is going to vote yes. It's an easy way out, and not funding the city moving forward, is we have 3 choices. We can either vote the budget down, vote the budget up, or reduce the budget overall. If we vote the budget down, and maybe Mr. Kale can comment on this, my understanding is that if the budget is voted down, we go to a month-to-month budget for a few months, and that is incredibly unstable for the city and for all the other departments in what they're trying to do. And so, we need to pass it. We need to fund the city. So I will be voting yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So we'll go to Councilor Simmons and then Councilor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who had a hand in putting this budget together, particularly in the light of unprecedented challenges the city has faced during this pandemic. I want to also acknowledge my co-chair. Both of us together worked very hard to bring a budget to the City Council for discussion and debate that would represent the best interest of all our citizens, and also to make sure that the city would continue to work on behalf of its citizens. We don't need to go over and bemoan the amount of revenues that we have lost because of COVID, because we all know that. We also know, we just spoke about this just recently, about the millions of dollars that we put into sort of close that safety net so people wouldn't fall through it, particularly our business community. The city, everyone who's participated in our finance committee hearings this last month, the department heads, support staff, the members of the council, the members of the public who participated, work incredibly hard to make certain we'll have an operating budget that continues to meet the needs of our community. And as Councilman McGovern just said, if we were not to adopt this budget, we would have to go to a month-to-month basis. And I'm just incredulous that we would be even having to think about that in a city as financially, given the constraints of COVID, robust as we are. I do want to acknowledge, though, that people have been reaching out to the council to urge us to vote against passing the budget tonight because in their eyes it fails to check all the necessary boxes. To these folks, I would respectfully disagree, and I strongly urge my council colleagues to not allow the perfect to stand in the way of the good. I say this for a few reasons. For For instance, one of the reasons people have cited a rationale for delaying the budget is because it does not include language of addressing an alternative public safety response to the police department. Yet they completely ignore the fact that 2 weeks ago, Councilman Governor and I presented a report on the public safety task force recommendations, which the manager and the mayor were working on to bring forward a full public airing, in which the city manager has already vowed to fund even after the fiscal 22 budget has been approved. Some still argue that the budget should have not been passed because it doesn't contain language establishing for the Office of Housing Stability, which completely ignores the fact that we have a housing liaison to the city manager and the multi-service center, which fulfills the role and actually does more than the housing stability department found in other cities. And I'm not trying to diminish what other cities do, but I think Cambridge not only does it good, it does it better than other cities in town. It's not what you call it, it's what it does. And I have sent so many people through the multi-service center, or to Maura Penzak, who is phenomenal, and the service that they've gotten, they sing the praises of the city for months and years to come, because they got to stay in the city because they got this assistance and this help. Some have argued the budget doesn't go far enough to address the opportunity gap for Black and brown students, and I strongly agree that there's something our school committee and school department need to be more aggressive on. But the members of the council and the community should be asserting pressure around this during an ongoing superintendent search. We would not hold the budget hearings hostage to make that point. Perhaps the most important, but importantly, no budget is ever going to be perfect. We should continue to strive to spend our money as wisely as possible, to lift up our residents to the health and prosperity levels as we can, to do so in a way that does not unduly burden the taxpayers. And yet, even if we pause this process and work to resolve each concern that has been raised and everyone signed off on the final document, we still would not have a perfect budget, nor do I believe we'd have consensus on what was perfect. Fortunately, our city manager can and often does fund new programs or initiatives following the budget passage, and this year won't be any different. In short, while some might portray this as a now or never moment, the reality is that it's a both and moment. We can pass the budget and we can push for additional funding for the programs and initiatives that we care about in the months ahead. Councilman McGovern made a point, and I think it's worth reiterating. This council supported, I believe it was offered by the vice mayor, I know I supported it, re-energizing the cadet program. And that cadet program has begun to yield phenomenal results. As Councilman McGovern said, but it's worth reiterating, 6 of those candidates are from CRLS. That's literally going and training those individuals from our city to be able to give back to our city. 4 are women and 6 are Black and brown, and that's incredible. And it took us years to get to this place, years of trying to fight with civil service and finding a way to get around it. And now we want to cut the budget to put that in jeopardy. I would say we should not. And I just want to mention, there's a lot of discussion about defunding the police. And I wouldn't tell you, I talked to seniors, many seniors and other community members that are not in the defund, cut the budget, back of the napkin calculations to cut the budget of the police department. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to pass tonight's budget and recognize that we can and we will continue to press the city manager on a number of additional important items. But I also want to say that the city manager and the budget department have done an incredible job. I also want to acknowledge the commissioner of our police department, who does an extraordinary job. And I'm not going to take us down the road of where we were as a police department to where we are. But it goes without saying that we do restorative justice. We do de-escalation. We have the cadet program. We have a phenomenal plan for lifting up people from our own community to participate. And I think we should not hamper that. So again, I will yield the floor, but again, I would ask my colleagues to support this budget pass the budget. Let us move on and continue the important work of our city.
Councilor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow councilors. I think it's natural that each of us can find fault with any budget. It's not one councilor's budget or even three councilors' budget. It's the whole city. And I believe the manager's made, I don't know if promise is the right word. He said, we're going to do something related to HART or the committee's work. Something will happen. We have to believe that. I believe it. I've been told that if we can find open space, we're going to do everything we can to get it. I believe that. I'm upset because we don't do enough on slowing down vehicles going through our neighborhoods. We'll get there. You heard tonight Franklin. I brought up Madero's, Garden, Linian. People have brought up Gore Street, which is under construction. We have to work at it. I'm particularly disgusted. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to make it clear how I feel. I can't believe we have one urban designer, senior urban designer in the city. Can't believe it. With all the development we have, it's, well, I won't say what it is, but I accept it. I'm not happy about it, but I accept it because we have to look at the whole thing. There are 9 of us. I have no doubt there are administration people who wish they had more money, who wish they had a new program, but we're grown-ups. We have to work together. The city residents expect us to work together. Now, we've had 70% more meetings in this term than previously. We're exhausted. Now, as far as having finance committee meetings, I promised we would to discuss this. We didn't get to it. As Councilman McGovern said, I fell on my own sword. I admit it. We didn't get to it. A lot of reasons why. So I'll be voting for this budget because I think it's fair. I think every budget goes up 3-4% because of all the increases in costs. And I made a mistake and this will make everybody feel better. I made a mistake, fell on my sword again, because I read the wrong memo. I said 735 million. Well, Denise and I just cut it, Councilor Simmons and I just cut it back to 707 million. That's the correct number. So we already saved 28 million. And if I keep going, I'm sure there'll be other numbers. So I'll be voting for this. It's a process. It's not perfect. We're lucky to be in this position. And I know there'll be 5 urban designers put on the budget the day I leave the council.
Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will once again be voting for this budget, and I want to thank the city administration and all the staff, and especially the finance department. And special thank you to the co-chairs, Carlone and Council Simmons. And Council Carlone, you have no reason to apologize for anything. I think certainly you and Council Simmons have really put a lot of time, effort into preparing this budget for us. And as you said, there have been many, many more meetings on this. And, you know, probably that justifies why, you know, the councilors, you know, we are very fortunate to have such a great salary and health benefits for ourselves. And, you know, no one ever looks at the council budget. And, you know, when I started a few years back, the salary was $15,000. It's now upwards of over $100,000 between the salary and the health benefits. And, you know, if people are going to vote against this budget tonight, I assume they probably wouldn't be taking their salary and the health benefits, because by voting no, you are eliminating every employee's salary and their health benefits. So I would find that unconscionable and unthinkable of people that voted no would accept it. But it's, you know, a lot of things in the budget I would like to see in addition to having it there. It's not in there, but, you know, as my colleagues have said, this is a process of working together. We're not all going to get our way every single time. And I think we've found that when we started kindergarten. You know, you didn't get everything you wanted. And, you know, it continues throughout our lives. But in terms of the amount of services and what we provide to our citizens in every aspect, from housing, healthcare, public safety, transportation, traffic, you know, it's outstanding. And the citizens every year give us an incredible rating of excellent city services. Are we perfect? Hell no, we're not perfect. And we never will be perfect. But in the overall, I think the citizens really, you know, appreciate what we do for everybody. But, you know, to all those involved, you know, the city staff who, you know, the times I wonder how they even, you know, come into work every day, you know, and getting beat up at times. But we appreciate that what the city staff does, and, you know, to my colleagues, that especially Carlone and Simmons, for their work on this, and Madam Mayor, certainly your leadership, not only here in the council, but on the school committee. You know, our school committee budget, we are paying more per pupil than any other community, I believe, in the state, because that's the commitment we have to all of our children, that we are asking our residents to, year in and year out, you know, and the taxes are probably going to go up again this year on individuals, but the commitment is there on the public education and with everything else. So I will end it at that. I will be voting, I guess, my 32nd time on the city budget. So, but I probably will vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey. City Manager, thanks for being patient.
No, thank you. I want to first start off by thanking the council co-chairs. We put this budget together during the middle of a COVID crisis, and I think their leadership has helped brought us to this point. And I do want to thank the finance and all the department heads for getting to where we're at. I want to thank all the council for all this interest and support all year. I mean, we really try to take this budget and make it reflect what we know the council has been asking for. And is it perfect? No, but I think based on all the needs that we've tried to move forward, I'm really proud of the budget we submitted. I think we will do our best we can to control taxes, but I think we've addressed some of the major concerns that the council has stressed throughout the year. So I think that's real important. I do want to just briefly talk about the police budget, because I do think it's important to just bring a couple of points home. The city's FY12 operating budget's up 4.61%. The police budget's up 4.26%. So the police budget is less increased than the budget itself. If you take a look at the budgets that increased from 21 to 22, and you take a look at some priorities, like I said, this police budget is up 4.26, schools up 4.68, clearly a priority, fire up 4.88, human services 9.14, DPW 7.8. So clearly we have tried to build budgets based on what we felt were the priorities of the council. And if you take a 10-year average of the budget is up 4.72 annually. Police is up 4.7, while human services is up 8.10, and school 4.75. So I think school and human services have been a priority since we've been here, and I think the numbers reflect that. I also think it is incredibly important to protect the vacancies in the police department. When I came on, I committed to really working to have the police department reflect the people who live in this city. It was one of my most important things. As soon as the police commissioner on, we talked about it. We put the police cadet program in, but we also stressed not only in the police cadet program, but other ways to increase the diversity in the city in trying to get Cambridge kids to become public safety officers. In 2 years, from 2019 to 2021, we have increased the diversity of the Cambridge Police Department from 35% to 39%. Now, that may not sound like a huge number, 4%, but in 2 years, it's something we're incredibly proud of. And that's because of the commitment we've made in filling vacancies to make sure they reflect the city. And I think it's so important that we continue this. And I know how many councils really stress the importance of the cadet program. So I'm proud of this budget. I think it's something that residents can be proud of. It provides services. Does it address every question? No. And there are always going to be questions, yes. And I appreciate the opportunity to address the concerns of the council, because that is the role of the council, to direct the manager on how they feel money should be spent. So I appreciate the conversation, but I'm really proud of where we're at and hope we can get the votes to move this budget forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Anyone else before? I'm not sure if there was a motion, but I was going to go back to you, Councillor. Is it Councillor Nolan?
Actually, this is maybe a point of information. Before we pass the budget, there was a companion change to add a sentence into the investment policy in the budget. Is that a separate vote, or does that happen when we vote the budget? I just want to make sure we don't forget it. That is part of the notes from the meeting.
Yeah, it's order B, so I think it's a separate vote.
Okay, thank you.
Carlon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to say the correct number this time. I move that...
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councillor Zondervan.
Sorry, point of order. Just trying to understand. I do move to reduce the police budget, but I'll take your guidance on when exactly we need to do that.
Clerk Wilson, can you advise?
It would be an amendment to the appropriation order that's in front of you, which is on the general fund budget, which Councilor Carlon was about to read the number. So the appropriate time would be now or prior to your vote, or some point between now and prior to the vote on the general fund adoption.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it now, Councilor Zondervan?
Yes. So the motion is to reduce the police department budget to $65 million.
Mayor?
Councilor McGovern?
Can we get clarification as to whether or not we can do that? My understanding was that we could reduce the entire budget, but not specific department budgets. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that. So I don't know if that's Mr. Kale or Solicitor Glowa, but.
So I'll defer to Solicitor Glowa. My understanding is that the council has the ability to reduce the entire budget number by a certain amount.
Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the council can't, one of their actions can be to reduce budgets.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the council can reduce the budget, but I'm sorry, David, did you just say you can or can't do it in the individual?
Can reduce budgets.
The council can reduce the budget, correct?
Can't, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilor McGovern.
Can reduce, yes, we can reduce the budget. That's the overall budget. My question is, can we reduce department budgets? If we reduce the overall budget, that can come from anywhere. Can we reduce just the police department budget? I thought we couldn't. So I'm just trying to find out whether we can vote on
that. So Solicitor?
I believe that you cannot reduce any single department's budget.
That's right.
You can reduce the overall budget, but you cannot reduce the budget for a particular department.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, we did vote on that last year. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did vote on reducing the police budget last year, so I'm a little bit confused why we get a different answer this year.
So, Councilor Zondervan, I mean, I think you're, based on what we've heard, your motion is, out of order. So, I think, Councilor Carlon, will you state your motion on the correct amount?
Madam Mayor?
Councilor Zondervan?
If we cannot reduce the budget department by department, then I move to reduce the overall budget by $4 million.
Say that again.
I move to reduce the overall budget by $4 million.
By $4 million. Okay. So, Solicitor?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, I'm sorry I misspoke before. I do believe that you can reduce the police department budget.
So we have a motion.
I believe you can reduce the police department budget. You can't dictate how I go about making those reductions. That's how it works. So you could say you want to reduce it by cutting 20 police officers. However, I have to then figure out how I want to fund that reduction. So the dollar amount is eligible. The type of reduction is where that rolls specifically to the manager's council can make a recommendation. But how I would come up with that savings comes down to the manager, not the council. That's really the difference.
Madam Mayor, I think the manager is correct, and I'm sorry I was confused before by how the question was put. So I agree with that. That's correct.
Councilor Zondervan, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to go back to the original motion, which is to reduce the police budget to $65 million.
I see Councilor Carlon's hand up.
Just for discussion on the issue, Madam Mayor.
Sure, go continue.
I've been told, I haven't researched it myself, that any community that has a Cahoots-like program, the police budget has not been reduced. So if the information I received from a very intelligent source is incorrect, there is a transition period that is necessary, and I'm talking about in Oregon and Colorado, and you know what happened in Minneapolis. Disband the police, defund the police, and then, oh, we're not going to defund the police. I will be voting to maintain the budget as now presented until I see an overall strategy that makes sense. And I know what the deduction is affecting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to move to call the roll, call the question.
Clerk Wilson, so we have Councilor Zondervan's motion before us.
So is debate ended, or are you voting on a motion to call the question?
Vice Mayor?
Either way, but let's move forward.
I think I didn't see any other hands up on this discussion, so I think let's just go do a roll call on Councilor Zondervan's motion to reduce the police budget.
So on amending the appropriation to reduce the police budget to $65 million, Councilor Carlone?
No.
Councilor Carlone?
No. Oh.
No. Vice Mayor Mallon?
No.
No. Councilor McGovern?
No.
No. Councilor Nolan?
No.
No. Councilor Simmons?
Nope.
No. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
No.
No. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
No.
No. The motion fails. 2 in favor, 7 against.
Back to Councilor Carlone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we vote to adopt the general fund budget in the amount of $707,104,104.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone?
Excuse me, Mr. Clerk, I believe it's 105 is the number, not 104 at the last 3 digits.
That's correct, 105. I'm sorry, not 105. Yeah, 105.
Mr. Clerk, why don't you say the correct number? Not having good luck here.
Yes, yes, please, Clerk Wilson.
And I apologize, I sent the information to Councilor Carlone, I sent him the wrong information. So the number is $707,104,105. On that motion, Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
No.
No. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
No.
No. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes, the motion passes, 7 in favor, 2 against.
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Carlone.
I now would like to move to vote to adopt the water fund budget in the amount of, and I hope this is correct, $13,016,825.
Kurt?
On that motion, Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Madam Mayor, I move that we vote to adopt the Public Investment Fund in the amount of $38,610,865.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Madam Mayor, next is I move that we vote to adopt the loan orders individually. And I'm sure somebody will explain that.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, to the council, so we are borrowing, this is the authorization to appropriate these funds and to authorize the city to borrow these funds for these particular projects. And there is a requirement that needed to be satisfied for advertising for 2 weeks. So that advertisement requirement has been fulfilled. And now you're able, because you passed them to a second reading, to vote on final adoption tonight.
Mayor Siddiqui, would you like me to read the loan orders?
Yes, please.
First loan order is identified on your agenda as calendar item number 5. It reads a communication from Louis A.D. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to an order requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow $5 million to provide funds for the reconstruction of various city streets and sidewalks. On that motion, Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against. The next loan order is identified as calendar item number 6, a communication transmitted from Louis A.D. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to an order requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow $10 million to provide funds for the Municipal Facilities Improvement Plan. Funds will support improvement at the Department of Public Works Complex, Moses Youth Center, HVAC design, fire notification system installation at 11 buildings, Coffin Building, bathroom rehab and upgrades, and MFIP study. Also included is funding to support fire station improvements, including Lafayette Square Fire Station improvements for floor, slab, kitchen, and gym flooring replacement, Taylor Square Fire Station improvements, decontamination of showers, installation, and parapet improvement, and East Cambridge Fire Station improvements to the sanitary storm system replacement and generator installation in Lexington Ave Fire Station driveway construction. On that order, Councilor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against. The next loan order is calendar item number 7. It reads a communication transmitted from Louis A.D. Pasquale, City Manager, relative to an order requesting an appropriation and authorization to borrow $1.8 million to provide funds for various schools for projects that include asbestos abatement in various schools, replace the front plaza and failing masonry wing walls, and recaulking the building at the Haggerty School, replace emergency generator and extend exhaust at Cambridgeport, recaulking precast panels at CRLS Fieldhouse, unit vents, engineering at the Fletcher Maynard Academy and Longfellow Building, and replace the gym floor at the Amigos School. On that order, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against. The last loan order is calendar item number 8. It reads a communication transmitted from Louis A. DePasquale, City Manager, relative to an order requesting the appropriation and authorization to borrow $28.5 million to provide funds for the construction of sewer separation, stormwater management, and combined sewer overflow reduction elimination improvements within River Street and Harvard Square areas, as well as the sewer capital repairs program and climate change preparedness efforts. On the adoption of the order, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Madam Mayor, one last one. I move to vote to adopt the order to amend the budget book.
And that states, the city manager being hereby is requested to amend the investment policy section of the fiscal year 2022 budget book by adding this sentence: within 6 months of adoption of this budget, the investment committee will provide recommendations on any revisions to the investment policies to ensure that all city-owned investments follow the council's directive to avoid investments with or in institutions, companies, or organizations invested in or funding fossil fuel endeavors or private prisons.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
So I think we've taken care of everything related to the budget.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Toomey?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move suspension of the rules for the purpose of reconsidering all items this evening and hoping the same will not prevail.
Clerk Wilson on suspension?
So just to clarify for the council again, so there will be 2 votes. The first vote will be on moving suspension so that you can move forward on reconsideration. A yes vote will allow you to go to reconsideration. Then the next vote will be on whether or not you will, or the council will will leave reconsideration open for the items. A yes vote will keep reconsideration open. A no vote will make all items finalized tonight. So the first vote is on suspension. Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against. The next vote is on reconsideration. Again, a yes vote will keep reconsideration open. A no vote will finalize all the items for tonight. On reconsideration, Councilor Carlone.
No.
No. Vice Mayor Mallon.
No.
No. No. Councilor McGovern.
No.
No. Councilor Nolan.
No.
No. Councilor Simmons.
No.
No. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
No.
No. Councilor Toomey.
No.
No. Councilor Zondervan.
No.
No. Mayor Siddiqui.
No.
Motion fails, 9 against, 0 in favor, 9 against.
Okay, We are on to items 9, zoning amendments related to retail and consumer service establishments as amended on May 17th. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to discuss items number 9 and number 10 together.
On suspension?
On that motion, Councilor Carlin?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons?
Yep.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan? Councilor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm so thrilled to see this on the agenda tonight and us ready to ordain this really important table of land use update for our small businesses. This work started in 2015 with the retail table of land use classification study and subsequent work by the Economic Development Division to reach deep into the small business community and BZA hearings on where the table of land use could be more streamlined to make it easier to open a business here in Cambridge. EDD has reported that on average, our outdated table of land use can have an average cost to a business looking to open of $3,000 and the delay of opening 3 to 6 months. We have also heard anecdotally that those costs and length of delay can be much higher and longer than that and can cause more diverse, exciting retail to choose to open in a neighboring community which has less restrictions. A restaurant that's opening soon in Observatory Hill told us recently that getting her restaurant up and running under the old table cost $6,000, funds that she could have used to help her burgeoning business get up and running. This is especially significant as we think about creating and maintaining a thriving business environment in Cambridge post-pandemic. This update has changed or created new definitions to allow for the ever-changing face of retail and to ensure more dynamic uses can be easily brought to market. It also removes the parking requirement, which was the #1 reason to need to go for a variance costing time and money for businesses. We are also this evening ordaining a home occupation zoning that will allow for cottage food businesses to operate in residents' homes. This will have a huge impact on our ability to launch new food businesses and other home occupations that did not exist previously. This new zoning will likely empower and uplift new MWBEs in the city, as many of our home occupation owners are women and people of color. This is a huge equity issue, and I'm proud that our city is taking this important step. I really want to thank the economic development team, the zoning team at CDD, and especially Jeff Roberts, as well as Mayor Siddiqui for her leadership on this issue last term, and my colleagues on the Economic Development Committee who helped usher these new changes through and their thoughtful participation in this process. It took a long time to get here, but as I said, I'm excited to be ordaining both the zoning amendments to the retail and consumer establishments and the cottage, sorry, it's very late, and the zoning amendments related to home occupations. I'm excited that we're moving these forward with these important support systems for our small and home businesses. I'm not sure if my colleagues have any additional items here to say tonight at 11:15, but I would move to ordain them this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, and I'll just say this has been a long time coming, and I'm really glad we're here today to ordain. I know that even before this pandemic, our small businesses needed our support, and now having gone through this last year and a half, it's even more evident that we have to support our small businesses and retailers in every way we possibly can, especially those industries that are now primarily providing services out of the home. So I think this is a really important step in the direction to find creative solutions to backing up and lifting up our small businesses and local entrepreneurs. I want to thank you and the current committee for going to the finish line and getting us here. So it's great. So thank you. Councillor Nolan?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hallelujah. It is wonderful. I was so happy to learn a lot more about the table of uses than I ever imagined I would, being on through the Economic Development Committee meetings that the Vice Mayor chaired. So high time, just kudos and I know the staff worked really, really hard on this as well, so happy to support it.
Great. So on Vice Mayor's motion to ordain, Clerk Wilson?
So the first one we'll ordain is calendar item number 9, the zoning amendments related to retail and consumer service establishments. On ordination, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against. The next vote will be on ordaining calendar item number 10, zoning amendments related to home occupations. Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We are now on to applications and petitions. Pleasure of the City Council. Is there a motion to adopt all three?
So moved. So moved, Madam Mayor.
So on Councilor Simmons' motion to adopt application and petitions 1 through 3, roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to communications. Pleasure of the City Council.
Move to place on file.
On Councilor Simmons' motion to place communications 1 through 25 on file, roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to resolutions. Pleasure of the City Council.
Move the adoption, making them unanimous upon the adoption.
Number
Yes,
1, please.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Carlone.
Number 1, please.
Number 1,
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Carlone, Councilor McGovern.
7.
7, and I'm gonna pull 9, and then we can pull 10.
18.
Councilor Toomey?
I'd just like, Madam Mayor, would like to be added to Resolution 2 on the death of Lucille Kelly, please.
Yeah,
And I believe, Madam Mayor, you wanted to be added to.
Yes, on 10, yeah, so we'll pull 10. And then Councilor Nolan?
18.
18.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Carlone.
error. My mind turned off at 11:15. I thought we were on policy orders. Please remove number 1.
Okay, so we're not pulling number 1, we're only pulling number 2, 7, 9, 10, and 18. So we can go.
10 and 18?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Simmons, I can't even hear you.
I'm sorry, 2, 7, 9, 10, and 18, you said?
Yeah, yes.
Very good, thank you.
And we'll do a roll call on
Balance.
the balance.
On the balance, and again, just for the record, that's resolutions 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19. On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Excuse me.
On adopting the balance, Councilor Carlone.
Still yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to resolution number 2, the resolution on the death of Lucille Kelly. This was filed by Councilor Simmons, and I believe Councilor Toomey would like to be added. Councilor Simmons, before we move to add Councilor Toomey,
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Lucille Kelly was an icon to our city, but particularly in North Cambridge. Grew up here, raised her children here, taught here, went to work for Human Services, where she worked until she couldn't. She gave so much of herself. I mean, the policy order sort of speaks for itself, but I've never seen a woman so revered. I had the opportunity to go to the wake, which was supposed to be from 4 to 6, went well into 8. The people that lined up just to support the family, but give their regards and their condolences. It was just tremendous. What a loss. I think North Cambridge community will forever be changed in the fact that they will miss her so much, but I am so pleased to have had the opportunity to know her, have my children go to her camps. It was just a sad day. It happened very quickly. I will miss Ms. Kelly a lot, but I hope that the council will stand with me in expressing our deepest condolences to their family, and I certainly would support in adding Councilor Toomey and you, Madam Mayor, as co-sponsors.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the motion. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just echo what Councilor Simmons says. Lucille Kelly was a very unique person who just loved life, loved people, and especially the North Cambridge community. She was the choreographer, the set designer, you name it, at the Fitzgerald Summer Camp, plays every year. And she just reveled in every aspect of it. And she just couldn't have enough to be with people, to make them laugh, to make them feel good about themselves. Just had such a positive outlook on life and what the goodness of people had. And, you know, she just was unique and had so much energy and just a beautiful person, and was certainly sorely missed, especially by the young kids. She loved every young kid. She just had boundless energy. I don't know how she did it, but God bless her and her family. And we thank them for sharing Lucille with us all those years. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Our condolences to her entire family. So on our motion to add Councilor Toomey and myself to the resolution, roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlo. Councilor Carlo, absent. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes, 8 in favor, 1 absent.
On the resolution as amended. Clerk Wilson?
Oh, I was muted. On the resolution as amended, Councilor Carlone, absent. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to resolution number 7, Juneteenth at Harvard University, filed by Councilor Simmons, Councilor McGovern, myself. This was pulled by Councilor McGovern.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So talk about a quick turnaround. We filed a motion, and a couple hours later, Harvard changes their position and does exactly what we asked for. And so this motion is actually not needed anymore. I want to thank the folks who brought it to my attention and to Councilor Simmons, all of our attention. And so Harvard is going to give their contracted workers the day off, as they are with their sort of regular employees, or and which is great. And they were initially they made that first step, but they didn't expand it to their medical school and their campuses outside of Cambridge, and then they turned around and did that as well. So it's going to be an official holiday for the university, and all those employees will get the day off regardless of their employment status. So I think we could probably just place it on file.
I was going to recommend.
So on the motion to place this on file, roll call?
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to resolution thanking Claude Jacob. I am going to ask that we move this to the table. The last meeting is not next week, but the week after. So if we stay it on the table, we can pull it when there's his final appearance before the council. And so that was requested by the Cambridge Public Health Department. So, all right.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
On to resolution number 10 on the death of Leslie E. Milley. This was filed by Councilor Toomey. I had Leslie Milley as a teacher at Cambridge and Latin, and she was just an amazing, amazing teacher. I'm friends with her daughter, Katharina, as well, and it's just it's hard to put into words what really she meant to me as a teacher. And it's, she passed away from a battle with Alzheimer's. And just as with Miss Kelly, Miss Millie's wake, the line was around in the block as well. So she'll be sorely missed. And so I'd love to be added to the order. Before we do that, Councilor McGovern?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was hoping I could be added as well. I knew Miss Milley from the high school, and she was also, in addition to my knowing her when I was there, she was my oldest son's teacher, who absolutely adored her. So it is just a tremendous loss for the community. So I would like to be added as well, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as both yourself and Councilor McGovern had the honor and pleasure of having Leslie as a teacher, as you mentioned, Leslie Milley was a teacher for over 36 years in the Cambridge Public School system. Not only was also was her husband, Vinny, a longtime educator in the Cambridge Public Schools, a vice principal of the Moore School, and I believe the daughter has also gone into the teaching profession. So they really were very devoted to the children, the public schools, children of the city of Cambridge, and just a beautiful, beautiful family. And as the mayor said, the last couple of years have been very difficult for the family. So we wanted to stand with them and extend our deepest condolences to them as they're going through this very difficult time. But just want to thank them for their public service to the kids, the children of the Cambridge Public Schools for so many years. She was the teacher of the year. I think she was the first teacher of the year that was given at the Cambridge and Latin School. I think 2007 it said. So to Vinny and the children, we just wanted to know that we are thinking of you and you are in our prayers as these difficult days move forward for you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely. On a motion to add Councilor McGovern and myself to the resolution, roll call.
That motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to resolution number 18. Actually, no, we're on to the resolution as amended.
Correct. On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Zondervan.
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Project Resolution number 18 on House Bill 2434, an act relative to fire safety education in schools and colleges. Councilor Nolan, this was followed by Councilor Nolan, myself, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. I'll be brief. The hour is late, but I just could not pull this. This is a result of a parent's advocacy for a daughter she loved that tragically lost her life in a fire, a CRLS graduate who really blossomed at CRLS, went off to college. And because of this tragedy, this Lauren Gibbs just turned her life into wanting to make sure no other family would ever go through what she went through. And it's just an incredible accomplishment, her doggedness to get this to the point where she's talked with the fire chief, she reached out to the school district, she reached out to the state, and this is now a bill before the State House to really just ensure that fire safety happens, particularly for college students. We focus a lot on younger students, but we really need to make sure that our young adults are aware as well, so that the tragedy that overtook Mara Gibbs and sadly lost her life at a very young age, just as a young college student, doesn't happen again. So I wanted to call that out and thank Lauren Gibbs for putting this forward, and hope that this will have an impact far beyond Cambridge as well.
Thank you for bringing it forward. On the resolution, roll call.
On the resolution, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Under the policy orders, pleasure of the City Council.
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
can I pull number 2 and number 5?
Number 2 and number 5. Anyone else? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call on the balance.
Number 1.
Oh,
Madam.
number 1. Okay, number 1, 2, and 5, and we'll do a roll call on 3, 4, 6, and 7.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We are on to policy order number 1, that the city manager direct the traffic and parking department to conduct a traffic study in the Riverside neighborhood to determine any actions or changes, including but not limited to new signage, speed bumps, or enforcement measures that may be helpful in creating a more safer environment. This was filed by Councilor McGovern and pulled by Councilor Carlone. I'll go to the lead motion maker as past practice. Councilor McGovern.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is neighborhood that I live in. This has been something that's been being talked about a lot on our local listserv and in the community about a number of different concerns regarding speeding and lack of signage and whatnot in the neighborhood. And so there are a number of folks that had asked about specific streets, and really the thought was to really take a look at the whole neighborhood, as opposed to filing 5 different policy orders to look at different streets individually, because again, a lot of this stuff is connected. So I'd be interested in Councilor Carlone's comments, but hopefully this can pass and we can get this moving.
Councilor Carlone.
Not moving as in speeding, by the way.
Good one.
It's late.
Carlone.
To talk very slowly. I appreciate Councilor McGovern doing this because, as you all know, we each have put in similar orders in our time on the council. I would bet almost every one of us has a neighborhood street. And recently, I believe I put one in, but maybe I just went to the manager directly for Garden Linian, and Shepherd in my neighborhood. And then I remembered Madeiros, Councilor Zondervan's hood. And we have streets that are designed to promote speed. And it was a different time, and now a very different issue. And some people, maybe only 15%, because traffic looks at 85% as being successful if people are at the speed posted and lower. But it's the 1 out of 7 cars are the ones that can hurt people, and bicyclists and children. So the manager suggested to me, and I invite everybody to meet with Joe Barr and to start establishing policies for these roads that are just mistreated. And, you know, it's a 20-mile-per-hour zone, or maybe 25, but people are not following it. And so thank you, Councilor McGovern, for spreading the wealth that we have to deal with. Thank you.
Councilor Zondervan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I will be supporting this order as well. And I might bring one myself for Cardinal Madeiros. I'll ask Councilor Carlone to co-sponsor for me. We had 2 accidents in the intersection where I live in the last 2 weekends, just back to back. And every single day we have multiple near misses, which of course now that we're home all day, we can hear them quite loud and clear. So I honestly don't understand why we even have to bring these policy orders. We need to look across the city at all our roads and all our intersections and make sure that we're achieving our Vision Zero goals, and we clearly are not. So we have a lot of work to do, but it seems it's the only way to get attention, so I'll be bringing in an order as well.
So on adoption, roll call?
On adoption, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Malik.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to policy order number 2, that the city manager work with the city solicitor and the animal commission to take all necessary steps to waive the dog license fee for all senior citizens in Cambridge. This was pulled by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler. I'll go to the main motion maker, Councilor McGovern first. Councilor McGovern.
Thank you. This is actually to bring us in compliance with a state law. There's a state law that allows cities to waive dog licensing fee for, I believe, is anyone over the age of 70. We haven't been doing that in Cambridge. So I spoke with the Animal Commission as well as the city manager, and they agree that we should. I asked if they could just do it, and they said it would be better if we had a policy order from the council instructing us to do it. So here it is.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had reached out to Councilor McGovern on this. I'm just interested in looking at this a little deeper to think about if there's ways other than age to look at reducing fees. Because there's well-off seniors in Cambridge, and then on the flip side, there are people who would really benefit from lower fees who aren't seniors. And if that's the case, we should just also be looking at reducing the overall cost. I think we can get to a point with this, but it's late now, so I'm just going to exercise my charter rate on this, and hopefully we can figure it out by next council meeting.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler exercises charter rate. We're going to go to policy order number 5, live acoustic entertainment ordinance. This was filed by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, Vice Mayor Mallon, Councilor McGovern, and Councilor Carlone. Vice Mayor Mallon, I'm sorry. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I want to thank Vice Mayor Mallon for all of the work that she's put into this, and thank the co-sponsors, Councilors McGovern and Carlone, for signing on to this as well. Restaurants and local businesses have been devastated by the pandemic over the last year, as everyone knows, and I know a lot of folks are working to figure out how to support them as we come out of the pandemic. It's also been devastating for local musicians who depend on income from in-person performances. And so this ordinance, which would allow restaurants and local businesses to host acoustic performances without having to go through the whole process of applying for a specific license to do so, is one small way, small but important way we can support both artists and restaurants coming out of the pandemic. While this ordinance would waive the application and license requirement, it does still have important regulations. It would cap the number of performers allowed at 5. It would only allow 1 mic for amplification, and it would require that acoustic music end by 10 p.m. Those regulations and this ordinance as a whole are similar to what the Boston City Council passed in 2016 and has already been the law there for 5 years. And Cambridge has the authority under Chapter 140 of the MPO to do the same here at Cambridge. The council has been discussing this since, I believe, at least 2017, and I appreciate the work, again, that the Vice Mayor and previously Councillor Devereaux had put into this. I'll yield if other councillors would like to speak on this, but then would make a motion to pass this to a second reading so that we can vote on ordination before the summer break, because our artists and restaurants can really use all the support they can get in this recovery in the next few months.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you, and thank you to Councillor Sabrina Wheeler for putting this forward tonight and inviting me to be part of it. We have, as he said, tried since 2017 to provide an opportunity for businesses to have live acoustic performances without a permit. We've tried to do this working with the city staff, the License Commission, and the Law Department, and have gotten the same answer each time, which has been no. We've had no choice but to propose this ordinance, which will allow it. This proposed ordinance mirrors the successful ordinance Boston has had in place for several years. And as my colleague mentioned, this isn't just about our small businesses. It's also about our struggling musicians, many of whom haven't had a paying gig in 16 months. This is an opportunity to get them working again and support our small businesses as they try to recover from the economic devastation that COVID-19 wrought on our community. At a time when the city should be doing everything in its power to ensure that our small businesses have access to all the help and support that we can give them as a city, we should move forward quickly on this. And as my colleague mentioned, move this to a second reading tonight so we can ordain it before the summer break and get this up and running and support those small businesses and our artists in this community. So again, thank you to Councillor Sabrina Wheeler and also to Councillors McGovern and Carlone for their steadfast support of the arts in our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Any other folks? Councillor Nolan?
Just very quickly, I'm thrilled to see this on. I've expressed, as soon as I heard about it, I thought, why aren't we doing more? I want to make sure that when we vote on it, since the agenda says refer to ordinance, we are not doing that. What we would be doing is passing it to a second reading. I'm completely on board with that and want to make sure that that's part of the record. So thank you so much for actually former Councillor Devereaux and current Vice Mayor, and I'm sure many other people on the committee, as well as Councillor Sabrina Wheeler, for bringing this forward. I am thrilled to be voting on it. Thank you.
Great. I don't see any other hands up on this. So there's a Councillor Sabrina Wheeler. Your motion is to pass this policy order to a second reading. This is policy order number 5, the live acoustic entertainment ordinance. So on that motion to pass to a second reading?
On that motion to pass this to a second reading, Councillor Carlone?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Simmons? Councillor Simmons?
Yes.
Absent. Oh, yes. Councillor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Zondervan?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Motion passes, 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're now on to committee reports. We've disposed of number 1. We have number 2, neighborhood and long-term planning, public facilities, arts and celebration committee hearing. This is Councillor Nolan. Councillor Nolan?
Thank you. I won't go at length. I really hope that meeting had two parts. One was to discuss the pilot of closures in Harvard Square. I am very much hoping that we will be moving forward with more of that and building on that work. The second part of the meeting was a reappointment of Conrad Crawford to the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority. I'm not sure if we need 2 votes on that, but this would be effective as of the date of the meeting that his reappointment would happen. So I am very happy that Mr. Crawford was nominated and he appeared at the meeting, and it was a unanimous vote to reappoint him. And I was also very happy to be able to have a chance to discuss the Harvard Square closures, which are something this council has also worked on for several years, and we keep trying to have more action on that front. I'm hoping that will move forward as well. That's all I have to say, Mayor Siddiqui. Thank you.
So on Councilor Nolan's motion to accept the report and place on file and adopt the order within, we'll do a roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yeah.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, we're on to communications and reports from other city officers. We've disposed from 3 and 4. We can pull number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is a communication from me, transmitting information about the homelessness working group. This is something that Councilor McGovern and I have been talking about, and I'll let Councilor McGovern take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your work on this and support on this. This is going to be, I think, a really strong and important conversation. We're going to be looking at both short and long-term solutions to supporting our unhoused residents in the city. As you can see from the letter, it's a very broad coalition of people on the task force, including folks from the city who are doing this work, our shelter providers, folks from the unhoused community, advocates from for the unhoused community, healthcare for the homeless. We also have a representative for Project Right to Housing, which is a strong advocacy group that's popped up this year. So it's a really strong group, but also it's we are hiring or have hired a facilitator, Jeff Olivet, who and his firm that do this work nationally with cities, but Jeff actually lives in Cambridge and understands the specific issues to our community, the challenges brought up by being the regional issues that we face, being in such a closely tight packed metro Boston area that some cities around the country don't have that same those same challenges. So he knows what this looks like nationally. He knows what other communities have done, but he has a really great understanding of the local issues as well. So I'm really excited about this. We're going to get it going very soon. I want to thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the city manager, and we're going to do some good work here. So thank you.
Yes. Anyone else before we place this on file? On a motion by Councilor McGovern to place this on file, roll call.
Madam Mayor, are we just doing communication number 1?
Yes.
Okay. On placing communication number 1 on file, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yep.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We're on to the communication from other city officers. Number 2, I'll be really brief. Lots going on the school side. High school graduation is Thursday. I'll be at the graduation from 3 to 8 on Thursday. There's a lot of other graduations coming up. Another thing I wanted to share is that we will have a new sticker for the municipal election. It's the I voted sticker. Many months ago, the council passed an order to launch a sticker contest, and the Riverside students, very talented students, worked on many designs And there was a winner that was announced Friday, and there will be a press release on that out tomorrow. So with some more information on the design and so forth. So yeah, it was the council who kind of, I think, yeah, we moved it forward, and the election commission was involved, and the family policy council, and I'm excited for you all to see the sticker. So that's all I have on schools. We are, you know, in negotiation with our interim superintendent candidate as well, and negotiations are ongoing, and hopefully we'll have a ratified contract very soon. So that's also work that's moving along. So feel free to reach out to me about any questions around the schools. So I will, we can move to place this communication number 2 on file.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mellon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We are now on to late resolutions. Clerk Wilson.
I have 2 late resolutions. The first late resolution is from Councilor Toomey. The resolved paragraphs read that the City Council go on record wishing Mary Jane Mahoney a happy 100th birthday and wishing her many more happy birthdays and healthy years. And be it further resolved that the City Clerk be and hereby is requested to forward a suitably engrossed copy of this resolution to Mary Jane Mahoney on behalf of the entire City Council. The second late resolution, I'll read the resolved paragraph, states resolved that the City Council go on record in extending its deepest sympathy to the family of Betty Tamor at this time of such immense personal loss, and as recognizing the invaluable contributions she made during her long and celebrated life, and be it further that the City Clerk being hereby is requested to forward a suitably engrossed copy of this resolution to the Tamor family on behalf of the entire City Council. This resolution is sponsored by Vice Mayor Mallon, Mayor Siddiqui, Councilor Nolan, and Councilor Simmons.
On, if there's no commentary, we can do a roll call on adopting both resolutions.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
We have a few late policy orders. We have to suspend the rules. It requires a roll call. Clerk Wilson.
On suspension of the rules, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Clerk Wilson, will you read the late policy orders?
We have 3 late policy orders. I'm sorry. We have 4 late policy orders. I'm just pulling them up. We have 2 late policy orders. So the first late policy order is from Vice Mayor Mallon. The order paragraph reads that the city manager being hereby is requested to work with the law department to advise the city council as to whether the suggested changes to the missing middle housing petition would alter the fundamental character of the petition and whether that would require refiling and re-advertising of the petition, re-advertising the petition for new hearings for the June 10th Ordinance Committee on this topic. The second, lay policy order is a lay policy order from Vice Mayor Mallon. The order paragraph reads, order that the city manager being hereby is requested to work with the director of the public libraries with input from the library staff and library union to fully open the main library as well as the branch libraries on or before June 15th to ensure that residents have access to materials provided within, as well as providing cooling centers to vulnerable residents during heat emergencies.
Madam Mayor,
Councilor Toomey.
move the adoption of both policy orders.
On
Roll
Councilor,
call.
sorry, Councilor Toomey, I have Councilor Nolan's hand up. Go ahead, Councilor Nolan.
Thank you. I had a question on the, I'm fully supportive of both. I had a question on the, asking the legal opinion for the missing middle. Wouldn't that also mean that if it was material and this required refiling, that also the planning board would have to, it would start the entire process over again? Is that correct? So it's not just related to the June 10th Ordinance Committee meeting. Would it also be that the planning board would need to have a new hearing? Because when they did their hearing, there had not been properly noticed of the amendment. So it was quite challenging for them to figure out what they were doing. I don't know if that means we should change this order to reflect that or not.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor, Vice Mayor.
Through you to my colleague, this was just simply to ask the city solicitor to provide us with the legal opinion about whether or not we would have to go, they would have to completely refile, re-advertise. I think the law department said earlier that they were prepared to answer that question, but the proper protocol is for us to actually submit this policy order so that they would have it on record.
Thank you.
Councilor Nolan. So on Councilor Toomey's motion to adopt both policy orders, roll call.
On that motion, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yep. Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Any announcements? None. On her motion to adjourn by Councilor Nolan, we will do a roll call.
On adjournment, Councilor Carlone.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Zondervan.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 against.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.